Give a dog a bone.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Weymouth Youth Wrestling Immortal review. Um, Finally, the long-anticipated review. I am Owen Finch, and I voice the character, the Birdman Owen Finch, and I'm here with...
I'm Nick, and I voice Xavier Nightingale.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Hi.
I like that Owen is Birdman in the background.
Yeah,
Oh
I know,
my
it actually
God,
works.
right?
It's
Owen's
sign.
I am James Hebert. I'm the president. Now, we are not reviewing our own show. So for the people that are like, why are you reviewing your own show? Don't panic. We're not that egotistical. I mean, we can be, but not today.
Yeah, but even if we were going to, we're not that. We can even admit that there's some problems.
Yes.
We're not going to be that type of. We're not going to be those people that go, it's perfect, fucking perfect. No, we can make it better.
Yeah, but
we can always make it better.
Right? Ready? We are a background, so we're
Yeah.
just kind of sitting in the background as Owen and Nick do the review. That being said, I am James Hebert. I'm the president of Weymouth Youth Wrestling, the editor of Weymouth Youth Wrestling. What else do we have here? A player, like one of the match coordinators of Weymouth Youth Wrestling.
One of the
also
agents,
voice
if you will.
act. Yes, I also voice act. Markiplier, John Caterer, James Archangel, and J-Bones.
J-Bones.
Yeah, that's about it.
You got the fabulous four, my friend.
Yeah.
And, of course, I have a fantastic four of my own. Hi, guys. I'm the Wrestling Encyclopedia, Casey Gallagher. I am also the voice actor for The Outsider, Mark Young, the Unknown Brett Mention, and the Wild Card, Ian Lancaster. And I'm also the treasurer of the company, if you will.
Pretty much.
To an extent.
Well, for the record, Casey, I'm hearing myself somehow. I don't know how.
But, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the record, Casey, right?
Yeah.
Don't you voice act another character? Brett Mention, Ian Lancaster, Mark Young,
myself,
and then yourself.
Yeah, but can you really count him voicing himself?
Yes, I just counted myself voicing myself.
Yeah, and I voice myself, so...
True.
But can you face yourself?
Yes, with the fucking characters I have under my fucking voice acting list, I can fight myself. I can have a 6-man fucking elimination match with myself.
That's the scary part.
I'm totally doing it. I hope you know I'm gonna totally do that now just to fuck with you.
Sean Mavic faced himself on this show pretty much.
Yeah, right. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. I am the main man, Nathan Farrar. My name in IRL, I'm Mike Ma. I am the COO of WYW, and I voice most of the show. I'm one of the major match coordinators as well.
I think between all your roles, you voice close to 10 characters.
Yes,
10 characters exact.
So, Nathan Farrar, the Celtic Punisher, Luco Lucky,
Jim Cornette,
Taka Michinoku, John Gray,
Nick Switchblade,
Little Andre now, and
Matt Harrington. John, did you say John Gray already?
Yep, he said John Gray.
And the execution of Michael X, and there's more to come.
You forgot.
Yes.
I like how you forgot yourself.
Yeah, Nathan Farrar.
I gotta put it out there. I don't consider the execution of Michael X me.
Okay.
I know a lot of people would think that, but it's just an alter ego. So just like James, he doesn't really voice himself. He just voices James the Archangel. He voices a different
I'm just
character.
saying I voice myself to not confuse people. You just like to confuse people. Yeah.
No, I'm
So basically, in layman's terms, Michael X is Spider-Man to your Peter Parker.
What?
Yes.
That's exactly...
I got that reference, and James didn't, so...
No, I got that reference.
It
just sounded dirty.
Yeah.
And to prove the point, I voice act Michael X.
Yeah, he's the one that does the voice. He does the screenshots as well.
Well, technically, that doesn't really prove anything, though. You just have his mask.
Yeet.
Oh, really? Okay, so if I just, magically just put this fucking thing on and change the tone of my fucking voice, I'm not the character, I guess.
Now it proves it.
Dude, I have said that Michael X should just do his own stand-up comedy show because it'd be fucking hilarious.
I'd watch the hell out of that.
Yeah.
I have had sing-alongs with the characters that I voice, and it gets retarded.
But anyhow,
Let's
get in-
continue.
let's get into the review.
Immortal. Let's rock.
This was
By the way,
definitely,
Nick, you might wanna unmute yourself.
Yeah, because it's your turn to talk eventually.
So this was the long-awaited show for basically everyone on here, especially James, because he's been editing all this stuff.
For about 2.5 months.
Yeah.
More than that.
More than that, like 4 months.
Yeah. But this was.
I'm saying total amount of time would have been 2.5 months.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
had school not decided to be a jerk, he probably would have had it done in about 2.5 months.
And also, but yeah, this was a 5.5-year project. Let me see if I can guess the date. I believe it was December 15th, 2013. It was like a
December 20th.
20th?
December
Close.
5 days off.
It's not that far. It's a lot better than most people do.
Yeah. But I mainly know that because I just watched the show like a few days ago, so it's not like I memorized it or anything.
Yep.
Okay, so you mind moving yourself?
Yeah, 1 sec. Oh, never mind. There it goes.
Never mind.
Okay, never mind.
But yeah, this was a 5.5-year project, and this was definitely worth a 5.5.
With the vacuum.
So let's just talk about the show.
It's from the beginning. Fuck it.
Yeah. I just want to make note, though. I know we keep the talk out of here, but this, connects. WrestleMania was the same amount of time as this show, and it had.
It was actually a half an hour over, actually.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
WrestleMania.
Our show was a half hour over theirs.
Now, I have to say this really quick. WrestleMania was 17 matches. WIW Immortal was 12.
Actually, WrestleMania was 16. I think I think you counted Cena's segment, and it wasn't a match. So
yeah, so it is about 16 in total.
And you had 12 matches. And there was no pre-show. Want to make sure we point that out too.
Well, there was a little bit of a pre-show. Colleen Horizon came out and sang the national anthem.
That's not a pre-show.
Yeah, it's not a pre-show.
No, that's an opening segment.
Yeah, but
Wait, did I say the national anthem? Sorry, I meant God Bless America.
Yeah.
No, not even. Oh, God, I can't even.
Oh,
I have.
Oh,
Yes.
beautiful. Oh,
yes,
beautiful.
America.
Oh,
America the Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk about that real quick. Yeah, Colleen Horizon saying America the Beautiful, which was pretty cool that you use someone from your roster to do it versus a celebrity, because I think it makes someone from your roster feel like that they're a big deal. So I thought that was pretty cool.
It was mostly because of his accessibility. Let's be fucking honest.
Yeah. He's not wrong.
He really isn't.
Regardless, I think it worked out better anyway. So
Yeah.
She's the vocalist that we have on the whole roster.
Absolutely.
She was the perfect pick to do it.
Yeah.
And even I can give it up for her as the karaoke king. I got to give it up for her.
Oh yeah. And then Sean Maverick came out, and since his character fought in the Marines, it makes sense that he would come out and do the salute. So, yeah, that was pretty damn cool. And then it showed you guys showed the big video package for Immortal, which was absolutely awesome. It was like watching a movie trailer pretty much, where you had all basically showing everything from the beginning of WIW, really building up to this show. You had various of your roster, talk about what the Immortal show meant to them. Basically all the ones you said, but other added ones were Matthew Nova. I believe Azurith Smith said something, but I might be wrong.
Azurith Smith, Victor Sagat,
Kyle Weaver.
Sean Maverick, Kyle Weaver.
Yeah.
Pretty much
Now-
like at least half the roster said something,
Yeah.
and the entire roster was shown, minus I think Jason G, and even he was shown in a couple clips. So
Yeah.
like the entirety of WYW was shown, including Jim Cornette, Markiplier, the whole shebang. Like the whole shebang was in that package. So,
And one quick note to add in: we are one of the only CAW leagues that does voice acting for our characters.
like in
Not a lot of them.
We're not one of the only, but there are a few others that do it. I don't think they do it at the level that we try to do it.
I can't really speak for that because you're the only CAW league I've watched. So,
not disrespecting anybody else that does CAW leagues. By the way, I'm only saying that is because like they're limited. I think with the group of people that they have. Whereas I think we have a lot of people that are invested in some way to donate their time to do some of the shit. So
like that one line in the song "Just Breathe" by Pearl Jam says, "We're very lucky to count on both hands the ones that are willing to help us out."
Yeah, in our case, you'd need Mike, Casey, and I to count how many people are on the show. So I mean, that says a lot, you know.
About a roster size, I believe it's about 45.
Yeah, there's like 27 people voice acting everybody. So it's crazy. Nick, what about you, man? What do you have? What are your thoughts on this? Because now it's your turn to talk. Because remember, you're doing the review.
Yeah, I liked the opening. It was I really enjoyed it. I loved the opening video package. I loved Colleen's performance. I loved Sean. The whole opening was amazing, and it really got me hyped up for the show.
I think that was the point, my friend, and I'm glad.
Well, James, I usually like to say the dates when shows come out, but I don't have the video right in front of me to say it.
April, I got you. April. It originally aired on April 27th, 2019.
Okay. Because we had some issues when it came to, and it aired every Mixer, Twitch, YouTube.
Yep.
We tried for Periscope, but
Periscope is
a
cunt.
Yeah.
That's the one I missed, actually. I was trying to remember which one I missed, and that was it.
Yeah.
Honestly, we talked about it about a couple months before we decided to bring it out, and I've always said that Periscope was going to be a fucking problem.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Nick, you can have your thing completely off mute. Your phone is fine. Just for the record.
Yeah. You had it off mute, and we weren't hearing
I'm aware.
ourselves, so we should
trying
be
to
okay.
also keep up background noise. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is no background noise.
Yeah,
there's nothing. You, girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were totally fine.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously too, then the show, kicked off. We had the big pyro segment that you would see at a big mega event show. And I love the setup of the arena. It looked absolutely awesome. It was, took place in Gillette Stadium, which makes sense because, if you want to go for like a show, in Boston, Gillette Stadium is the place to go. I know you guys talked about it in the show, but I don't remember exactly where it falls. How many people were actually like in the arena?
I believe are we good?
I got it.
Are we good to say this now?
57,473.
Yeah.
So,
Max capacity.
Yeah. So that was pretty damn awesome.
In
and then we had,
of course.
Very much in kayfabe, because IRL, I believe.
What the fuck? You were able to fill Gillette Stadium? Not in real life, in video game.
Because IRL, I think Gillette Stadium holds close to 65K.
Yeah, that's if you minus the whole stage setup.
Yeah, that's true.
But I love the idea that we are a wrestling show in Ideal that decided to go, we're going to have our ending show be at one of the most iconic locations in New England that you could ever be at, besides Fenway Park.
Yeah.
The cradle of Bay State football, as James/John Caterer put it during the opening monologue.
Yes. Also, you guys, you and Nick specifically, are going to give you're gonna give what is it? The promo packages grades. So what do you give this opening promo package? Really,
I thought the opening one was absolutely awesome. I'm gonna give it, an A+. I thought you guys really went all out for the opening promo package. It really sold your big show, and it just showed like all the hard work you guys really put into getting this show finally. Because whether the show, no matter what letter grade I give this show, you guys you guys already won. Like, this show took a lot of hard work to finally get. So
yes,
so not saying I'm going to give it a bad grade or anything. I'm just saying you guys like had the balls to finally
do this, yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people say like they could do better, and then
it's not just that they did. It's not just that we had the balls to finally do it. We finally had the resources to be able to do it.
Is James frozen on you guys' end? Because he's frozen on my end.
Yeah, he's frozen on my end.
All right, so okay, he's back.
Hey, Skype. Fuck you.
Would he kick you off?
Yeah. I tried to fucking update. I had to fucking cancel the thing because they decided, we're going to update on you now. Hey, Skype. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
All way I can respond to that is timing.
Yeah, right?
But yeah.
Anyway, Nick, what is your letter grade? What do you give this?
The opening, I'd probably have to give it an A.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
No A+? Why not the plus? I'm kidding.
Trust me, the plus is coming, but not on that one. That one got me hyped, but it didn't pull emotion that much.
I would say,
really? Fair enough.
I would say, at a technical perspective for the show, the most important thing in a wrestling show is the opening promo package, showing who's coming out, what are the matches that you're going to be seeing, and because let's be honest, the WCW classic fucking 25 to almost 30 minutes on commentary thing just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, and their promo packages were nothing to write home about.
If I had to break it down all together, if I'm just talking about the promo package, it would be an A. If I'm talking about with the whole pyro and the Colleen thing, then it'd be an A+.
Well, there you go. I'll take that.
Okay, Yep, absolutely, we'll take that.
I agree.
Yep.
And then and the matches too will be out of star ratings too, just so that way everybody knows.
Yeah. So promo packages are graded, and the
matches are
going to be star ratings.
Yeah.
The matches are going to be Brian Zane star grades.
Dave star grades. It's 5-star minus the 6-star bullshit. Fuck 6 stars. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And so then on commentary we had you guys as commentary characters: Casey Gallagher, Jonathan Caterer.
Okay, hold on.
Just a heads up, Owen. Just a heads up, Owen. The second G in my name is not silent.
I'm not Gallagher.
I'm not gentleman. I'm not gentleman Jack Gallagher. All right.
Yeah, in my defense.
IW.
Yeah, in my defense, that one's kind of not on me because I've seen it, spin out that way. So
no, I got you. Trust me, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I figured he was going off of Gentleman Jack, but just had to make that clear.
Yeah.
I get it.
But yeah, Jonathan Caterer and Nathan Farrar, you guys did absolutely awesome on commentary. You guys call the matches the way that you're supposed to call wrestling matches, depending on what the match was. So if there was like a technical match, you guys actually broke it down in a technical pace, and if something like crazy happened, you actually reacted to it. So really awesome.
Well, I can at least talk about. I think me and James could really discuss that a little bit more in depth.
Yeah.
If you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. James, you and I are big ECW fans.
Yeah. One of our biggest inspirations would probably be Styles, obviously.
Yes. Because he was a commentator that was enthralled with the storyline.
Enthralled with the storyline and the action in the ring.
Yes.
basically. And we also appreciate 3 commentators specifically, and that'd be Don West, Mike Tanay, and Taz, which is kind of what we based our commentary style off a lot.
Absolutely. And as much as
Yes.
You are a fucking Taz, dude. You don't realize how much of Taz you have adopted, but you are. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's facts at this point.
Yeah. And as much as my delivery style may come across as a mix of Mike Tenay and Tony Schiavone, I'm a student of Jim Ross. I tend to go more with the analytical side of things. This guy went to college here, this guy's been champion X number of times, blah blah blah, etc. etc. Just trying to make sure I keep the
professional method.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how you have
instead of the whole who cares about where you've been before? It doesn't exist. You're here now.
Yeah.
I base my style off of Morrow and I'd say like off of Mauro Ranallo and Michael Cole, or I'm like that play-by-play guy. And I'm talking about like early Michael Cole, like 2002 to 2007 Michael Cole, like the best
even,
Michael Cole.
And UK tournament and
UK tournament, Mae Young Classic kind of Michael Cole, where I'm analyzing what's happening. I'm giving the point by point of the recount of what's happening, and I also base it a little off of Don West. When some crazy shit just goes down, and I'm like, "What the fuck just happened?" kind of thing,
I would say honestly, I am a mix of Bobby the Brain Heenan
and Larry Zbyszko.
No, and Jerry the King Lawler.
Yeah,
I could see that. Yep.
I would say I'm still gonna say and Taz on top of that, mainly because.
I'm the only one that has the balls to say most of the stuff that's on the top of my fucking head in commentary.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
But I've always seen it more as Jerry, because Jerry always gave the perfect reaction for a bit.
Especially when he was a heel. In this case, you're just not a heel. You're just you're an equal opportunity hater because you're a comedian basically on commentary, which is fine.
Specifically, I am Jerry the King Lawler during Mick Foley versus Randy Orton. That perfect amount of energy that went into when he said,
which was what, Backlash 2004?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that being said, now that we kind of explained that, Nick, what do you think of the commentary? Because I know you have some things on commentary, and they're all funny.
I've been saying it for the longest time. Commentary is like my favorite thing in the whole thing, just listening to it. Because half of the time I can't even watch without a straight face with half of the stuff that commentary ends up saying.
Mine especially, because I say some
especially yours shit. And especially
because I say some stupid shit.
Farrar's like banter.
Yeah, because I
all of I think we just, that's the thing. We have good banter too. Like
we're a commentary team that has no problem communicating with one another and we'll give each other shit when we fuck up something.
Right. Yeah, I like it.
Exactly. Right. Comment.
So it's mostly either me or James that gets called out because we're.
I get some call out once in a while, but I'll dish that son of a bitch right back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
which is the same with all three of us. We're not afraid to dish out and get back.
Yes.
But that being said, that's a huge part of why commentary is, for me at least, is the part of of making the show that I look forward to the most, because it's letting our personality shine through to paint a bit of a through line, a picture, if you will, to the destination that we're trying to get to.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I also like it because there's very distinct characters. Like each one is very distinct in personality.
There you go.
Yeah.
And what about you, Owen?
You'd be surprised how important that is in modern age.
Yeah.
I actually
drug addicted alcoholic.
Even though he's nothing like that in real life.
No, but the alcoholic bit's true though.
Yeah, well, only on Fridays. Only on Fridays now.
Anyway, continue on. As you were saying.
Yeah, I really like you guys like I even kind of see, a little bit of Jim Ross and James too, because when Jim Ross hated someone on commentary, or
Oh,
if
yep.
if they got their
He
ass
made
kicked,
sure
or
it got across.
if they got their ass kicked, or if they were,
Oh, get your dick away, James. Fucking
Sorry, I just heard and like when he hates somebody, it's like Jim Ross, and I'm just like, all right, all right.
because
like a Texas
Well,
guy
I
with
couldn't
one
couldn't
sides of-
tell.
yeah. And if he hates someone, if they get their ass kicked, he loves it. But if they're the one doing the ass kick, and he absolutely, especially if the guy wins too. Like I think of like back to the Brett mentioned Johnny Starr match when he freaking lost it after that match. Like wanted to.
By the way, Owen, I love your review on that because I absolutely agree with you that should have ended the night. That match should have ended the night.
Yeah,
I'm glad that we didn't though, because in some cases, you want those matches that have like that show stealing quantity, and not every match can not every match of the night can be the main event. So I kind of like that realism to it in a sense.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Probably where it's probably where the tournament bracket fell too, so you didn't have a choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here's the whole thing with it. We focus primarily on what would be a big draw for the main event. And it's more of the idea of, hey, would John Starr and Brett mention based off name alone be a big draw? Or would James the Archangel and Azareth Smith, who have had an incredible established match previously, be a bigger draw to a crowd?
Very true.
Yeah.
Because nobody would have, you never would have expected Brett and Johnny to steal the show the way they did.
Yes.
No,
realistically.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's beside the point. We're reviewing. That's a whole different.
That's a whole different podcast.
Yeah.
I'll give some spoiler alerts. By the way, you see two of these people on the screen right now. We're gonna be releasing kind of series on one specifically on Owen's channel and the other on Casey's channel. I am going to be going over certain promo packages with Casey on Casey's channel and how they kind of came about, like how I edited them, how I picked the music, why I picked the music, and all that stuff.
Now, would you like me or all the three of us to be together for this? Or
yeah, I think so. And then for Owen, on Owen's channel, we'll be going over the matches and how we constructed the matches.
I think honestly, James, you're gonna want me on that as well.
Yes, you're going to be on for sure.
You absolutely want Mike on that.
I am honestly the Bret Hart of this company, and I can make a fucking
totally 100.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I can make 5-star quality out of fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Steve Austin calls it making chicken salad out of chicken shit.
Yeah.
And then he taught me how to make chicken salad out of chicken shit. And I'll explain one of those matches for sure.
Yeah. And the sad part is you still don't know whether to shit or wind you watch half the time.
Yes. That being said, now
Stone Cold references just all over the place.
We wasted enough time stroking our own egos with this.
Let's get to the matches now.
Finally, yeah.
So, first match on the show was a 6-man tag team match. It was the Hat Trick Incorporated. This is the part where everyone thinks I'm crazy because I got to talk about myself in a third person. So, Owen Finch.
That's never easy.
Call yourself by your nickname.
There you go. Yeah. The Birdman.
Makes it easier.
Yeah.
Even though you look way more crazy because you have it in the background.
Yeah. Right there.
Not gonna lie, I'm totally gonna rip off that. I'm gonna completely rip off that logo and use it on your jacket, whatever it's called.
I'll probably have to send you a picture of it, won't I?
Yeah. You will.
I know that lettering scheme off the top of my head in the game.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's so Western, isn't it?
What, this?
Yeah.
Yeah, want me to put it up to the camera so you can see it better?
Yeah, let me see that shit.
Just for the record, I cannot see Owen.
Oh, that kind of looks cool, bro.
Yeah.
Where'd you get that?
My sister does like sheep shows, and they're at like conventions, and she had this made for me.
Oh, it was at a convention. I was like, if your sister's a graphic design artist, have her give me a call so we can do some business.
No, It's whoever did that. But anyhow, so yeah, it's the Birdman, Chris Dodd, and Jonathan Brady. I always forget he's Jonathan Brady. He's not his real name.
Yeah, that's okay. Understand.
And I do gotta ask though. I mean, not that I hate the name, but why did you go with the Hat Trick Incorporated? Because I was kind of hoping you would use.
I got this.
Yep.
I got this. So the Hat Trick Incorporated is more it's a hockey quote specifically because it is based upon the Bruins idea, which is if you get a hat trick, it's 3 shots in a row.
3 goals in 1 game.
I see.
A perfect shot. That is like a game breaking thing if you can get 3 goals successfully in a row. So Incorporated went based upon the idea of Chris Dodd's nickname, which is the franchise.
Who also has the Bruins a steak to it. And then you have Jonathan Brady, who is literally a college football player. And then we got you, who's also an athlete. And your backstory, which we will unveil later, is the reason why you're super like agile is because you used to do track. Yeah, that makes sense to, have the 3 kind of sports characters known as the Hat Trick Incorporated as opposed to the Aftershock Corner.
Yeah.
Yes. And plus on top of it, Hat Trick Inc. as a t-shirt design works way better. And as a gimmick format primarily, it's 3 perfect athletes coming together into one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Created the perfect hat trick. That's the whole idea.
And obviously, but when this was made, Chris was supposed to be the leader, but that kind of changed now. So,
I mean, we're gonna do a thing where I think none of you are the leader, and it's kind of like a Shield thing.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a mix of the Shield and the Core. Because if I remember correctly, the motif behind the Core was there was no single leader; they were all a cohesive unit.
Well, that's what they say, anyways. So,
that was how it was originally supposed to be.
It's more the fact that you guys know each other well enough that there really doesn't need to be a. Let's be honest.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But we faced the Maggie Daddy Men members, Corey Dangerous, Little Andre, and Brett Mention.
I did not name that group, just letting it be known.
I kind of figured that's a James name. So.
No.
Actually, apparently that came from Mark Urell himself.
The character. So it was so horrid when I first heard it, and Mike was like, "We can't go with this. This just sounds so bad." I'm like, "It does. We're gonna go with it." And he's like, "Why?" Because what's more heat-inducing, the Wolfpack or the Maggie Daddy Men? What do you think the fans will boo more?
Yeah, exactly.
Think about it. You know what I mean? Like it is like stupid sounding, but at the same time, if you build something up to take on a whole new meaning, especially when, Brett mentioned, caved the head of Johnny Starr in the fucking ring post.
Yeah.
It ain't so funny anymore. And now they just fucking hate you.
Yeah.
So,
how many people were actually in it? Because I asked that because we never see them.
Actually, 5 now. Alicia Vasile, Mark Young, Brett mentioned, Corey Dangerous, and
Michael Andre.
And a 6th member to be released way later.
Yeah.
Because I asked that because we can never. Because I know in the game you can't make it so they're all in the same place together. So
trust me, we're gonna take care of that. Don't worry.
We've got plans.
But yeah, obviously this match made sense since Chris Dodd was screwed over in his tournament match, and then they tried to take me out after my match with Ramel Tsunami.
Yep.
And since Jonathan Brady's a friend, he doesn't want to see us get beaten the crap out of. So.
And also, if you think about it too, round 1, episode 2, Brett mentioned took on not Corey Dangerous. Brett mentioned took on Jonathan Brady.
Yeah.
And that was before he joined the Maggies officially. So he put in a hell of an effort, and people respected him for it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll say this too. I'll try to break down the matches move for move, but it's not going to be, the easiest to do it off the top of my head, but I'll do the best I can. But yeah, I liked how you had Chris Dodd and Dangerous start the match because that made sense because that's kind of what started this whole feud. And they started off doing some nice simple chain wrestling moves on each other. Jonathan Brady took out Corey Dangerous on the outside. He threw him into the steps. I loved when I hit like a dive like out of nowhere, like right after he went into the steps.
Yeah.
I was sick.
You mean the awesome corkscrew dive where you just jump and then go over the ropes?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Get it correct. He yeeted his way over the ropes.
He yeeted his way, indeed.
And then you had some nice double team moves on Chris Dodd, really getting the hit on him, preventing him from making the tag. I really like that you did that big man confrontation between Jonathan Brady and Little Andre. That was absolutely awesome. Little Andre basically kicked his ass because Jonathan Brady was kind of a bit too cocky, which if you know John in real life, that's pretty spot on kind of in a way. So
but hey man, we don't fuck around. Like when we say it's basically ourselves turned up to 11. It's ourselves turned up to fucking 11.
Yeah. Jonathan Brady got the heat. Brett mentioned hit the skull crushing finale right on Jonathan Brady, which was and then they attacked Jonathan Brady and Chris Dawn on the outside while I just stood around and did nothing. So I was a really helpful teammate right there. So
that's the one issue with the game.
CPU.
Yeah.
CPU has no fucking idea what they're doing.
And in some cases, though, it did work.
Yes.
In one instance, when he was doing the clubbing blows to Chris Dodd, Little Andre, and the clubbing blows, and then Brady came out, then Owen got him from behind after he was focusing his attention on Chris Dodd. Then he tagged in Brady, and then Brady just unloaded on this dude.
Yeah.
So in some instances, it kind of did work. So.
I noticed like one instance it didn't work though because he does it later on to Chris Dodd and Jonathan Brady was just standing there, so you kind of had to talk about it on commentary. Like, why is he watching? Maybe you're setting something up right there, but I feel like you just kind of because also too I believe in the game you can't interrupt that move, correct? Like it's
you can't sadly.
Yeah. We have breaking the kayfabe talking about the game, but whatever.
We can break kayfabe because this is a review of the show and we're the creator. I have no problem breaking kayfabe as long as it's not storyline based.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Exactly. Continue.
And then, I really like the spot where Jonathan Brady goes to go off the top turnbuckle and Corey Dangerous just catches him right in midair with an uppercut. It might have been Chris Dodd. I don't exactly remember.
No, it was Brady. You were right.
And then, obviously, my wheelbarrow, I believe it's called the Golden Owl, correct? It's some type of...
barrel owl.
Okay, barrel owl. And then I believe I hit the Birdman splash on the outside, which, you would think I would have learned my lesson from the first time, but if you know me in real life...
match.
Yeah, but if you know me in real life, I typically sometimes don't learn my lessons, so there you go.
What are we smoking weed in the bus?
So yeah, Blue Jay splash onto the outside.
Yeah, and then Brett mentioned hit the lift up low hammer elbow on Jonathan Brady, which busts him open. Like he was absolutely bleeding from that, which was really damn cool. And basically he struggled to make a tag. And there was a lot of spots where the heels prevented us from making a tag. Like, mainly it was me and Chris Dodd that took the heat, and Jonathan Brady was kind of the hot tag guy, which makes sense because Jonathan Brady's the big powerhouse of the group. And, there's points, where we have the match won, but it continuously gets broken up. But then eventually I go off the top rope for the Blue Jay splash, but Corey Dangerous gets the knees up and hits the Dangerous DDT for the win and makes the cover, and they get the win, which makes sense because you want to build up the Maggie Daddy Man as a strong, dominant force. So made sense for them to get the win here. And
the only place where big hosses are no longer big hosses.
Yeah.
The big
Not
hosses
just
can
big
fly.
hosses, in fairness.
The big
But,
hosses can fly.
Other spots before you grade this, I also want to kind of point out because some of the spots I really enjoyed were I really enjoyed when Chris Dodd directs traffic and makes sure that he's like directing you and Brady to take out the other two men while he hits the haluva kick. That's one of my favorite spots of the whole match, and you get such a close near fall on that.
I believe I came in and broke it up like right before the referee's hand hit the mat.
Yeah.
So.
The other spot I like, and it's beautiful every time he does it, is Chris Dodd doing the top rope Fameasser. It's awesome. No matter who the hell he does it to, it looks awesome.
That move's not supposed to work, by the way.
Yeah, it was not supposed to work, but it worked so well
that we just kept it in.
It was amazing. He did a top rope Fameasser. That's not, dude. Don't tell me that's not an immortal moment. I don't give a fuck. I will fight you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And if I may, my favorite parts of this match actually have to do with the little things that make a spot work. Owen, you already mentioned when Corey Dangerous hit the Dangerous DDT for the win. If you look real closely, I believe it's Chris Dodd running to
he's like laser focused on Andre, trying to take out Andre, but Andre notices that Corey got the knees up.
Yep, and if you see him,
send him out of the ring.
Yep, you see it just out of the corner of your eye at the very far right of the frame on hard cam. Little Andre actually low bridges Chris Dodd, and then just as the Dangerous DDT is hit, I believe it's Brett or is it Andre that goes and hits a spear on John Brady.
It's Andre who does both, and then Brett holds Chris Dodd back to make sure he can't break up the pin. Yep.
Yeah,
which allows Corey Dangerous to get the win.
It's brilliant.
Which is what the Maggies are so good at doing.
Yeah.
The little things to make sure they get the win while coming across as the biggest dicks in the business.
And I got busted open from that too, the Dangerous DDT.
And not just any Dangerous DDT. You also got to remember you hit the apron on that too. Your character.
Yeah.
So it was brutal. It was an awesome match. It was a great way to
If we're keeping score too, by the way, apron 2, me 0 because I hit the apron.
Because that's how you lost in round 1.
Yes.
I will say, Owen.
I didn't even think of that.
Out of everybody in the roster, your eliminations specifically have always been very creative.
Yeah.
Fucking
Can we also say, not only have you lost to the apron twice, you lost via your head 3 times. Concussion in the first match, concussion in the second match, and now the concussion in the third match.
I'm getting into Dolph Ziggler territory when it comes to concussions.
You're getting to the point where you're going to be Abdullah the Butcher, and you're going to constantly have that fucking hazy look in your eyes every time you look around.
Where's my watermelon?
Hopefully I don't get into Chris Benoit territory, though. Because
you'll be fine. Trust me.
Not going to happen.
I got to do my star rating.
What do you rate this match?
I thought this match really did a good job of setting the tone for the whole night. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a very high, fast-paced 6-man tag, but I really like how it had the story in it with the Maggie Daddy men. So I'm gonna go 3 3/4.
Yeah, I can roll with that.
Yeah,
it's an opener. It's not gonna. The opener of any good show should not be a 5-star match.
No,
definitely. If it is, and everything else on the roster after that point decreases, there's a problem. Yes. You want to aim for 3 and go all the way to 5.
Yes.
You're not going to do a fucking WCW Halloween Havoc where you see the second to last main event.
You see WWE Backlash of last year.
Battleground from 2017.
Mm-hmm. Hey, with that being said, Nick, what do you rate this match?
And what do you think of it? Anything else you want to talk about? We didn't really talk about.
No, I think you guys hit most of the points. I'd probably have to give this, just because usually I'm not that big into the triple or the tag stuff. Just because I don't usually, just because I have trouble paying attention to like who's doing what. But I'd probably have to give this a six stars.
Oh, jeez. It's not
No,
six.
no.
I mean, it's not 6 stars.
No.
It's like we go by 5. It's by 5, Nick. I should have probably said that. That's on me. Sorry.
Yeah, it's 1 out of 5 stars. You like that
That's
thing.
probably a 4-star.
Oh,
Okay.
Because it is a good match and it's very well executed and it's very well done, but it's just a personal thing for me, so that's just kind of why.
Which is about the upper edge of where you want to aim for. You want 4 stars if you can get it, but 3 is your pretty much butter zone for an opening match.
Exactly.
Yep.
So then we had the next match. It was the women's gauntlet match, where the winner would get a future shot at the Athena Championship.
Say what you got to say on this one, Owen. Go right ahead.
Yeah, this match was awesome. So basically, it was a gauntlet match. 2 people would start the win, and you have to basically survive the whole time, or just be lucky enough to come in last and win. Basically, if just go watch any WWE match, they like to throw these gauntlet matches out every 3 weeks. So,
see, in our case, we actually made it mean something.
It was not a contender for a
Because
belt
that's important.
shoot.
and this is
This is going to be the last time you're going to see this 10 gauntlet system.
Yeah, for a very long while too. By the way,
I mean, I bet this match is probably, for James, he probably took him a whole day to edit this match.
He did, but it was actually one of the most easy. It was the easiest match to edit, believe it or not.
Yeah, because we knew like right off the bat what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
We knew exactly how to cut this. Like we all sat down and said, "This is how this has to look. This is how everybody in this match is going to get eliminated over time, and we know exactly how we want to hit shit." Except for James's sneaky fucking editing for some stuff.
Yes.
Should we tell him? Should we tell
By the
him?
way, I do
Should we
want to
tell him
point
about
out
it now?
on this.
Should we tell him about it now? Give him a little preview for your series on Owen's channel.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to go into detail. You know.
Yeah.
I also want to point this out that when this is the part, like Nick was already like nerding out, but this is when the nerdgasm really started because he saw some of the cuts and he just went.
Yeah.
That is the closest you're gonna get to actually like his fucking face on this camera,
What?
right?
Yeah. But let's build to that though. I'll break down this match competitor by competitor.
And we're here to help.
You'll have to help me out because I didn't write down in the order. But
So it starts off with
I will just say the names of the competitors. I got you.
in order.
Yes. So we're gonna
starts off
start
with
things
Rebecca
off.
Rose.
First two. The first 2 that started the match are Rebecca Rose and Jen Facile.
Yep.
Go, Owen.
They had a nice back and forth exchange. I think they went about 7 or 8 minutes or so. And I really enjoyed the back and forth exchange. A very nice technical match. I should mention the rules. It wasn't. It was basically a one-on-one. You could get counted out. You could get just DQ'd, or you can lose by pinfall or submission. Well, there were rope breaks. Yeah, there were rope breaks in this match because that tied in. So, I thought they had a nice little exchange. I really like Rebecca Rose's 3 German suplexes into the 3 amigos that she hits. I think those are absolutely awesome.
Otherwise known as the Rose Petal Sequence into the Frog Splash.
Yes.
So you have the 6 petals and go straight into the actual stem.
Yes,
Great.
which is that's the whole idea. Yeah.
Yep. And I believe Jenny Facile, obviously. Actually, was it Rebecca Rose actually advanced? Am I correct?
Rebecca Rose advanced after that move sequence. Yes.
Yeah.
If some of the other
throws.
some of the other spots in this match were awesome knee strikes from fucking hell.
Yes.
You had one on the barricade by Jen Vasile that was just
Yeah.
absolutely brutal. You had another one just out of nowhere by Rebecca Rose. They went to the outside. Jen Vasile hits a tornado DDT. And then that eventually leads into the sequence to eliminate Jen. So I thought it was a great opener. It would then lead in to Brittany Mahomes to come out next.
Brittany Mahomes.
The
Well,
Allentown Assassin.
She hits the
mercenary.
and she hits the vigilante knee strike right away, which makes sense, obviously, because you want to win the match as fast as possible when you're fresh. So
yes, and it's also a tribute to her ex-tag partner, Joanna Ramos.
yes. I should mention a fun fact about this match. We're getting ahead of myself, but this was one of the only matches where the table didn't break. So you guys actually got an announce table for this match the whole time.
Finally.
But yeah, Brittany Mahomes and Rebecca Rose go at it. She hits the German suplexes and goes for the frog splash, but doesn't get it. And Brittany Mahomes ends up eliminating her. I forget how though.
Oh, I got you. I'll help you with a couple of these spots. So
Yeah.
Brittany Mahomes comes in like a house of fire. Vigilante, springboard, moonsault DDT.
Yes.
Then Rebecca Rose almost cuts the momentum clear off with a vicious knee strike. But then Brittany is able to kind of roll back out of the ring. They brawl on the outside. Then Brittany Mahomes hits a crazy move on the outside, springboard wise. It eventually kind of goes into a nice technical match. So it's kind of like the high fly versus the mat technician, which leads into the 3 German suplexes. Rebecca's trying to make sure she cuts her momentum off any way she can. So she just goes for the 3 Germans instead of going for the whole rose petal sequence. It costs her to the point where Brittany Mahomes catches her with a flying code breaker.
Right, that was a finish, yeah.
And that eliminates Rebecca Rose.
Yes.
Hell of an elimination, I think.
Yeah, I thought so. And then next was Alicia Facile, and she comes out from underneath the ring and waylays Brittany Mahomes. And
Vicious clothesline.
yeah, and then she hits the power bomb.
Cross power bomb onto the apron. Her head smashes off the apron.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Quick elimination for Alicia Facile, getting the dominance right there, right away.
And I like that goes straight into these women can come from fucking anywhere. This isn't WWE where everybody has to go down the ramp and extend the match time by about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I liked it too because it made not Brittany Mahomes, Alicia Facile come off as like very dominant. So,
Well, she was also trained for a short time by Corey Dangerous, so that is only natural for her.
and then next was Diona Tommaso. They had like a really nice big women exchange. If you watch NXT UK, not this week, but the last one, this was basically Piper Niven versus Renee Gonzalez.
Oh yeah,
all over.
that's a
again.
good comparison. Actually, I like that comparison.
I like that they did this, like the fall away slams and such, like onto the concrete. And I should mention that, there is a 20 count. It's not a 10 count. It's the Japanese style of rules.
Because fuck that bullshit.
Which, you guys talk this out, so, because you guys are going to fix it, because you can't really hear the referees count, so it's tougher so you guys are going to fix that, so,
That's our first time actually having a counter actual system.
Well, one of the first. Casey, if you want, you can just go get toilet paper, dude.
Yeah, I may as well. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. All right, Owen, continue.
But yeah, like I said, you guys are gonna fix that count out system thing. I mean, it's not like it didn't take away from the match, or anything like that. It's just,
No, I agree, Owen. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
You're watching it all the way through, and you're like, wow, I would love to know what the fuck the ref's saying. But
Yeah.
we'll add it
Now
in.
imagine commentating it.
Yeah.
Not hearing a fucking thing.
And then they get back into the win, and Alicia Facile eventually gets the win. I believe she won with like some type of burning hammer, I believe.
No. Alicia Vecchio, here's how she won this. So, I got you on this. So,
I got you, fam.
So Deanna's just beating the crap out of her in the first stint. She comes in like a house of fire, very similar to how Rebecca Rose was cutting off momentum. Alicia Vecchio does it the same way, but in a much more vicious way. She hits her with her own version of the dangerous DDT. She calls this the skull fracture, which I think is a great name for the cold skull gimmick. She then just starts waylaying on her with submission strikes, and I mean the strikes were freaking vicious. Yeah. These were some vicious blows.
She's the one. Deanna Tommaso does the third degree, correct? That's the one.
Deanna Tommaso, yeah, she is also a vicious striker. She gets the upper hand. Some of the spinning elbow sounded brutal.
That's one thing I noticed on the show too. Is your strikes actually sounded like brutal on this show.
Oh yeah, we went all out with this show. We wanted to make it sound like a legitimate wrestling show.
Yeah.
On top of, if anybody doesn't watch wrestling that often, in the case of Nick, like when you see it, like we want it to not just look like a wrestling show. We want the shit to look like a fight.
Yeah.
Like this shit looks like they're legitimately beating the shit out of each other.
Which, let's be honest, one of the matches near the end, like halfway through the night, proves that fucking point.
Yeah, absolutely. This is how Alicia basically eliminated Deanna. She hits the skull fracture DDT on the metal ramp. She gloats a little bit, and it looks like it's almost going to come back to haunt her. So Deanna Tommaso hits a neckbreaker on the metal ramp. She starts waylaying her with fists, like she's pissed off, and that comes back to haunt her. And in typical Maggie Daddy fashion, they use their own anger against each other. Mm-hmm. She throws her back into the ring, hits this vicious clothesline, just slugs her right into the freaking head, hits a big boot right to the head. Then she hits. This is called the Driller.
Okay.
The Driller is essentially she goes into a Hurricane Rana formation, jumps off and catches you in a DDT formation and just completely spikes you. Have you ever seen the RKO that Randy Orton did to Van Dam where he just spiked him clear on his head? That's the basic comparison for anybody that hasn't seen the show. And if you haven't, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly.
And then the skull fracture comes back into play. That's the final move that puts Deanna Tommaso away. So
I'll tell you what's wrong with those people. I'll tell you what's wrong with those people. They have these little things called lives.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
But with that being said, then it goes into the next elimination, or not elimination, but competitor, which is Jenna Lee, who then also comes out from under the ring and completely catches Alicia Vecchio by surprise.
Yeah, which I like.
Awesome.
And I do want to say
tactic was used against me.
Yeah.
By the way, Alicia Vecchio came from the crowd, not necessarily from the under the ring.
Okay. And they have also a really nice exchange. Really enjoyed that. And I believe Jenna
Lee won probably one of the best, like it's the best equivalent of a hot tag in this match that you're going to get without actual tags.
Yeah.
She went insane in this match.
She went
first like minute, close onto the back of the head.
Like a house fire.
Close onto the back of the head. Moonsault. Springboard. Like she did like I think 6 different moves in rapid succession from each other. In the first minute of this exchange. What?
Yeah.
That was awesome. I love it.
And I believe she got the win. Is she the one that does the extreme pedigree?
Yeah, the extreme makeover that we're calling it now. But before we even get to that, and here comes my editing genius shit that Mike was talking about earlier. The sneaky editing jobs that I do here.
You mean sneaky, I must masturbate my dick?
Yes. So Jenna Lee hits Alicia with a vicious strike, lays her out for a bit. she's trying to get up, and she's turned away from Jenna. Jenna is going for a diving move from the top rope. She's taunting to the crowd, and then out of nowhere, Alicia turns around and waylays her with a dangerous uppercut out of fucking nowhere.
That was awesome.
1, 2,
Kick
this
out.
close to a 3. Nope.
Yeah.
And then it leads into a freaking ridiculous springboard fest where Alicia does a tope con hilo. Then after that, Alicia is trying to go for another move, and then Jenna reverses that into her own springboard. She hits a spear into a corkscrew splash, and then she sends her back into the ring for the Extreme Makeover elevated. Then she puts her in the corner for the Extreme Makeover, which is the pedigree from the second rope. 1, 2, 3. She's eliminated.
I love the finish. And next was
Vamp Candy.
Vamp Candy. And I really love what happened here. Vamp Candy tries to do exactly what Alicia Faccio did and Jenna Lee, but it doesn't work. And in this case, she does the Disciples thing where she turns the lights off, and then the lights come back on, and then Jenna Lee, like a ninja, has eyes on the back of her head, catches her with the Extreme Makeover. Which I like because, I like it because it shows that your athletes, aren't stupid. This trick's only going to work so often. It would make sense, too. Like, she literally just did this trick. If she fell for it, it would have made her look, like, really stupid. So I like it. You didn't have a fall for it.
I like the idea of, imagine it's the Undertaker and he turns off the lights. And then when the lights come back on, Kane already has him in the fucking hold for the choke slam. And just choke the shit out of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I've done this before, dumbass. I know exactly what you're about to do.
But she doesn't get the pinfall because Vamp Candy's still too fresh, so it doesn't work.
We also have to talk about another ridiculous moment because right after that
was the shooting star press into the.
No.
Oh, that's the next match.
No. We'll get to that. That's not even a shooting star press, but we'll get to that. But this is more so, what is it? She catches Jenna Lee into a backbreaker as Jenna Lee is trying to get up. Wham with a kick. Like, it was so fucking brutal. She just waylays her with a kick. It gives her an advantage to toss her over the ropes and hit an elevated deep cut, which is a RKO, and just lays out Jenna Lee.
Yeah, and I think
1, 2, again this close to a win, but no. What a fucking exchange in the beginning, and the exchange doesn't stop. These two women go back and forth.
I believe.
And then Owen, you can break down the ending.
I believe this is when they did the submission clinic too, where they both just spam submission moves on each other, half Boston Crab. And they just continuously don't want to give up. So I really like that. I believe I know a Vamp cut was the finish, but I believe the deep cut.
The deep cut is on the concrete is what finished Jenna Lee, yes. And this was after a bunch of head trauma moves onto the metal ramp and concrete area.
And she got counted. And she got counted out. So
for the full 20, yep.
Yeah, which I like because you have to put that that stipulation over because and it's not like she got stupidly counted out too, like she
destroyed her to get her counted out. And then you think to yourself,
so Vamp Candy,
who the hell can stop Vamp Candy?
So Vamp Candy is celebrating in the ring, and then Josh Blake, our ring announcer, says, introducing entrant number 8, the Huntress.
Joanna Ramos.
Then the quote-unquote, that bitch.
Yes.
And as I've said many times throughout the tournament, and I didn't get to say this on commentary, but I had long wanted to say this to one of the disciples. Vamp Candy, be ready to be afraid.
Dude, this like you were like Vamp Candy's brutal, and then the minute the fireworks like went off and the music of Silent Gun kicked in, you're like, oh god,
Here we go.
Shit.
Yeah. And this is when the 450 into the.
Oh, we're gonna hold on.
We'll get to that.
Let's start from the beginning. The first exchange of the match, they ninja.
Yes.
Joanna Ramos tries a drop kick. You have Vamp Candy does a spin kick, and they cancel each other out. Then they do a freaking test of strength, and then they're going at it, grapple for grapple. You got these girls like going nuts. All of a sudden, Vamp gets hit. She goes to the top rope, tries to do a moonsault, gets caught with the double knees. Joanna Ramos then tries to go for the jackhammer. She hits it in succession. Then she goes to the top rope. 450 formation. Bam! Caught with a deep cut again. 1, 2. Charles Robinson's fucking hand was
about this close.
To my goddamn 3. And by the way, we talked about Nick's nerdgasm earlier. You thought he was nerding earlier. This is the point where he was just like, "What the fuck? What the hell just happened?"
I think I said the same thing too. Like,
and the night we screened this amongst ourselves, I actually had to work. I got called into work during this part of the show. I don't think I was back until.
No, you were there for the original screening on Friday, actually. Remember?
Yeah, I'm talking about Saturday when Nick and others actually showed up.
Yeah. So Nick and Nikos, when Nikos first saw it, he was just like, "What the fuck, James?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?" I'm like,
well,
I don't know, man.
The whole thing is when we were doing that match specifically, we wanted to do a move that nobody else has ever seen before. And the 450 into the RKO has not been done.
I swear to God, I thought Styles and Orton were going to do it, and they didn't. I'm like, we're going to be the first ones to do it. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Because that shit's dangerous, but we can get away.
Wait, James, are you talking about when they fought at WrestleMania?
Yeah, I thought they were going to do that. I honestly thought they were going to do that, and they never did, and I'm like, yes, we're going to be the first ones to pull this off on a fucking show.
There's only one way that we can make a catch out of nowhere look even better, and I don't even want to spoil it.
Yeah.
It's going to be fucking nuts.
You're gonna see it, and you're going to drop a brick, especially if we can get this to work properly.
But before we do that, before you continue, Owen, with your breakdown of this portions, Nick, can you give a live recount of your initial reaction when you saw the 450 for the first time, counted under the RKO?
So watching it, I'm already like, okay, this is already like really like has me on the edge of my seat. Then
that happens,
and I'm just like, wait, what? Did that just happen?
You fucking jumped.
I literally was like,
you actually jumped. You not only was your ass on the edge of your seat, you literally jumped.
Literally.
And it was like, what the fuck?
And the first time Nico saw it, and I loved the reaction that he gave when it happened, he went...
That's the thing about Nick and Nikos. They give great reactions.
Owen does too. You guys are like our reaction crew.
It's one of those moves that when you see it, I mean, yes, the camera angles that are in there to build up that this move's going to hit. But it's more the fact that when it does hit, you are so fucking shocked that it actually works.
Yeah.
Dude,
PWG doesn't even have the balls to try that.
Dude, think about the angle of the camera too. Like even the angle that I got it on. No one somebody expected something, but no one expected the deep cut to counter that move.
No way.
Who the fuck expected that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was rendering it, and I got Mike and Casey on, and I was like, hey, you know how you wanted me to do that thing?
He called us during the middle of a booking session.
I called him in the middle of a booking session. You remember how you guys wanted me to do that thing? I did the thing, and then Mike's like,
and yes,
God,
folks,
you fucking madman.
And yes, folks, just so we could put this in here as a little thing. Me, Casey, I Casey, James, and I should put it in an actual format in English instead of garbage language. Sit down,
Garbaggio.
actually sit down and do booking sessions.
Mm.
We actually figure out how shit is gonna work.
Yes.
Instead
Yeah.
of-
This
instead of-
this one in particular was in a KFC in Kingston.
But yeah, that move was just absolutely nuts.
Can I just add in here? Just WWE in general is literally just, hey, were you in pain today? Well, prepare for even more pain
Yeah.
for the
Yeah,
rest of the
much.
week.
Yeah, pretty
Did you-
much.
Did you go to
Literally,
the
literally, I don't even think I told you guys this. After watching the show, I literally slept for 2 days and could barely walk because I was like, it hurts to walk because I still feel pain.
Now, I will say WYW is the thing you don't want to watch after you get your wisdom teeth pulled,
Oh, God,
because
no.
you'll have that moment of, oh no, my mouth hurts, watching somebody get super kicked. Oh hell no.
What about
Ca-
the
ca-
freaking deep cut
ca-
reverse?
ca-
Think about this. If they got their wisdom teeth pulled out, right, and they see the 450 into the deep gut reversal,
They're running back to the dentist like, can I have my Novocaine, please?
fucking Christ.
That's
Anyway,
when that's
before we ramble on about this spot
Also-
anymore,
Also, just for the record, I think for the most part, James, I think this was you and Mike playing this match? This whole
Yeah,
gauntlet
you
section?
know, it was all three of us. We worked on it. You, me, and Mike all played this match. All of them. All of us. I don't remember who the fuck played who, because...
No, because that's impossible.
Yeah.
But I know specifically that we decided so that way every single match feels different because it's different outcomes and we're playing different styles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why all three of us played it. That being said, continue, Owen, before we ramble on anymore about this epic spot.
Yeah.
Ramble on!
I believe
The time is now! The
the
time
finish
is
of this
now!
match was Joanna Weymouth hit the vigilante knee. I think I got messed up the first time because in 2K14 when you don't hit your finisher properly.
Yeah. Well, that actually happens later, believe it or not. You're talking specifically about where she does hit the 450 in succession and then hits the jackhammer after, I think.
Yeah, correct.
Which is how Vamp it gets eliminated.
Yes.
And then
And then
we
it
get
was Breezy
to
Bree.
Breezy Bree.
And she came out to the crowd. And I thought this match was very good as well. I mean, all the matches in the Women Gauntlet were very good.
And think about this, too. The first moment in the match, crucifix pin, gets a
Yeah.
1 count, but then mic check, then mic drop. And you're
Yeah.
thinking to yourself, oh,
There's no way this is
fucking
gonna happen.
God.
Is
What?
this actually gonna happen?
And
Cover?
you thought the
two.
deep cut was ridiculous. 1, 2, and his hand literally hit the mat for the 3, but fucking Joanna gets it right up before it happens.
Yes.
You want to talk about an Undertaker-like kick out? There it is, my guy. There it is.
That was
You like Undertaker, dude?
You like beat the streak mode? We just brought it into a match.
Yeah,
Which
right.
I think that's how you did this match because I forgot this was the year that you were able to have that type of setup in this match. So
Actually, no. No.
No, we
I
didn't
went-
use beat the streak. This was all one-on-one matches.
Yes.
They were all different matches combined into one. It was 8 matches combined into one match. Because
We
I'm a
recorded
fucking
them-
crazy psychopath.
We recorded them in like 5 to 8 minute blocks.
Mike said to me, "This is a bad idea, James. What the hell are you thinking?" And I'm like, if all three of us work on this, this is going to be awesome.
And
It's
it
still
was-
a bad idea. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and we turned chicken shit into chicken, into honey
Salad.
chicken barbecue.
No,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. We turned chicken shit to rotisserie fucking chicken, okay?
Now I want rotisserie chicken. Goddamn it! All right, continue.
you have to break down the finish because
I got you. Then a snap suplex where she eliminates Breezy Bree, smashing her on the back of her head, then into the vigilante moonsault, which then eliminates her for the 1-2-3.
And then it's Lizzie Gray.
Lizzie Gray comes in. I'm going
the
to try to break this
recipient-
down so that way we're not stuck on this match for so long.
The recipient of the
Can I
world's
tell you one
greatest
thing I like?
suplex.
Can I tell you one thing I liked about it though?
Go for it.
Last two women that got eliminated in the semifinals of the Athena tournament were the last two in this gauntlet match.
Mhm.
In case the one,
Surprise, motherfucker.
I didn't
in
even
case
think
the one-
about that.
No, you're the one that pointed out to me. When we were watching the show, you said
You did point it out to him, yeah.
Yes, during the screening. When it was
yeah.
on commentary, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. So that was pretty damn awesome. Now, James, I'll let you break the match down.
Vigilant, dude, I'm gonna just go right for the ending. I honestly, if you
Well, I like
want to
the-
see a great ending sequence, go watch this final part of the Gauntlet. If nothing else, you should really watch the whole Gauntlet because it's awesome. But
Just watch the whole card. It's amazing. Now,
I
granted,
noticed
you probably
too,
don't want
by
to
the
watch
way,
it in pieces, but still.
In the video package, Lizzie Gray does a voice, but like before this, she didn't voice. Like it's not her voice that does the voice acting.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
just whatever. We might as well use it once, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, as I was saying, we're gonna get right to the end. Lizzie Gray pulls out the vigilante. Then she hits the chaos there, and you think, "Oh my God, she might lose here."
Yeah.
Oh shit. Rolls out of the way, kicks her right in the stomach in the moonsault, sends her to the outside, 450 splash onto the outside, knocks out Lizzie Gray, 1-2-3.
And you even said to me, "You think that's it?" And I'm like, "No, that's not it." And I'm like, and then when it was 3, I was like, I mean, I wasn't saying what like it was 2. I was like, "That's it." Like I didn't expect it to be it. I like it because I kind of like it when you know, you don't always win with your finisher because you got to put over other moves to be in the end of the match. So I like that that it ended out of nowhere. I really
Yes.
like Lizzie Gray's Cradle DDT that she hits. I think that's pretty
Oh,
good.
that was awesome. Yeah.
And
yeah,
I believe
I'm-
didn't Alicia Facile and Diona Tommaso do like a Cradle Tombstone as well? I believe one of them did.
Alicia
Alicia,
Facile did the
that would be
Cradle
Alicia.
Tombstone, yes.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, there was some great spots, great moves in this match that are unveiled.
Deanna's more famous for her flying headbutt.
If you're listening to this and you're like, wow, I really want to check it out, just watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's
There's-
all there. Now, granted, you're going to want to watch it in parcels because, you
No,
know,
you want to
8-hour
watch
show.
watch the women's gauntlet in its entirety. If you try to cut it, it fucking ruins it. You have to watch.
Oh, no. I'm talking about watch the whole show in parcels.
Yes.
But yeah, this woman's gauntlet match I thought was great because typically, you know, when you see a gauntlet match, it follows a typical formula. It had a formula, but it wasn't like a typical formula you always see with a gauntlet match. It was actually different stuff that was happening. You had different style of matches going on in this match.
Yes,
So,
because we like to innovate. We like to do
Yes.
things that nobody else is willing to fucking do, or at least, hey, this would be a pain in the ass to do in IRL. Fuck it, we'll just do it in the game and see if it could work. Then hopefully somebody later goes, yeah, let's try to copy their system because it
Yeah.
seems like it actually works.
We're gonna if they copy our system, Jim Cornette in real life is gonna hate us and be like, "Oh, now people are doing video game spots because of these
Yeah.
assholes."
I thought this match
Who
was.
the fucking fuck is gonna be able to survive falling in a fucking power bomb from a fucking from the top of a goddamn ladder all the way to the outside? That's impossible. Okay, fucking, and then PWG does it and he goes, well, fuck my ass.
This ain't the damn shit I ordered.
But yeah, I thought.
We ordered the damn shit.
I
Anyway.
thought this match was great. I gave it 4 stars.
Nick, what about you?
I love the Athenas. Anything with the Athenas, it really, they're some of my favorite matches to watch. They're so technical
And brutal.
well, not only that, compared to some other wrestling stuff, there's actual, like, you can actually see a lot more skill to it. It's not just, hey, here's gimmick.
Yeah.
There's actual, like, you are on the edge of your seat. You want to see what they're going to continue to pull out.
And I love that we have the Athena like division during a time where WWE is saying we are done with the Divas Revolution.
Which, yeah, don't even get me fucking started.
Yeah.
I
That's a
know.
different video.
I'm just pointing it out there that I love this one line from Owen the most. We blew the Athena Revolution out of the fucking water.
You mean
You
the
mean the
Divas
Divas.
Revolution?
You said
Yeah.
we
the Athena division blew the women's revolution out of the water.
Yep.
Yes.
because you didn't talk about 30 times in a match that you would do in a
No.
women's evolution. You just
No
I,
point.
I think the only time we've even mentioned it is during the
Lizzie Gray and
intro-
Vera McGarden, I think.
Yeah, at Gold
That's
Rush.
the only time, and I compared it with in its entirety of the Revolution. I mentioned Gail Kim and Awesome Khan. I mentioned Sasha Banks Bailey, and then I mentioned Lizzie Gray versus Vera McGarden. And I don't know about you, but I think that match lived up to the hype. And then we had this gauntlet.
Is
Are you
it-
out of your
is-
mind?
Is it because it has a suplex that's fucking amazing?
Yes.
A
That's-
25-foot suplex clear through 3 tables.
yeah.
Excuse me.
Nick watched that for the first time and was like,
That
again,
hurt. That
it hurt.
That just was like, oh my god.
Nikos, the minute he saw that, jumped out of his fucking seat. It's like, okay, what the fuck?
And
Almost flipped
he was
Cher
stomped,
over.
and he was stomping around so hard. We were in Matt Nova's house at the time. Matt Eldridge, who was a friend of ours. We were in his upstairs apartment at the time. Nikos was making so much noise because he was so hyped. He was stomping around. He woke up the frickin' neighbors.
Yeah.
And then the neighbor was like, what the hell are you two doing? What the fuck is this? You gotta look into the corner of his eyes like,
By the way, is now a fan of the show.
yes. Yes, that's also very true. We go from that.
Yeah.
What do you think? Continue, Nick. You were on a roll with your
Yeah,
point.
like you guys are saying. I also like it because there's so much, none of them feel like another diva. They all feel, unlike WWE where it's like, hey, here's 3 of them that they all feel like the same person sometimes.
Yeah.
They're all distinct, and I love it.
No. Here's how I'm going to describe WWE Divas at least from early 2005 up to now. Is I am a gimmick, and I will talk with this format of wording as much as I possibly can. There's no emotional depth with it, and I feel like at least gimmick base with our divas, our Athenas. My apologies for fucking putting them in such a lower class. Yeah, I said that. Fucking quote me. Is that yes? There are some incredible female superstars in the opposite company, but we built all of our shit homegrown and didn't need some preppy fucking MMA fighter to come in out of nowhere and just go fuck kayfabe. Who needs it?
Yeah. That's pretty much.
Shots fired.
And if she has a problem with me saying that, I will say one final piece. Become a better voice actor so I don't have to watch you on TV anymore.
Ooh, Nick, what's your grade?
I think he already said 4 stars.
No, my grade for this, with almost anything Athena, usually ends up being 5-star.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I love the Athena stuff.
We got one. Hold on. I'm getting the list.
Oh, he's in the list.
Well, hold on, Mike. We gotta combine the rating, so technically it's a 4.5 star between Owen and Nick.
Yeah. Sorry.
Nick gives it 5.
I give
Owen gave it 4.
God, you know what though? It's a good match. It's not slow paced and it's not too fast. It's a good medium ground.
And now we move on to the next match, which is another tag match.
I know what it is.
Yes, go for it.
Do it.
Taka
Ow.
Michinoku and Victor Sagat versus I forget his real name.
I got you.
Jack Robinson, or Cruzon, whatever you want to call him. And Matt Harrington with Chris Foster inside. Now, I asked James a question. You
Yes.
know, why did you put Chris Foster inside? Why didn't you have him have a match or something? But you said you just watched
Okay,
the show. You have a
so
plan.
I will. All right, so I will give the kayfabe reason, and I will give
Well,
I'll give the real life reason. So the kayfabe reason is because instead of doing the 2-on-3 handicap match, which we probably could have done, but we just decided to say screw it. That's kind of a weak thing to do.
yeah,
We decided to have Chris Foster kind of run interference and try to help them as much as he could before he got ejected.
which happens in the game. So
Exactly. So that's kind of the whole kayfabe of it. You know, like the London Devastation finally get theirs after what they did to Taka. You know, as far as the real life reason, and Nick can concur with me on this, Jason G was actually supposed to be a part of this match for reasons we will not get into on here. Just couldn't be a part of the match, so we decided instead of Chris Foster being a part of an actual match, we would have him run interference in a match, and then have a thing happen later.
Faction,
yes,
which makes this heel faction feel more like a unit when he's doing the classic managerial position of, I am going to fuck with the ref the entire match so my guys can get the pinfalls.
yes,
Yeah. So yeah, we had a tag match, but the heels decided, you know what? We need a Jimmy Hart. Chris Foster, you're up.
yep. So yeah, another great match here.
Some of the star moments in the entire show.
Yeah. You had Victor Sagat start off the match, and he started off very aggressive in this match. And him and Taka really worked really well as a tag team. They hit like a double wheelbarrow suplex. They do the drop toe hold into the elbow drop right across the spine. And right when Taka gets in the match, he wants Kuzon. And he finally gets Kuzon. And Kuzon, at first kicks his ass. Because I don't think Taka expected Kuzon to show as much as he was going to show. Which I liked. And
I've only seen Jack in one match.
Yeah.
In the entire
Two.
show. Not enough
Two.
to work with.
Yeah, 2 if you count the 6-man tag at Goldbush.
Yes.
Which you should, because it's great.
And they do the spot where Kuzon does the elbow drop through the table right on the Taka. Before that, Taka would hit a brain buster on Kuzon, which busted him open, which makes sense because if you get dropped on your head, I think you're gonna get busted open. And then he hit the Michinoku driver, but he gets broken up. So no, it doesn't get broken up. This is when Chris Foster gets on the apron, and then he gets ejected, which Jonathan Cater loved.
No, actually, that was when Victor hit the Lycan driver.
Oh, right. Then
you also got to remember too. I think before that happened, Taka actually kicked out of the Brexit breaker, which is a move that almost left him incapacitated and have to forfeit his spot in the tournament.
Which Nathan and I didn't even notice at first because we were too busy MFing each other over something stupid that I said.
Yeah. One thing, though, I really loved about this, and this is where the computers actually helped you, when there's a spot in this match where when Taka and Kuzon go at it, the computers, Victor and Matt Harrington, are off on their own. They're just fighting on the outside, so the only thing you can see is Taka and Kuzon going at it. That actually worked to your benefit, actually.
Yeah, it worked out really well to our benefit. Yeah, very much so.
So I really liked that. And then the rest of the match is building the story where Victor Sagat has to watch Taka Michinoku get his ass kicked, and you just see Victor just you could just see he's getting pissed off, but he has to keep it inside because he had his team disqualified. And if you kind of know Victor in real life, that's kind of how he is.
That's very true to his personality. He's a very angry. He's a very angry man.
And
almost said very angry black man.
I really hope that this gets into the
Victor would be like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hold this up here.
Oh, I see.
There we go. We're just gonna hold that.
You wasted a valuable page in your creatory notebook on that
Beat
shit?
up for life. Hey.
Hey.
You wasted a valuable page of your creator's notebook on that broad?
But
Good.
when
It's very
Victor
true. I should have given her a subsection.
Oh my God. All right, let's just go.
when Vic,
Fucking hell. What the fuck?
but when
Oh,
Victor
it's
Scott finally gets tagged in,
Yep.
he explodes. Like, this was no hot tag. This was like on a hot tag on fire tag. Like,
Dude, it was a hot tag in the middle of a forest while there was a drought and it was on fucking fire.
Also,
Yeah.
Yellowstone National Park.
Yes.
and he beats
Yeah.
the crap out of Matt Harrington. He destroys this dude. And he hits the Lycan bomb.
He
Gets
hits.
the win.
He hits the lunar eclipse suplex, which is a half Nelson suplex where he just drives you on his head.
It's
Yeah.
basically
And
the
then-
Moonlight Driver.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like the Moonlight Driver. That's a
I
better
hate
name. But regardless, yeah,
Well, the top
Moonlight
rope,
Driver,
yeah.
whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it. Then the
We're going-
Lycan
We're
Driver.
gonna go with the Lunar Eclipse.
And
And,
then we did the Lycan Driver, which is 1, 2, 3, gets and Taka also spear Jack, and he only got up right when the 2 hit, and then he realized, oh shit, he got pinned,
Yeah.
which was awesome.
Yes. And yeah, I really like this. There's also build the story because Victor Sagat wanted to prove himself that he could be, a valuable player in WIW, and if this doesn't prove himself, I don't know what will. So, so I really like this. I gave this match 4.25 stars.
He proved himself the first night that he first came in. He went against fucking one of the big guys of the show.
Michael X.
Yeah.
And it took Michael X literally breaking his spine to put him away.
Oh yeah.
Almost breaking his spine completely, yeah. And
I think this was more though of like morally he felt like he had to prove himself again since he had been out for so long though. So yeah, another great match here. I gave it 4.25. I really enjoyed this. Huh?
WIW. We never forget.
Yeah. And yeah, I thought when I was talking to you guys, I thought this was going to be Taka's, last match. You were just going to bring him in just to, give your company a buzz, and then Taka would go do whatever.
No, we're not that type of company that we have a piece of talent. We're going to use them as long as we can.
Yeah.
like, I think, like, a lot of people were like, why are you bringing, like, even Johnny said, why are you bringing in a guy like Taka? Like, wouldn't that kind of defeat the purpose? Then Shawn Maverick and Taka happened. He's like, okay, you have to make this guy a part of the fucking roster full time. You can't get rid of him. And I'm like, yeah, goddamn right.
Taka is honestly
Let's-
the innovator, like a real innovator of the Japanese strong style, mixing American formatted wrestling with Japanese strong style and lucha libre-esque moves to give himself a mixed wrestling moveset.
Is one of the first hybrid wrestlers of our time, really.
And this is something that you're only going to get on this channel. Me and James and Casey haven't really talked about it. When James and I first made Taka Michinoku, we went through about 10 to almost 15 hours of footage to do his moveset. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because we wanted to make
We
it
wanted it perfect, man.
exact.
Yeah.
As exact as we could get it, and I think we did a hell of a job. But yeah, man, this match was just great.
Yeah.
It was a great third match. Like, there's not one dud on the show,
There really isn't. In 8 hours of content, not one thing is boring.
Yep.
I didn't get
with that.
I even kept saying I'm not bored. I kept asking how long has the show been going on for. Not like I was bored. I'm just trying because I was
You're
trying
asking like, what time is it?
Yeah.
Because you're like, it doesn't feel like it. And I'm
It was
like, well, it's this time, and then you're like, it's been 5 hours. I don't even think it's been 3.
Yeah.
Anyway, with that being said, Owen, what do you rate this?
Well, I gave it 4.25.
Yeah, you gave it 4.25. That's why I'm going to Nick here.
Well, you said my name.
Yeah,
Oh,
you said-
I meant Nick.
First, I just need to say, Victor, one of my favorite people in the entire roster, because I love watching him.
Just
I
go to
love
town on
watching
some poor
matches.
soul.
Just because every time he walked in, I'm like, yeah, whoever he's facing, probably not going to come out of here without a few injuries
Broken.
because he's just intense. But
Definitely.
That's his
yeah.
personality.
So as I said before, usually I have trouble getting into tag team matches, but I've been following the Taka storyline since it began, since Taka came in, and it's it's a storyline that's kept my
Attention.
and like the whole time. So I'm 5, just because I love that storyline so much.
You giving it a 5? Serious?
No, I think he cut out. What are you giving it?
Sorry. Hold on. Nick, can you hear us? Nick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay,
something
there you
happened with that. What? Say what you were saying
because
again.
I just normally it would have been like a 4.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Well, continue.
Yeah.
Something's happening. I think he's
I
on a
said-
fucking delay again.
Normally, I would have given it. Normally, if it was most of the tag matches, because I have trouble getting into tag stuff, I would have given it a 4. But because I've been following the Taka storyline and I've been really like getting invested in the storyline with Taka and Victor and Kyle and all that, I have to give it a 5. Just because for what the storyline started as to what it is now, I'm like, yes, let's go.
Fair enough.
I'll say this: London Devastation, best entrance in WIW history.
Oh,
Not
one.
like-
I really like.
How do we not? First off, we need to get Nick's thoughts. What was your thought on the London Devastation entrance, the new one?
Oh, I loved it. It really set the tone for like you really could just see like these are not like it as heels. That is probably a really good entrance.
Owen, what did you
see
think?
them and you're just like, I hate you, but I weirdly like you.
Yeah.
You mean they're the cool bad guys, which is exactly what they're supposed to be?
Which they,
Exactly.
I will say, when it comes to themes as well, they have a very interesting theme idea because I love that the idea for them is the casual affair, but they're dressed in fucking suits.
Yeah,
I know.
Owen, what did you think of the entrance?
I loved it. I like how you had like the little showing images of like the UK and stuff like that. Like I just thought that was a hell of a touch right there too. I really liked the entrance. Another really thing I liked is I like the the London Devastation, which is the Doomsday device. I really like that move.
The
Jack,
Tower of London
but-
Devastation?
Yeah.
Jack had no idea, by the way, when he that I was doing that entrance, and when he saw it, he's like, "You cheeky fucker," and he's like, and I'm like,
Is that his
"Is that a
exact
bad
words?
thing or a good thing?" And he's like, it's a fuck you thing, but also I love you thing. I don't know what to say."
And I can talk
Was that his exact words?
Yes.
and I can talk about this too. Since we can talk. It sucks you guys couldn't use Nigel, obviously, but I feel like it was kind of a blessing in disguise now. Like I think Jack's awesome at this role and stuff too. Like
He's fantastic at this role.
yeah,
And let's be honest, it's one of those things where Jack understands what he is in the show as a character and as an individual, where we all have a part to play. We all have to play faces. We all have to play heels. Jack originally was going to be face, but I said, he asked me a question one night. He goes, "Mike, should I go with the face thing? Come in as the good guy." I'm like, "Fuck no." Why? Because the bad guy gets to have more fun.
yeah.
The face has to constantly maintain that he's a face. A heel can do whatever the fuck they want.
Which is
Well-
actually the same argument he used to get me to start voicing Mark Young.
Yep, it's
Who
more fun.
eventually voiced Mokian?
Mark, you're
Mark-
Oh,
Yeah. Who was relatively okay with the first time he did the voice, but his voice is too face to become heel. With Casey, he put more of that classic New York formatted accents into it.
This is really where the Taz influence that James mentioned earlier comes into play in the show, because late 90s ECW Taz and heel Bubba Ray Dudley are my two main sources of inspiration for the voice of Mark Young, because they both come from Brooklyn, and Taz, of course, more specifically the Red Hook section. So I tried to take the best of those with the absolute vitriol that Ethan Carter III generated as a heel in TNA, and blend that all into one with my own anger issues and make that a character.
Yep. And I love the one thing with that voice primarily, and we can go back obviously into the review in just a second, but I love the one thing with the voice is that it's more of classic 90s heel Taz and Bully Ray specifically.
Yes.
Bully Ray's gimmick of, I have no problem, sitting in a lounge chair and having my goons fuck up your day. And just going for the pin. I have no problem doing that.
And the goons are much better than Garrett Bischoff and Wes Briscoe.
Yes.
And Mike Knox.
And Taz.
With one Z or two?
Taz?
Speaking of
one Z.
Speaking of Bischoffs, that is actually the source of part of the source of inspiration for another spot that we'll get to later on in the night, and I think James knows already exactly which spot I'm talking about.
I think I know. We will continue now with the promo package
of Michael Nikos.
The Lionheart.
I just realized I never gave my grade.
Oh shit! Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you gave it 5.
You gave it a 5.
Oh, that's right, 5. Yeah.
Yep.
I got again sidetracking.
Okay, so we're gonna change up the rating scale. So Nick, you're not confused. This is grading, so like letter grade, for the promo. So Owen.
I should. Basically, like they put over like he's like a dominant force, like everywhere. And I really liked it. I kind of liked the music you use for it, like really setting him like he's like this guy you don't want to mess with. I really
another Dylan Spears creation, by the way.
Yep.
Thank you, Dylan.
And
excellent music, dude. Keep it up.
Yeah, Dylan Spears. Shout out to him.
I really too. It's an original gimmick, which is what I really like about your show too. Like you're doing original characters in the show. You're not
at least insofar as much as we can.
Yeah, because obviously it's tough, obviously to really do original stuff too, because everything in wrestling's done.
Because
you fucking wish we're done with the original created shit. You really hope that we're done with that fucking nonsense.
Because wrestling's been around for what 2,000 years.
Yeah. So, but this is kind of like an old school, like I would say, kind of like an
old school brought in the new school.
Yes.
Like. He like old school, like Egyptian type of gimmick in a way.
Old school toughness with a new school shine.
Like he's kind of like the guy that you would see him probably building like the pyramids back in the old days and stuff like that. Was what I kind of got the vibe from.
A Spartan.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be more. He's supposed to be. Yeah.
And there are no pyramids in Greece.
Yes.
See, he's not the type of person to go to Egypt and build the pyramid. He's the type of person to go from Greece to Egypt and tear the goddamn pyramid down.
Yeah. Apparently,
brick by brick with his bare hands.
Apparently, too, he messed.
Lionheart, smash!
I mean, he beat
that pyramid.
That's what I said, you asshole, and I got cut off.
Yeah. He beat me up so bad I don't even remember who he is. This is like the first time I've ever seen him. So.
But,
you made a cameo.
I'll interject before we get into the rating on this. If you're an eagle-eyed fan and you love the show for as it is, James and I are creating a little, and with Casey as well, are showing off some of the new characters that are going to show up later. We just haven't told you who it was going to be.
Yeah.
Or what their names are or who they are. And that's just kind of how we like to do our fucking shit. We love doing the whole, hey.
Ramel Tsunami first appeared in the hype package that you had with Kyle Weaver, Owen.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, think about that, you know.
And I noticed too, like who keeps showing up in the I won't know, but like this Matt's luchador that I keep seeing in these video package. I think we're gonna see very soon too.
Yes, you will.
So,
You're gonna like him. You're gonna like him.
Rito.
I kind of like too. You show like video packages like that these guys have been in other wrestling companies. You're not.
Oh, so you mean don't do the WWE method where they're like, hey, we're gonna bring up Gargano, Ciampa, Aleister Black, and Ricochet, and just be like, hey, here they are now. They're guys.
Yeah.
We actually built up a guy.
These people exist now.
But even like when they get to NXT though, they don't.
How this Sting went to sleep for 20 years. It was just asleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that happened. But wasn't he in this? No. He was asleep.
Well, like, actually, this is the best one yet. When they tried to say Mickie James hadn't wrestled for a while, when she literally wrestled NXT like that couple months before she even had the match on the main roster. Like,
Anyway,
Mickie James never wrestled in 20 years. She wrestled like 2 weeks ago, guys. What the fuck are you talking about?
And now I want to kind of go over the lines specifically that we had him say, and then we'll give the grade here. So the lines that Nico says are, "I am the ultimate weapon. I am the death of innocence. I am a destructive warrior who annihilates anyone and everyone. I could give no care in the world for anyone who challenges me.
I know who I am, and I am
indestructible. A gladiator that cannot be overtaken. I am Lionheart. I am Mike Nikos."
And then he said this in Greek.
"Και ταραπορία tekisas," which in Greek is, "and suffering be upon you."
I believe you had that translated, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Nikos actually went to his mother to have that translated.
And because they're actually Greek.
Yes.
There you go. And
awesome 3-dimensional shit. And of course, you got to remember also the lion roar right after he says, "and suffering be upon you" in Greek.
I can't wait. I can't wait for that to be in his actual entrance so we can all geek the fuck out every time his entrance happens.
And he just goes.
I mean,
that was actually kind of dead on, James. What the hell? Is there something you're not telling us? Are you an anamorph?
Well, I mean, there's a reason I have felines in my house. Over the world.
And on that note, good night, everybody.
That's another thing, though, I like about your show. You're not just blowing off feuds. You're actually building stuff for the future, like the Athena title.
Don't do the bullshit WWE new generation nonsense.
Don't get me started.
Don't do that.
Anyway, with that being said, Owen, what do you grade this promo?
I give it an A+. I thought it was a very nice way to really introduce Mike Nikos. So there you go.
And how do you unveil your new superstar at the biggest show of the world?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's ever been a superstar reviewed at like a WrestleMania.
No, not at all.
Not that I'm aware of.
It's because we give a fuck.
Except for Goldberg, I think at 19.
No, he came the night afterwards.
Yeah, but he had a promo package before.
Oh, what about Bound for Glory? Did they ever introduce anyone at like a Bound for Glory?
I think so. No. I think a couple times. But yeah, we did it, and I think it worked really well. Nick, what do you think?
I'm actually gonna have to agree with Owen, A+ on that one.
Great promo package. What was your favorite part of the promo package?
My favorite part of the promo package, probably. That's a tough one because it was an awesome promo package overall. So the whole thing was like a geek out, but at the same time, I would probably have to say my favorite would be the ending.
Is when he said "Te caraporia de quizás," and then he roars.
Yeah, and then the lion roar.
Yeah.
Vigisas.
De quizás. I'm trying. Okay, but.
Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't try because I know if I try, I'll butcher it, and I don't want to butcher it.
I have it down for the most part. I just keep
for the most. Yeah, there is that one letter that he can't seem to get right, but other than that, he's got it pretty well down.
Yeah.
But when Nico saw this promo, I shit you not. So
Jumped out of his chair and almost
Threw it across the room.
he's like, let's fucking go.
Yeah.
He's ready, man. He's ready to become the next superstar.
And
So
boy, do
fucking-
we have plans for him.
Yes.
WYW, we build superstars, not bullshit.
Yeah. So, I believe next was the Blood Money ladder match to crown the
No.
Uh,
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Flyweight.
Ah, yes. This was the
Flyweight
first
match
match in
between
the.
Mel Tsunami and Zach Kurosaki.
Okay, so yeah, this is the first match in the flyweight division. It made sense for this match, be the first match since they have a feud going back to what they. Now we should make sure we say this. It's the kayfabe. They didn't really wrestle in New Japan.
Right.
I don't want people like looking that up and stuff like that and trying to find.
No,
it. So,
you won't find it.
Yeah.
For
won't find
kayfabe, we have to take liberties in order to make our superstars at least look interesting.
Can you
Right.
get
It's the
sued for
beauty
that,
of a
though?
CIW league.
Can you get sued for that for saying a feud happened in New Japan when it didn't?
No.
Or-
No,
yeah.
it's a CIW league. You know how many people say that about their superstars in CIW leagues? They're fine.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
But in kayfabe, this feud spanned Japan and Australia. They had several battles in Australia, and there was a lot of bloodshed through the course of about 8 hospitals for the IWGP, easy for me to say, Junior Heavyweight Championship.
yeah.
They saw money in this feud and said, "Hey, let's have it happen again here." So
Mhm.
here we are.
And this is the perfect way to, introduce your flyweight division. Have a really big feud be in it. Now, the flyweight division has a weight limit of 215 pounds, which I think,
205.
yeah.
Zach Kurosaki, by the way, in which I love in this. If you guys remember in round 2, episode 2, he was 228 pounds, and he dropped to 210.
Yes.
So
Now,
dropped a considerable amount of weight.
Quick question I do got to ask, though. Is it going to be a thing where they can only wrestle in the flyweight division, or can they wrestle?
No,
Okay.
they can go for whatever belt they want.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were going to do the 205 method, where they can only wrestle in the
Yeah,
cruiserweight.
no.
Hearted.
That we're not going to pigeonhole our athletes like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I really thought this was a hell of a match. It was a very nice technical match. This is what I like about this show. Like every match had its own different feel, its own different style to it, and every match that the order that the matches happened made sense to happen. So there you go.
Mhm.
And yeah, I really enjoyed this. They both chain wrestle each other. Tsunami hits the tidal wave, but he doesn't get the win. And he hits his finisher on the floor. And he tries to get Kurosaki counted out, but it doesn't work. He ends up getting back into the win. Another fun fact: this is match 2 where you guys got to finally have your announcers table again. So I bet you're happy about that. So there you go. See, that's the thing too. Like Casey can at least have his win bill because if it's but you announcers table, you guys have to cross your fingers hoping it can stay. So
No. Allow me to say a quick line that Casey said a long ass time ago. I have a box of ring bells.
Because I'm not going to go out on the middle of the floor while they're still having a match and risk getting in the way.
yeah, exactly.
Fuck that.
Have you seen what happened to Charles Robinson and Anthony Wright and Daniel Buchanan and pretty much every other WYW referee?
Yeah.
WYW, we don't even care about our referees.
No.
They don't even care about our commentators. I got kicked in the face twice.
We'll get
Which, sadly, is probably the one thing we have in common with WWE.
we'll get into that when it comes to the as.
We don't care about our refs.
Oh, no, we do care about our refs. Here's why. They have names.
Yes.
They have
I-
names.
I referee number 6.
But yeah, this was just a hell of a match. You had a springboard 450, missile drop kicks, hurricanranas. It was really nice. It wasn't just a nice, you show that not only can the flyweights fly around, you show that they can have be technical as well. You had a lot of submission-based moves. In
Did
this.
you? I'm surprised you didn't mention the spot where frickin' Ramel Tsunami goes halfway across the like all the way across the ring to hit a springboard Hurricane Rana like a boss.
Yeah, that was awesome too. But you had the finish.
This finish was amazing.
Well,
So-
Hit combo into the Dragon Punch. Then you had obviously the wheelbarrow suplex, and he couldn't get the win after those two moves.
so
Then he hits. Then Ramel hits a tidal wave powerbomb, still doesn't get the win, and then the finish happens. Owen, continue.
Senpu Kek.
Ramel Tsunami goes for some type of springboard move. We don't know because Zach Kurosaki was ready for it, what it would have been. And
It was gonna be
Kurosaki...
a castle.
Okay.
The Hurricane Rana, actually.
Really?
And Zach Kurosaki ends up catching him into the... I don't know the name of the move, so...
Tatsumaki.
The Hurricane Kick.
Yeah. The Tatsumaki, or, if the Trouble in Paradise. And he gets the win, which I was happy
after the Rising Sun, which is the shooting star press after he hits the Tatsumaki. So it's a double finish.
Yeah.
It's a double finisher ending move, essentially.
But yeah, I thought this match was great. And I can't even say too, like I thought the right guy went over here because like you guys book these matches so well, like no matter what, the right guy wins. So it's like,
The wrong guy went over tonight because
Yeah.
my team didn't even win. Fuck
Yeah.
these guys. 0 out of 6 stars. I'm going home and going to bed.
no, but like, sometimes if you watch like the WWE matches, like they'll do it such in a way like where the wrong guy will win, and it's just so stupid it ruins the match sometimes. So,
Mhm.
that's an example: Triple H versus Booker T at WrestleMania 19. So,
Yes.
And that's really all we need to say.
yeah.
What do you rate this?
Don't battle.
I think I gave it I believe I gave it 4.5. I don't think it was quite 4 3/4. But I remember really liking this match. Hey, it's not like you've gone down though. You can only go up. So
Yeah, exactly.
so yeah,
Continue.
I think like I said too, if obviously I known more about their feud, maybe because the story, because they didn't have I didn't know much about their storyline, so
You don't have to know much right away in this case.
Yeah.
Remember, you didn't know much about when Rey Mysterio and Psychosis came into WCW. We kind of went by that canon logic,
yeah.
Give
But yeah,
the
I still
fans enough to work with where they can piece it together as they watch.
now let's go to Nick. Let's see what he thought of this match.
What did you think of this match, Nick?
I've got one thing to say. Welcome. If you ever want to see a ninja fight, go watch this match.
It's
Yeah,
about
good.
as close as you're gonna get, especially
Exactly.
W.
But yeah, I'd rate this match probably 4.
Here you go.
Just probably like a 4, just because, again, I don't really follow them as closely, but at the same time, it was a good match and it was very technical.
I would say, in this case, Nick, you could, if you want, you could do 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 3/4, just for the record, so you know. That way, it's like if it's, it's
Yeah.
not quite 5. I'll give it at this. It's not quite 4. It's like above that or something like that. You know what I mean? Just so you're not like confuzzled.
It's pretty gay.
Yeah. Nick,
He just muted himself. I don't know what he.
Yeah.
you have to unmute yourself. You're fine. Fine.
But then,
Yeah, like I said, still a solid 4.
Fair enough. Okay.
but then we had probably one of the craziest matches of the night, where you didn't even know what was going on half the time. The Blood Money ladder match to crown the first ever WIW Internet Champion, which made sense to put this belt in because Markiplier is, the general manager, and since he's involved with Let's Plays and stuff, he would want a title like this to be brought in. I really like the design of the belt where it has like all the links of like various like media stuff like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and I think Instagram was on there. And there might have been something else on there, but I'm probably missing it.
Really quick, fuck this match.
In a good way.
Fuck
So,
this match.
The participants were Ori Dre, John Gray, Azareth Smith. So it's 6 people, correct?
Yep.
Luco Lucky.
You're talking
Austin
about me for you.
Austin Watunsky. And hold on, let me see if I can get it.
John Gray,
Dave
Austin
Foley.
Yeah, Dave Foley, John Gray, Austin Watunsky, Ori Dre, Luco Lucky, Azra Smith.
Yes. And this match was a bit different than like a typical ladder match for a title. Instead of going up and grabbing the belt, you went up and grabbed a briefcase and you would sign it, and then Markiplier would run it down to run the belt itself down to the ring. You could say, you could say that why not just put the belt up on the line? We'll just give you can I just give them the simple answer so that way,
We're retarded and forgot.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, it's more of a symbolic gesture that the guy that's one of the biggest dudes on the internet is handing over the internet champion to somebody to start their reign as champion.
Very true. Yeah. I agree.
True. I'm just we have to make sure we throw that too out there, because then a lot of people are going to say, you guys overcomplicated it and stuff too. So,
I get what a lot of people would say that is overcomplicating it, but it's more of it was a belt reveal. Like this is our workhorse championship. Let's be honest. Yeah. This is where some of the most athletic and biggest guys in the world are going to come in and fucking take this belt and hold it to become something interesting, to make their career go from A to fucking B as fast as possible.
Yes.
And there's a legit workhorse championship too. So,
Oh, because those 6 guys had to bust their ass in that match.
So, James, I think I should just let you break this match down because, I can't, it's just so.
Honestly,
let's break down the first match.
No. Honestly, people, just fucking watch it. It's one of those things that we're going to tell you, hey, there were the entrances with a couple editations that have happened. Some things with the crowd happen to have happened, which is some of the funniest shit in the world that we have ever put in the fucking show. Let's be honest. And most importantly, the guy that went over was what the crowd wanted.
From the outset.
The audience wanted Luke Lucky.
Yes, they fucking wanted me foil, and I don't even own a fucking face.
And you know what? Everybody else was over. Even Ori, as a heel, was over. Everyone looked amazing in this match. Did not take away from their characters. They looked strong as shit. Now, let me do this.
Actually, let me say one quick thing. The reason why it's called the Blood Money Ladder match is because it is for the case. The case just happened to have had a contract to sign over for the belt.
As opposed to a contract to sign over for a future championship opportunity at the time of the cashier's choosing.
Now, let me go over every spot that I possibly can that I could pay attention to. First spot of the match, we have people going onto the outside immediately. You had John Gray hit the apron back first really, really goddamn hard, which Ori followed up with a double axe handle. Then Luco Lucky did a tope con hilo. Then Azra Smith did a diving crossbody. And then we had a German suplex by Luke. And then Luke hit everybody with ladders. That's the first spot of the fucking match. Here's another spot. That's fucking crazy, right? Then we had a ridiculous triple move moment where Dave Foley does a drive-by kick. Azareth does a Hurricane Rana from the top rope, and Luco Lucky does a German suplex. I can't remember who they did it to, but that's what they did.
Yeah.
That's all I remember. Here's a crazy goddamn Superman spot.
We made the match.
I can't
even remember half the shit that happens in that.
I had to write this down. Okay? I had to write spots down. I never write spots down. This spot was crazy.
You can pick this fucking match.
I didn't even put the highlight reel into this, right? I didn't even put this into the highlight reel because if I did, we'd be going through the entire match. Highlight reel the match is exactly what Mike said as Nathan. Here's a spot that was ridiculous. There was a power bomb done by John Gray onto the apron. I believe it was onto Ori Dre.
Yes.
I believe Azareth has a ladder in his hands. I don't know how the fuck this happened. I don't know how this worked. But Luco Lucky and Austin Matunsky fucking fly. Luco Lucky hits Dave Foley with a clothesline all the way across the ring. And then you had Austin hit a drop kick out of the ladder, knocking himself out and Azareth. Everyone's down to the point my reaction was, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
And
I think I said
response was
Bedlam.
Chaos.
I think
That's what just happened.
there was like a spot too where like ladders were like like you had that like where like the ladders just fell and like people were like diving all over each other and like you guys went what the fuck happened there too, like
Dude, you had a back suplex onto the freaking apron by John Gray. You had and Azra's head hit the freaking steps. You had John Gray pull off a freaking superplex onto, I believe it, if I remember correctly, was Azra Smith. He hits Austin Watunsky. Austin Watunsky has a senton happen to him. We think he's dead for a bit, right? Nope, he continues. Austin tries to go for the 718, a.k.a. the 619. Luco Lucky pulls off a Terry Funk, hits the ladder on the top of his head.
Time out for a second, James.
Yeah.
Ladder matches in WIW have been nuts since we did the first ever 6-man fucking ladder match. Because even during that, we said, what the fuck just happened?
yeah.
It gets even better, right? Right.
Before you continue, Owen, is your camera on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because I can't see you.
Hold on.
Skype does that. We're not going to bother with it, Casey. Don't even bother.
Yeah.
He's on. I can see him. Oh,
Turning it off, probably turning it back on.
Owen, you there?
Can you see me now, Casey?
Yeah, nothing. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
As long as like Mike and James can see me.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then here's some other spots that were absolutely freaking off the wall. Azareth is going for the death from above on the top rope. Luco Lucky grabs the ladder from Dave Foley, sets it up in position vertically. So the top of the ladder is right in the drop zone. Bam! Ori Dre gets smashed onto this thing, and it looked like he just got fucking murdered in the ring.
Let's be honest, you guys murdered Oi in this match. I don't know if it's because like of how he's like.
It's because of the disciple thing.
Oh, I thought it was because of how he is in real. How you guys think? What you
Honestly,
think?
a 5-against-1 match. This is a fucking 5-against-1 match. This whole goddamn match is 5-against-1.
Yeah.
And
Ori
the
bastard,
the bastard almost pulled it out.
Yeah.
Ori Dre had some goddamn shining moments. Two specific jackknife power bombs. I'll go over the first one. One was on the Austin Matunsky into the ladder, which then Luco Lucky capitalizes after Dave does a drive-by yet again. Right after that, head-to-head contact, and then a back superplex onto the same ladder that just got taken down by Ori Dre with the jackknife. The second jackknife was on Dave Foley, which was set up in the freaking corner, horizontally, actually.
There you go. He's got it.
Smashed him over. It was ridiculous. It was so brutal. Then he has another moment in this match where he does the Bad Omen choke slam from the top of the ladder on Austin Matunsky, crushing Dave Foley in the process.
Poor Dave Foley.
Yeah, and then it doesn't.
Like I'm still in the hospital, man.
They had there was two high flying spots by, I believe it was Azareth and Luke in the ring, and then Azareth went onto the top again and hit an elbow drop through the announcer table. This is where our announcer table kept getting broken.
Yeah.
And by the way, we need another table.
And before we continue, the crowd is chanting one of my favorite they're chanting the goddamn theme of the Irish soccer team.
For Luca Lucky, yes, which was awesome. Awesome. I just can't say to get enough of you.
And I'm like, guys, can we focus, please?
Yeah.
Can we focus?
I like that. Yeah.
That was fucking hilarious. I love that moment. And then that's all I can really remember. And that's all I can write down. But there was a lot more spots, ladies and gentlemen. Just watch the match. Here's the final spot.
Eventually, Luca Lucky. What's up, Mike?
And two people get up at once.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. We got to talk about this, actually. This is a freaking great spot. Luca Lucky hits a move. Everyone's down. He's the only one up. But then, like zombies, John Gray, Dave Foley, Austin Matunsky, Azra Smith, and then eventually Ordre all rise up from the freaking dead. And it's like,
We just watched a scene.
amazing.
We just watched a scene from a George Romero film.
This is amazing. It's like,
And
that will never be duplicated.
If I have to make a recommendation, don't watch this match via laptop. You gotta watch it on a TV, because if you try to watch it on a laptop, you're not gonna. It's gonna
Unless
be
you're like face, like you're this close to the fucking screen.
Yeah.
Here's the ending spot of this match, right? Ending spot of this match. Azareth hits a gory bomb on the outside. Luca Lucky hits his finishing maneuver, the double impress, and then a superplex by Austin Matunsky onto Ori Dre, a little payback for what he did with the Bad Omen Slam. But in process of that, is trying to shake off the cobwebs. Azareth is just getting into the ring, not realizing Luke has climbed to the top and grabbed the internet title down.
Yeah.
And Luca Lucky's your official internet champion.
Your inaugural internet champion.
That's right, motherfuckers. I'm the internet champion, and nobody can take this shit away from me.
And you don't even own a social media account.
I don't even have fucking Facebook.
I liked it.
I'll show you a fucking Facebook.
Yeah. That is totally something he would do too.
Yeah. I love this though.
I can't wait for this video to go up.
Yeah. You're watching that back.
Dear diary, I kicked all their fucking asses. And journal.
And journal. That's the end of the fucking. The diary is just, dear diary, I kicked all their fucking asses. It's one page.
Yeah.
Luca Lucky's life story, everybody. I kicked all their asses and I drank beer after. End journal.
With Nathan Swell.
With Nathan Farrar, who stole my fucking beer.
His gin, specifically.
My fucking gin.
Yeah, but this match is great. I gave it 4 3/4 stars, but if I probably watched this match enough, I would give it 5. I know you could say the perfect, but the thing is, you really don't, because like this match, so much stuff happens, you just miss so much. So it's like,
Yeah.
You got to see this match like 6 to 7 times if you want to get everything that happens in it.
yeah, exactly.
Nick, what did you think?
Wait, should I cover what happens next, or like after?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Nick,
My response to it, my first thing I need to say. The whole match is just insane.
didn't we make the crowd sound like a legit wrestling crowd too?
Yeah, I
Isn't
know.
that crazy.
I even talked about it too. It sounds like that this would be a chant like they would have done if this was actually like a live crowd in real life. Like,
and they actually knew about that kind of thing.
yeah.
Right.
I don't know how many football fans in America pay attention to Irish soccer.
That's
They're so lucky, and fucking, let's be honest, the best representation for him is to have the idea that even in New England, even when he's across the pond in a different location, and he's right down the street from South Boston, one of the most predominant Irish locations in Massachusetts, that even across the pond, the Irish pride in Mass is still with him.
yeah.
It's crazy, dude.
I like how you use the
Shit
song.
about
Because I didn't notice the first time, because it's been a while since we had seen him wrestle. I noticed you used the song "Shipping Off to Boston" for his theme song too, which I think is
Yep.
pretty cool. Was that
Yep.
always his song?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Always going to be his theme choice. Always.
Well, I wasn't sure like if that song had come out, after you had
I mean, admittedly, had it been up to me, I would have gone with either that or Dirty Glass. But regardless of what you would have done, it would have still been the Dropkick Murphys.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
now I will say the one thing I do love about this match is that we finally start using, what the fuck is the athlete saying coming down to the ring?
Yeah.
Guess who's feeling fucking lucky? And then he goes and says, "Get bruh."
Also too, when the more I watch your matches, the more you're teaching people the tricks in 2K14 nobody else knows, because I kept pointing that out every time, because I think you saw it a lot in this match. So,
Motherfucker, we are still some of the best chain wrestlers in 2K14 because we pull out some
probably
shit that nobody else has ever seen.
yeah. So
Before you continue, because Nick Devin didn't get to finish his point. Nick, continue.
But yeah, anytime Luca Lucky's on screen, I've just got a smile on my face. I love watching him.
Oh, well, hold on. Is this fucking with your immersion? Hold on. Let me fix it. There we go. Hold on, let me tell you something, motherfuckers. There we go.
the hell.
He turned his camera off so that way he can keep the immersion. But continue, Nick.
But yeah, I love watching Luca Lucky, especially again the Irish Pride. Gotta love it. But yeah, this match I have to give it like a 4.5 because again, can't see everything happening in the match, but what I did see was like, what the hell am I even watching at this point, and how are these men alive?
I hope
A car crash, a human demolition derby.
hopefully WYW guys are getting health care because they're gonna need it after this.
We have already said that.
Hi, little girl.
That's Macy's cat.
Yeah, say hi. But yeah, that's the great, beautiful thing about having it in Gillette Stadium. There's a hospital literally right freaking there.
Yes.
Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is right there in Patriot Place.
And on top of that, it's the fact that, and Nick, to answer the question, yes, Luca Lucky is one of my favorite characters to voice because I can go all out with him.
Yeah.
I could say, like, one of my favorite lines is like one of the first lines he ever says.
Yes, Father.
Yes, Father. I'll ask him. I came back from God, and you know what he told me? He said he would protect me, but you're fucked.
Unfortunately, though, for Luca Lucky, the celebration didn't last long, though. But after Markiplier comes down and hands him the title and everything.
What's that title? First off, what was your reaction to the first ever title unveiled in WYW?
That was history right there. Like, it actually felt like history in the making right there. Like, it felt validation for all you guys that worked hard on the show and everything too. Like, that title looks like awesome too. Like I already talked about that, so I shouldn't repeat myself.
Nick, what do you think of the title? Because I don't think we got your thoughts.
You've done correctly.
Honestly, I love it. Because looking at it, you're like, yeah, this is the internet title. It doesn't feel like it's just, hey, here's another random title. Like, it feels like this is what it is
Zack
for.
Ryder's fucking head. It's his head. That's the belt.
Yeah.
It's lazy. That's fucking lazy. Make it something that's like, oh, I see like the 4 representations of some of the biggest social media that's out there. The belt has a nice,
Relief work
to go around. It's got a good logo format and the whole construct of the whole thing. And it's a belt that's coming from a YouTuber given to an athlete and a show being run online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You could really do some creative things with it, like have it defended on like Instagram and live and stuff, like from an Instagram live.
We have talked about that. I think we might end up doing that, but we haven't fully decided yet.
Yeah.
We'll figure out some shit.
Yeah, like you should. But like I said, unfortunately, Luca Lucky's celebration didn't last long. Because Chris Foster came out
who is voiced by Sean McMillan, also known as Sean Maverick, Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that motherfucker is that good.
And
Nobody recognized that voice when he first did it.
Yeah.
Nobody. Not a single person recognized that was Sean, which I loved how talented he is for that, by the way.
and
He voices 3 characters on the show. They all sound completely different.
It's great.
dude, like if Sean Maverick could be like a superstar if for like any wrestling company with just his voice alone.
Yes. Agreed. Continue on.
Yes.
As we talk about the celebration not lasting too long, Luca Lucky is with the belt.
And he gets hit with the super kick, which I believe he called the intelligence, whatever the
intellectual super kick.
Close. You're on the right track.
ISK.
The ISK, if you want to go abbreviated.
And beats the crap out of him. And like I said, like that you guys are setting up stuff for the future. This is now going to be possibly a future championship match between these two. And I like it. You know, kind of sucks for Luca Lucky because he was expecting to go home and sell. You know, he's probably still going to do that, but now he's going to be, you know, drinking because he's pissed now, not drinking because to celebrate.
It's called don't do what WWE does of this big show and all the storylines end. No, create new ones that are going to start making, you know, that are
going to make people want to tune in.
Yes. Create future shit while you're ending previous stuff. That's just how it's supposed to be done. That's how pay-per-views are supposed to be.
Yes.
End storylines, continue storylines, or start new storylines. That's what the pay-per-view is for.
Nick, what is your thoughts? Did we already ask you your thoughts on the internet title? I feel like we did.
Yeah, but he didn't get to talk about Chris Foster's attack, though.
Ooh, what did you think of this?
I wasn't expecting it, and when it happened, I was like, oh shit, did that actually happen?
And
yes, it did.
A quick line from Sean when he watched it, and I love that he used the actual terminology when he talked about it. He goes, I love that the heels in this show feel like that they're getting away with some of the shit that they're trying to do, and it feels like that the heels they have their place in the show.
Yeah.
Yep. Another quote he said was that they have their brutal moments.
Yes, the heels have a lot of brutal, interesting, and high moments, building them as heels.
Yeah.
And yeah, Chris Foster finally gets to use the ISK and fucking Immortal. So.
And the craziest thing is, Chris Foster, along with several people throughout the night, never said a word.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially too, though, because typically you had heels win on this show too, and typically at the big shows they like to have the baby faces win to make people feel happy. But
we had the baby face win. He won the battle, but out of nowhere there was a blind fire that he wasn't expecting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
It fucking kicked the wind out of his sails.
Then next we had the Anarchy Championship match.
The funniest match on the card.
Yes.
It's funny in a sense because of our commentary. Like, I'm sick of seeing guys get brutalized. It's not good for my mental psyche, man.
Code red, code blue, code green. Why do they have to change colors?
No, that was at the Athena title match.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
My bad.
But then, but yeah, this basically the story behind this is that, you know, Matthew Nova is the Anarchy champion. However, Jim Cornette, which this makes sense if you know Jim Cornette in real life, doesn't like hardcore shit. So
he only made an exception in kayfabe because it was for a world title.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a women's title.
So he doesn't want this belt to get recognized, you know, by WIW. Which I gotta ask you, jokingly, James, I gotta ask you, like, go freaking chew his ass out, but you're probably afraid of Jim Cornette, so you're probably just gonna let him do what he wants. So
yeah,
Cornette's a really chill dude, honestly. I mean, he had no problem with us actually using his likeness and doing our own thing with it. So
same with Taka Michinoku.
Yep. Same with Mark.
Oh god, I love the Taka Michinoku story, and I have no problem telling it here. Like after this.
Yeah.
Like right after we talk about this match, because I want to get this match out of the way.
So yeah, it was an open challenge.
You
Which
guys
was,
continue, by the way. I just have to hang up the call and then go back on my phone because I don't want to wake them up while they're trying to sleep.
well,
So
Yeah, fair
I'll be
enough.
back. Continue reviewing. I'll be back in a few.
we'll still be able to hear you though, right? Because I know.
No, I'm gonna hang up and then go back on my phone. You'll be able to hear me though. I'll
yeah, but
make
your
sure.
phone, I know your phone is kind of crappy sometimes when it comes to that.
I'll make sure it's on the other camera so that way you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Yep.
So don't worry. All right. I'll see you in a few.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. I'll be back.
Goodbye.
All right. So yeah,
Alright. That faggot's gone.
we can't talk trash about him because this is going on YouTube. So, but
He knows I'm fucking around. I constantly do it. So
Uh,
no, this match is very interesting because it's to answer your question, Owen, that you had a long time ago. How come with an Extreme Rules match these guys don't get to fight in the backstage and shit? The Anarchy Rules match is the Extreme Rules match, but it can be anywhere.
yeah,
We took the classic 24-hour stipulation with the original hardcore title and said, no, the one rule in this whole thing is that if it's a pinfall submission, whatever, it has to at least be in the arena.
yeah.
It can't just be, oh, we recorded like a 5-minute thing in some fucking hotel room, and now this superstar
Or
just has,
a
has
kids
that.
arcade.
Yeah,
yeah.
just something retarded. That's like, why? That
Um,
just makes it seem lame.
but yeah, it was Matthew Nova versus Kyle Weaver. And love the way this match started, where you see Matthew Nova just immediately go grab all the weapons, and Kyle Weaver's just kind of like doesn't really know what to make of it. So then, he just eventually goes along with it and decides to do it himself, which I thought was awesome. Highlights of this match included, Kyle Weaver hitting a monkey flip. I don't know what happened to Nick. We just lost Nick now.
Oh.
Here he comes.
Um,
All right, I'm
Yeah.
here.
He's a. Oh no, he's a fake.
But yeah, a monkey flip, a monkey flip or an arm drag into the trash can, and it got bent, which was pretty damn awesome.
That fucking ring was full of weapons within like 30. About almost 2 minutes. That ring was just full of shit.
Yeah,
I love the comedy bit that we had to open the match where Matt immediately goes and starts getting some toys. Kyle just stands at the ropes and goes, line?
yeah, like
What the fuck are you doing?
What the
Which
hell
is-
is that?
Which, I'll be honest, is exactly how they are in real life. Even Nick can confirm this, that when Kyle and Matt are together, Matt will do something random and Kyle's going to go, wait, what the fuck?
yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
They've always
You know,
done that.
They used the ladder in this match. Kyle Weaver hit him in the gut and then right across the spine. Which I love that spot in the video game. I believe that Casey, this was when you the first time you lost your wind bell, which was unfortunate for you.
No!
Here he is. He's back.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep, we hear you.
Yay.
We're talking about
Hey, if you're happy and you know it, can you clap your hands? I'm not happy.
James, we're still talking about the Anarchy Rules match, so just so that way we're up to speed. Yeah, we're talking about it. I like the the monkey flip into the steps, the suplex into the steps. I believe Weaver hit the the running sunset flip powerbomb into a ladder like it was set up, which was pretty damn awesome as well. They hit each other with a baseball bat in this match. And they hit each other with the championship itself, which I even pointed out to James. I forgot in this game.
Spot I love in this match actually is the
So then it wasn't the win bell then, because I forget if it's a title match.
championship, yeah. So
Yeah.
it was a championship title. He used it on Kyle, and then
Yeah.
1-2 kick out, and then he just hits this vicious spin kick, and
Yeah.
then Kyle's head just smacks off and hits the title.
Yeah,
Which
I
I
think-
don't know how we did.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I believe too. I forget exactly when it happened. There was a spot in the match where
Anybody get the number of that bitch?
there was a spot in the match where I asked, like, what Matthew Nova clearly could have gone for the win, and I asked, why didn't he go for the cover right there? And you're like, it's Matt. And that explained it for me pretty much. Like, I didn't need any other further explanation. You just said it's Matt.
Because
and
you
that's all I
know how.
needed.
Because you know how Matt is.
Yeah.
With enough, like, that's what I would love people to just start realizing, that when people aren't going for like covers or just trying to end the match like outright, is because it's more of respect. That, yeah, I hit this move, I'm going to give you a couple seconds to fucking come back to the real world, unless you piss me off.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. If you piss them off, they want to just beat the fuck out of you. They don't give a damn about winning the match.
AKA Kyle Weaver when it comes to Corey Dangerous and Mark Young.
Yeah. AKA the main event of this show. So.
Which by the way, and we will talk about it obviously in the promo package series and also in that series itself. But yeah, I think one of the most redeeming qualities of Kyle is he's not just the underdog plucky babyface, and if you piss him off, he's a vengeful son of a bitch. I think the vengeful one arc for Kyle Weaver was probably some of the finest WYW storytelling that we've.
Yeah.
This is an evolution of somebody who. It's an evolution of somebody that really. Hell, he was on commentary for fuck's sake a long ass time ago when we did the test match series, and you could tell he's very, inward. But over the course of the show, you get to see his personality branch out and become something more interesting.
Yeah.
He's not 2D, He's 3D. That's what makes him great.
He's not the boys.
So then, I believe there was a spot where either Kyle or Matt, I believe, missed a moonsault through a table. I think it was Kyle that missed it. Which, sucks to be him. So there you go.
I'll be paying that, guys. You can continue.
What happened?
What
happened?
See, I don't want to sit on cat boxes to try to do this review. I'm gonna go get a chair for the kid.
Okay.
Yeah, probably smart.
And then the finish of this match. Then you had Kyle hit the Dynamite Destroyer. He hit it like 3 times in this match. I believe once into the steps, one into a ladder. They both put each other through a table with a spear, a power bomb, and like a German suplex. But then eventually the finish. What is Matthew Nova's finish? I know he hit it a lot in this match, but I don't remember what it is.
We call it the Nebula Bomb.
I know for a fact he hit that in this match at some point. So
yep. It's the Nebula Bomb and the Nova Neckbreaker.
We can't hear you, buddy. Can't hear you.
I'm gonna define.
Cycle, Neckbreaker, and the Nebula Bomb.
Yeah. Casey already took care of it.
I'm gonna define this match in one word.
Pain. That's basically a lot of your matches.
Yes.
This one especially because it's fucking. They just went all out. This match was respect primarily as the game plan, but I love that there's a little bit of the comedic relief in the beginning of Kyle going, "What the fuck?
Yeah.
What have I signed myself up for? What is this nonsense I'm going to be dealing with now?"
But then the finish was Matthew Nova hitting a senton off a ladder right onto Kyle Weaver and gets the win that way. Which makes sense because, you just introduced this title and you can't have, Matthew Nova lose it in his first defense because he's the one trying to get the title, legitimized. So if he lost the title, then it's like, what are you putting this belt in for?
Yeah.
So not to be rude, but
Exactly,
so
right. If he were to freaking lose the title, what the hell,
Yeah. Because that's probably what I would have said if you did have him lose the title. So,
so we could have just explained it as it's Matt.
Yeah, it's true. And then that would have been but why would? Yeah, but Matt. that doesn't explain that. That's not enough to explain it though.
No, it's true. It's not.
So
It'd be funny if it was though.
yeah. But Matthew Nova retains the championship, and obviously, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. I'm assuming what's gonna happen. I'm just guessing here. Obviously, you guys will be silent, but he's gonna keep having these matches, and it's gonna be a continuous story between Jim Cornette and Matthew Nova. What I kind of like about this too, it's Jim Cornette's not being like a heel authority figure, where he'll like throw him into like a bunch of handicap matches that make no sense at all. Like it's actually going to be like legitimate competition stunts and stuff like. I mean,
yes. Jim Cornette as a manager / runner of a show, from at least the biography that I read and a couple other pieces of information, he's fair. Even if it's something that he doesn't enjoy, he understands the appeal for it and gets why it exists. And he's not going to take somebody like Matt, who has been loyal to the company since fucking almost day one, who has helped out a shit ton with backstage politicking and shit like that really doesn't exist in our show.
Not the right word. Backstage, like groundwork in a sense.
Yeah, it's more the fact that Matt has given on his first actual Gold Rush match one of your favorite, at least from what I remember, one of your favorite spots, because it's the most memeable fucking spot in history that you have ever called.
Yeah.
Because it is a moonsault.
Moonsault after moonsault after moonsault after moonsault after moonsault.
Yeah, you
go. Don't need a remix. It's happening.
Yeah. Unless hey, I can still remove the video.
Way, we counted the F bombs on that. You hit a total of 20 F bombs
on that match
alone. How many fucks did Owen Nash give for this match? Approximately 23.
And that's actually no, that's actually a good thing. I was gonna say because typically if they give that many fucks, then it means it's a good match. So
yes.
Yep.
I gave this match 4.5 stars. It was a nice follow-up match to Blood Money Ladder match. And, I was, worried that, this match following that was going to kind of, was going to kind of, be like the cool-down match. But, you guys worked this match in a way, we didn't do, a bunch of high spots right away. You kind of, built up to that. So, and it made the match, this match was the perfect match, too, to follow Blood Money Ladder match. I mean, I guess you could have had James Archangel and Johnny Starr follow it, too. And that would have been fine. But I feel like,
you see, what we were trying to do after the Blood Money, we said we need a match that can kind of take the audience from this amazing fucking high-flying spectacle and kind of bring them down back to the one-on-one tradition, because that's the format that's going to kind of take place from that point on, except for the match that comes right after, which kind of fucks over, let's be honest.
Well,
I mean,
in a sense, though, if you think about it, it was a good calm down, and it's still a good match, and it sets you up for another multi-man ladder match. I think we structured that very well, so it wasn't back to back.
WYW. We do have cooldown matches, but we don't make them feel like cooldown matches.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if this was WWE too, this match probably would have been a rushed 10-minute match, cooldown match too.
Oh no, it would have been a jobber
match. We'll be honest, we put time limits on ourselves, but we have no problem going, okay, we can go 2 extra minutes over this.
Yeah, exactly.
We can go 10 minutes over because we're at the point now where it's this is becoming fucking phenomenal to watch.
Yeah. Let's hear Nick's thoughts on this match though.
Moonsault after moonsault after moonsault after moonsault.
Fuck you.
But yeah.
Return one day, I swear to God.
Well, I think something worse after Moonsault happened. I'm watching Colleen Horizon's finisher. I think that would have been worse.
But yeah, this match was a really good match. It's definitely it's in a weird place for me, just because the match after it's really hype, and then the one before it's this is actually a really good match. So it is a good match in its own right, which I bet is basically what we're focusing on. So in its own right, I'd say I'd have to give it a. I would have to probably give it probably 3.5, just because it's not, just because of the placement of it, where it's like you have a match before it that is like, what the hell is even happening, and then you go into the match after it. So
As we were saying, it is a cool down match.
it is a cool down match.
Not a big cool down, but just enough where you go, okay, I'm back in focus after a fucking brain scrambling match that had so much shit happen. This is impossible for even the creators of the fucking show to break it down. Every spot, everything that happened.
Dude, the best thing about
We can't hear you.
Get closer.
Can you hear me now? I'll see. I'm just gonna hold it like this. Fuck
Yeah, you gotta.
Turn your
As
camera.
I was saying, it was awesome. I think this match really delivered on a front of, hey, yeah, it may have not been the match that followed it, but I feel like it could put itself in the conversation with the ending spot being ridiculous. Like that Nebula bomb finish where it's like he's floating in here into the move. You know what I mean? Like that's a fucking shot and a half.
And I need to talk about this too, because then I'll be pissed if I don't talk about it. I really liked how midway through this match, you tied back in the Mark Young match where he cut his leg with the glass, and you kind of showed that
blood on his pants from that. Yeah.
That was awesome too.
I think it was again great storytelling. It's amazing storytelling.
So what did you guys do though? Did you guys have to quit the match and redo it because?
No, that just happened.
Oh.
Yeah, that just normally happened.
Oh, so you guys went with it then. So there you go.
Honestly, it was something that we didn't realize till James was editing the fucking show, and we went, "Oh my god, that's perfect."
Yeah. Well, do you guys edit the show
very well?
Do you guys edit the show? Do you edit the show first, or do you commentary first, or does it depend on you?
Editing first.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to edit the show so it flows and has a good format going through it, so it feels natural. If you can't do the PlayStation live stream fucking nonsense because it just doesn't work, especially when you see menus. That kills flow.
It happens in the first match of Test Match 1, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I hate myself for that still.
Hey, you know what we learned?
From you fucking lazy prick. Why
To
couldn't
be
you just cut that out?
To be fair, 100% fair and honest about the situation, we have at least evolved where other shows on YouTube haven't.
Yeah.
Yes.
And still don't.
I mean, maybe James would disagree. I think I've at least evolved.
Yeah, you've evolved. Certain shows.
You went from dropping your phone. You went from dropping your phone to insulting.
Yeah, that's evolving right there. So.
Hey, Owen.
I mean, if this isn't any proof I've evolved, then evolved.
Hey, Owen. Hi, I'm gonna be doing my crazy SpongeBob. Oh, I dropped my phone.
Yeah.
No, it's specifically.
That's an evolution.
No,
buddy.
this is how.
You bastards are never gonna let him live that down, are you?
Fuck no!
It was
Don't even
like
you live
this. Ready?
down.
I'll do the live reenactment right here. Yeah. SpongeBob review. Oh, drop my phone.
And I could have just done a retake too, but I didn't too.
See, that's laziness, and you know what you've learned from it. Now you're actually editing your reviews and shit like that.
Your greatest video in your young YouTube career, the school lunch rant. Fantastic, and school lunch, by the way, does suck ass. But
yeah,
that's beside the point.
But no. But the review I did though was just of it wasn't good though. So.
Oh, it was. Well, I mean, I thought it was fucking entertaining, but that's just me being a meme.
But the next match though, let's talk about that.
Let's get into it.
Blood money. No, blood money.
No, it's just a regular
Who's-
ladder match.
No, it's a ladder war.
Tag team
Ah.
motherfucking ladder war, dude.
For the inaugural
Doom Brigade versus the fucking, oh my god, the Almost Cousin Alliance for the inaugural fucking tag team titles.
and this was the finals of that mini tournament. I think one thing that you guys are kind of pissed about is you didn't, because you didn't have time to do like a full tournament that you wanted to do. But I feel like,
Did because we didn't want to do too many teams. We wanted to focus on 4 teams that have popped up at WIW. We decided to take London Devastation out of it because they're all single competitors. They are absolutely all together a single competitor.
They can be a tag team, but we wanted to focus on the whole story with Tonka, and we feel like that would have taken it away.
I mean, I kind of think it.
I actually had something I wanted to add before we moved on.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say, I do have to say though, in Kyle and Matt's match, you do see a lot of you do see like their friendship in that match. Like their respect for each other really comes through in the match.
Yeah.
That's like the guitar moment where he just takes the guitar, they both try to swing it at each other, they both miss, and then Matt's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walks.
I think he's wrestling Dean Martin.
I'll admit to, even though the whistle was reminding me of Walter White whistling in season 5 episode like.
So he's like, he's that funny psychopath, but don't fuck with him or he'll fuck you up kind of psychopath.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I think Mike actually made a reference to that because he's like, that's what serial killers do.
Yeah, well, sure.
Well, the whistling, you have to see that.
And I
episode.
think he actually name dropped Walter White specifically.
Yeah. Oh, what was was it this match too where you guys had the Riot Maker, the Blood Money ladder match, the Riot Maker reference, or was it the Blood Money reference? Were you guys seeing the Riot Maker song? Maybe, because you guys do it.
Maker song?
Yeah.
As in, explain. Is that what that chant was?
You guys did it on commentary. I would have to find the song, and then once you hear the song, it was Blood Money ladder match or tag team ladder match war. So
I think it might have been the tag team.
Yeah, I forget which one. But
Nathan has a great line, but we'll get to it.
Yes.
But yeah, this match was. You thought the Blood Money ladder match was crazy. Well,
yeah.
Well. Yeah, it's shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like, immediately, like, what match is gonna be crazy when, like, the first 2 minutes in, someone already gets busted open. Like,
it wasn't even the first 2 minutes in, dude. It was more like the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, because it was Eddie Kelly, I believe, that got busted open. Correct.
I have a chair.
No, it was Brandon Curtis. Brandon Curtis got busted open first. It was Brandon Curtis got busted open first by Jones Meister via steel chair. And the first match, I'll try to go move here.
Yeah, you do it. Yeah.
Freaking, there's a neck breaker spot that happens right away.
Right off the ladder, like a blockbuster.
Yeah. Then after that, it's I believe there was a ridiculous move from the top of the ladder that Brandon Curtis does. I believe it was a crossbody from the top. Then Chris Phoenix hits a spin kick on Brandon Curtis. Then Eddie tries to go for a 619 on Chris Phoenix. Chris Phoenix ducks out of the ring, hits a Hurricane Rana into the ladder. This is the first 2 minutes of the match, guys.
Yeah.
Like, this is ridiculous. You had a freaking ridiculous spot where the ladder is wedged in between and into another ladder. Back suplex gets hit. A freaking Hurricane Rana gets hit where Jonas hits his legs, cracks it off like the runs of the ladder. Then you had an arm drag into the wedged ladder. And then, I believe and then Eddie Kelly climbed to the top, goes for a leg drop, misses. Jones Meister rolls up. He runs up the ladder to take Eddie Kelly off, but he's able to get down and get right back up and hit Suck It. The Suck It taunt. Like this
right into his face. Right into his face.
It was ridiculous. This match was just fucking. You want a good
This
spot
match
fest?
fucking
This is a great
hurts.
spot fest.
This match fucking hurts, especially when you do the double suplex at the top of the ladder to the like almost near like their deaths.
I really like it that you had like two members of like each team like doing the superplexes like off the ladders to each other too.
Oh
Like
my god, yeah, that's one of the ending moments. Yeah,
yeah,
the opposing synchronization from ACA and the Doom Brigade.
yeah.
There's a cat right here. We gotta say hi.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been quiet because I got cats up my ass.
And he's also eating too. He doesn't want to be eaten while he's you know.
But he's so cute. Look, he's
What
This is Abel.
Do you remember the
Hi,
finish?
Abel. That's Abel. That's it's not one of Casey's new cats. He's just babysitting them.
Yeah.
But it's still,
Yeah.
they're still so
Don't
adorable.
cats that you'll kill one.
But do you remember the finish though, James, of this match?
I will talk about the finish, but listen, I gotta talk about some of the other spots in the middle. Okay, and specifically,
Just watch the fucking 20-minute highlight reel, okay?
Yeah, you know what?
That's what it
Okay,
feels like.
I'm
Yeah.
just gonna take it. I'll go for the ending spot because there's a lot that happens here. The first moment is obviously the double superplex from ACA to Doom Brigade. Then Chris Phoenix gets superplexed from the top rope into another ladder, and then he drop kicks him to the outside to try to make sure he's out. But Jonas is able to rise up after getting superplexed into a ladder. He then hits him with a drop kick to the back, turns him over, hits the unrelenting force moonsault stomp, and then you think it's over. Chris and him rise up, climb the ladder to try to get the tag titles. No.
Oh.
They get them down, and then the Burning Hammer Death Valley Driver, or the Doom Valley Driver as we call it, gets hit onto Chris Phoenix. Then the Doom Brigade climbs up, and then Jones pushes the ladder, and you have Eddie and Brandon. Eddie lands on the ropes, and then you had Brandon just hit back first off the sledgehammer, and you think they're dead, right? They rise up, and the story of the match then comes into play. They're fighting for their little girl at home. Uncle Eddie, who took Brandon Curtis and his daughter in when they were homeless on the streets, are fighting for this girl and trying to make her proud. It's just like, what a fucking story. You know what I mean?
And of course, realistically thinking, they've already made her stupidly proud just by getting to this point. They just want to be able to say, hey, we put in the time, we put in the work, and it's finally paid off.
In the opening promo, the beginning promo, when we walk that stage, and my daughter will see me and Uncle Eddie and yell to her friends, "That's my dad and uncle." Which, by the way, goddamn it, John, you're a fucking genius.
John Tuddy.
He writes the character. Not only does the voice work for Jonathan Brady, but now also
And
Brandon Curtis.
that's the one thing I love that John does is that he took a original Brandon Curtis, who was, let's be honest, the original voice actor had no fucking idea of what the character was going to be. Was the ladies' man?
Except for great backstory to the character. I will give him that.
And then we decided, hey, John, we'll try John out, see if he likes it. John on the first day got exactly what the fuck we were going to do for him to make Brandon Curtis
without even telling him.
No, he got it. He read the like a mini script that we wrote for him, and he understood. And as that line of, you can't shake the shock every time. I'm like, I love it. I love that he's the best promo, honestly, for me is Michael X and him, because it's that and even Owen. I love Owen's reaction on him. I finally figured it out. Michael X is a fucking face after this moment, and it's that moment of both of these guys almost same exact past format, but they've trained in different ways and know how to use each other's movesets. And Brandon is, and always has been, with the first match he ever had against Sean, he's a star being fucking born every match he has. He is one of the best in the world, for fuck's sake.
You gotta also remember the story of Chris Phoenix. And, every time there's
somebody's getting a phone call.
Yeah.
Nick, what's going on? What's happening?
Nick, did you put your vibrator up to the phone? What the fuck was that?
Nick, what the hell is up?
Nick, are you there? Nick.
We have lost connection with the Esdale. We will come back right after this message.
God damn this. Nick. Oh, man. I knew something like this was going to happen.
Just send him a message. Send him a message in the chat.
Nick, can you hear us?
Nick?
Nick. Oh, fuck's sake.
Just send him a message in the chat.
Nick. Nick, what happened?
That's actually on the screen. I love it.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
Nick.
Sorry
there you
about that, guys. I ended up. Someone tried to call me.
Alrighty.
Okay. I was about to spam Nick in the chat. Like, Nick, 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 Nick.
But anyhow, continue, James. Break it down the end and, you know.
Alright. So, yeah, the story comes into play. Chris Phoenix and Jones Meister, they're down there to prove themselves because they've been fighting their asses off. But it was for them. They didn't have an outside motive, and that's the fucking greatest story that you can ever tell in wrestling, especially if you make it so genuine that for a brief moment you're thinking to yourself, wow, this feels real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if in the reality, if you feel the realism of it, that's when you know you've done a good job. So by the time that ending spot happened, where Brandon Curtis does that superplex onto the apron, and Eddie Kelly does that ridiculous springboard elbow onto the ropes, and then Brandon gets the title. The best fucking ending possible when they finally get the title.
Eddie. And you see Eddie holding back Jonas, keeping him away from that fucking ladder as much as possible.
Yeah.
And then at the very end of the match, after that electric chair drop gets hit, you see Jones Meister and Chris Phoenix holding hands like, we tried, my brother. We tried.
Yeah.
Fucking beautiful. Fucking beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you fucking tell a story. Especially in a match that was, like, it didn't even need a story. But when you add that story, it can turn a 4.5 star to 4 3/4 star match out of a 5.
And that's exactly what happened.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect way to end that match, I think.
Yeah. So I give it 5. It was just absolutely awesome. You know, I even like the Curtis. What's his name of his RKO?
Oh, Thunderstruck.
Thunderstruck. I really liked that. I really like the way he hits that.
The correct answer is yes. It is an AC/DC reference.
Yeah. I figured. But let's see what Nick thought of this match.
I honestly really enjoyed this match. It was. I love that backstory. Like when the promo happened, I was literally I was getting emotional just because they have been here they're some of the originators. They've been here in the company for a really long time. So then seeing them finally make it to this point, it kind of gets to you. So
yeah.
So yeah,
it's faces versus faces for a title. And honestly, yeah, you can have heels and faces go at it as much as possible. But sometimes, every once in a while, or hell, with our show, as much as you can, have a face fight a face for the purpose of, I want to be number one. Nobody else is going to take that place.
Yeah.
And that dynamic can bring you some of the greatest moments in the company history.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, what is your rating?
My rating would probably have to be probably a 4.
Go. Now we have the next match. It's the Table from Hell match, triple threat. It's Ian Lancaster versus Nick Switchblade versus J Bones. The first match that has a promo package, and I'll break down this promo package.
We got to talk about the promo.
Yeah.
But before we do, let's let Nick get. But before we do, let's let Nick get back in the call. Here he comes.
Hi, Nick.
There we go.
So
Yeah, I kept having an issue prior that was it wouldn't show any of the videos. It would only show it was basically the stream was stuck on a lock. So yeah.
all right. So let's talk about hello.
Psycho Asylum.
Yep.
So this goes back a ways to the first match, in the tournament. Not the first match, but the first match, like the one of the matches in round one when Nick Switchblade screwed over Ian Lancaster in winning the tournament. So then what happened is, Ian Lancaster got revenge on him and did the same thing. And who was in that match when Ian Lancaster screwed over Nick Switchblade?
J-Bones.
Which I
remember a part of in the Indies, the Psycho.
Yes. And, they've also had, they had been in past matches together, whether it was like a 6-man ladder match, just another Table from Hell match. And, they had that fight backstage. And pretty much this was the match of the crazies, the match of the psychos. In all individual ways. I really like Jay Bones' line where he talks about how he's had a tough life growing up, but he doesn't use it as an excuse to create multiple personalities. I really like that. You had, on one of the interview segments that Casey Gallagher does off air, Nick Switchblade attacked him,
the shortest off the books recorded.
Yeah.
Well, the short off the books and has so much fucking impact.
Yeah. Well, I think it said it was unaired though. Like it never aired.
No, it did. It was unreleased footage.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to go get things else?
Yeah, I got a spare.
Oh.
I got a spare. Hang on. All right. Here we go.
Yeah. Nick Switchblade threw him through a window and threw him in like an equipment case and tried to set him on fire. But I guess he was he got out of there quick enough where nothing happened.
Well, let me take you through the actual events. The event is supposed to be Nick Switchblade beats the shit out of me, chokes me out. I'm not gonna go off on this one because we're not keeping that much to kayfabe.
Yeah.
And what's supposed to happen is he chokes me out, cuts his little promo on J Bones and Ian Lancaster, beats me up a little more, and then throws me through the plate glass window to the recording studio in which this is taking place. I land on the soundboard, the actual soundboard that has all the levers and buttons and such that controls how the sound sounds. And when he lights that room on fire, it exposes some electrical wiring, which runs back into the soundboard and actually electrocutes me. So I'm not only lit on fire, I've been electrocuted.
Yeah. At least you don't talk like Goldust talks when he got electrocuted, so that's good.
Yeah, right.
This was just, setting up the table. I really like that you used the Break-It Benjamin song Psycho. It just really fit this promo package and the feud that they were going for, so that was awesome. And the match itself.
Like some editing magic I did in here too.
How
it fit in from the upper side of the frames.
Yeah.
That was cool.
And I believe
my favorite part of the whole thing.
And I believe, too, they tried to tie in J-Bones because he's the only one that has experience in a Table from Hell match because he was the only one that's ever been in one. So
actually,
no, all three of them were a part of it. They invented the stipulation.
Yes.
The only ones up to that point that have been a part of it in WIW, at least as far to my knowledge, were Ian and Nick, who had lost the first Table from Hell match to Kyle Weaver, of all people.
Yeah.
Because of the Dynamite Destroyer.
Yes.
Right.
Ridiculous.
But really quick, the one thing that I do love about this promo package is the fact that we get to see 3 layers of crazy on this fucking psycho cake.
Yeah.
You have the
fun-loving crazy, you have the he's kind of a dick crazy, and you have the full-on psychopath. And Switchblade is one of the hardest characters to voice because that requires fucking dark.
I don't even think Nick Switchblade really said anything in this video package either. Like,
he didn't. He really didn't say much. But the beautiful thing about it is, he didn't need to.
Yeah.
No.
Which is like kind of something I wish.
On fire.
Yeah.
It's not about what he said. It's about what he didn't say.
Yeah.
What he didn't say and what his actions were.
Which is kind of something I wish like wrestling companies would take.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they don't need to waste all.
Think about when Kane and Mankind would, you know, beat the shit out of Jay Ross and the fucking Kane lit him on fire. That made it the moment go, holy shit.
Yeah.
And actually, the Jim Ross interview series with both Mankind and Kane were the entire inspiration for Off the Books in the first place.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can, you know, obviously the most recent example, Pete Dunne, when he wanted his rematch from Walter, he just came out and says, I want my rematch, and that's all he needed to say. That's it, you know, like, yeah, that's all he needed. So, but
yeah, I forgot Pete Dunne actually lost the UK title.
Yeah, I know it's so weird to see him without that championship.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the match. So what I really like about the
before we do, Owen, what is your letter grade for the promo?
I loved it. I thought it was awesome. A+. You know, really awesome way to show how crazy these guys were, and really an awesome way to like build up to this match. And you know, obviously a really awesome way too to kind of show how crazy these guys were by even Nick Switchblade by having him attack just an innocent commentator. So that was awesome. And I knew when I saw what you were going to be like, Casey, on commentary once I saw that happen. So there you go.
Yeah. Nick?
The promo, probably one of my favorite promos of the night. It just because I have loved all three of these guys since the start, and now it's like, okay, I don't know who I'm rooting for, but either way, this is going to be insane. So let's just get into this.
And I love that we're changing the stipulation from, let's be honest, a tables match is fucking boring.
Yeah.
A tables match is one of the most boring concepts in an Extreme Rules format wrestling program. So I love that the game gives us the option of, hey, make it an Inferno table match.
Which,
table
again,
from hell.
Nobody knew until we did it. Not a single person knew that was even a mode in the game until we fucked around with the game one day. It was like,
yeah,
do a flaming tables match.
I don't think any other wrestling company's done one before either. Like,
I love that we made
not outright, but
your goal of putting a bastard through a table is nothing, because all you're doing is extra damage. Putting him through the flaming table, a table that, let's be honest, nobody wants to go through. Nobody wants to go through a fucking flaming table.
Ask Abyss, he'll tell you.
Yeah,
ask Mick Foley, he'll tell you.
Kane would tell you.
Yeah, it sucks. And the fact that we turn it into a match type that no other show has really done. Even CZW doesn't have the balls to do a flaming table match.
No, they just do flaming table fucking spots.
No, because they're out of their minds. I like that it's the one thing that we can say we have to draw with.
Yeah. And
I'm promising it now. I will never allow WYW to ever do a fucking regular tables match. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
It's just not gonna happen because it's so boring to watch somebody fuck around for 30 minutes just trying to put somebody through a table.
I mean, you know, it could be like a nice psychology match, but yeah, it's just like so boring too, though. Like, especially like the way, like it can. I mean, I guess you could have this problem with the, you know, table from hell matches, but like the most like recent one is like Sheamus versus John Cena, where like, you know, Cena went through the table, but it was freaking his own dumbass fault that he went through the table. I mean,
yes.
I guess that could happen though in WYW too. So.
That could happen, but it's going to be rare for all. Like going through the flaming table on your own thing isn't going to happen because WYW is a video game. So
Yeah.
that's just not possible. And B, you're going to avoid a flaming tables match.
Yeah.
You are going to avoid the bonfire when you go camping
Yeah.
because your ass doesn't want to get burned.
Unless
But
you're psychotic, and then you're like, I want to jump over it.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And the match just starts off like right away. They just
Yep.
J
Oh
Bones.
yeah, I didn't give my grade. My grade would be, for that promo A.
Yeah.
A plus.
Cool. All right, now we move on to the match.
Like the match, like they instantly hit Nick Switchblade with like both of their finishers. J Bones, the AK-47, and Ian Lancaster, the carousel. Joker's carousel.
And of course, I'm very happy about this on commentary.
I might have got the order wrong, but same thing pretty much. I got
Hey,
Same
I
result.
love-
yeah,
Same
I
result. Nick Switchblade took 2 finishers to the face.
yeah.
I do have to ask you this question, Owen. Why did we call Ian's move the Joker's carousel?
Well, because he's a reference to the Batman Joker. So there you go.
It's also because it's a ride at Six Flags.
Oh yeah, it is. Forgot about that.
We're nerds.
There you go. You ever been on it?
Yes.
And when I
Funny
was a-
thing, I think I actually went on that once.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I got hot
Per-
flashes
pers-
doing that
personally?
ride.
Personally, I prefer the Riddler's Revenge.
I don't
Still
know if
got
I've
hot
ever.
flashes taking that ride. It was,
I'm trying to think if I ever.
Oh, that was scary. I
Yeah.
want to go on again.
But anyhow,
Because you're nuts.
Yes.
You're,
I really.
you're
I guess
stupid.
I talked about this with Mike
Matt.
too. What I really liked about this match is you didn't over explain the match either. Like in WWE, if someone went over like a regular table, they would have like made sure to make it like say 1,000,000 times. Remember, you gotta go through the flaming table like a
it's
million
fu-
times.
Listen, you know the stipulation at the start of the match. We already told you that's what the promo package is for, is to set it up as, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is the stipulation. Table from hell. Why is it table from hell? Put your opponent through the flaming table. We have established this fucking thing as a match type since the test match series, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
If you don't know by now, then come on. It's in the name. Table from hell. Table. Oh, okay. Hell. Fire. Okay.
Yeah. Another
And
fun
and
fact. This was the third and final match where you actually got your announcers table, which was kind of surprising considering the fact that it was a tables match and you got to see your announcers table was safe.
I was
So
like,
there you go.
you would have thought that would have been the first one they'd go for.
Yeah, exactly.
I said on commentary.
Can I just say, best part of this entire match, Casey's freak out.
Yes.
And thank you for bringing that up, Nick. You all remember when I mentioned that a Bischoff was part of the inspiration for a spot of mine later on in the night? Here's where it comes back into play. I'm cussing out Jim Cornette for telling me to be unbiased and impartial. Do any of you remember ECW One Night Stand 2005?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yes, the Judas.
Yep.
I remember. This is the Mike Awesome promo.
Nope.
Oh.
It's
I
when
was
Eric
saying
Bish.
that.
It's when Eric Bischoff is on the commentary table.
Yep.
And
Yes.
Joey Styles is going off on him.
There you
That's-
go.
Crazy.
That's the
Thank you.
direction. That's the direction I went.
I gotta watch. I haven't seen that show yet. I gotta watch it at some point.
Wait, you didn't see One Night Stand 2005?
No, I haven't yet.
Dude, watch it.
What is wrong with you? Watch this show. It's great.
It's good shit.
I guess I know what we have to pick for retro someday. Then I guess.
Oh,
So
absolutely. Absolutely.
You have no idea how good that show is. And
We
I
have to
would
get
break
Kate-
down everything.
we have to get Casey on for that episode too. Like,
All
Well-
motherfuckers here are gonna be on for that. Are you kidding me? That's a
yeah,
good show.
like,
DC motherfucker.
That has one of my favorite matches of all time on it, for fuck's sake.
all right. But yeah, the match itself, continuing. I even kind of like too how like it was every man for himself, but they were willing to work together even for like a short stint. And it was kind of like too like I know it's gonna be weird kind of say it was kind of like it was by accident in a way they were kind of working together, like they were just kind of going through the motions in a way. Really, it's really tough to explain if you don't watch the match.
Which is pretty much how we intended it, to be honest.
Yeah.
That match still has one of the most brutal fucking spots on the whole show, which is put guy in arm bar, spread his fingers apart, pick up chair, and fucking slam his fingers.
Yeah. I believe James compared it to Pete Dunne. I believe James compared that to Pete Dunne's submission move, I believe.
Dude, that shit. The first time I saw it, like after we like fully recorded it and shit like that, and we did the commentary, we had to stop the fucking commentary because I'm like, I've completely forgot we did that, and my hand was killing me for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
That fucking spot hurts.
Yeah, I bet.
That's just one of the spots, by the way. How about the beginning spot? You had a senton. J-Bones throws Ian Lancaster onto Nick Switchblade, who's laid out across the table. What the fuck?
I used you as a can.
I cannot believe it. I was like, Casey did that spot. I'm like, I can't believe that fucking worked. How did the fuck did that work? What the fuck?
And then when they like fight on the stage, and I believe they put like Nick Switchblade on the table, or
no, it was J-Bones on the table, and Ian Lancaster and Nick Switchblade are just using it as like a torture device, hitting strike after strike after strike after.
Keep in mind, by this point of the match, the table in the ring has been on fire for a good 8 minutes.
Yeah.
It's
only in the realm of video games will that ever be a thing.
Yeah.
Not actually. If you put enough heat heat-proof gel across the top of the table and using that as the primary prop table, it is possible to keep that thing lit for 8 minutes, depending on what material the actual table's made out of.
Yeah. And then you had J-Bones do the curb stomp. I believe he did it once on a steel chair.
And then the skull-to-skull contact.
Yeah.
There's too many spots, guys. Like,
yeah.
It's a fucking pain train of match.
Yeah.
Just fucking watch it.
Yeah.
Go over the ending spot.
Too many spots. Many spots.
To kind of set this up, I told James, Nick Switchblade's got to be the one to, go to the table and take the loss here.
Surprise!
Because
So it's first it starts off with a punt kick right to Nick Switchblade's head, followed up by a curb stomp. Then right after that, Ian Lancaster, after getting his revenge somewhat, hits the belly to belly suplex.
We're calling it the last resort.
Throws him over the freaking through the air, and he lands into the flaming table. Ian wins table from hell.
Yes.
Holy shit. Owen's like, that was cool.
Yeah, like, and I was actually okay with it because it's like Nick Switchblade still got his muffin after what happened, so I was like, I'm cool with this, but there was more.
Yeah,
that
surprise, motherfuckers.
Ian Lancaster hits another punt, and then
into Nick Switchblade's head. Then he hits, and then he gets ready to hit the belly to belly, the last resort again, the table, and the punt kick again,
wow.
And then the Joker's carousel.
And I am in glee mode on commentary.
Yes.
I am ecstatic.
Dude, I wasn't gay. I was freaking ecstatic.
I just said that.
Insane.
Like,
it was insane how that.
This match, I believe I gave it 4 3/4, but just talking about it now, I gotta give it 5. Like, this match is just brutal and just absolutely awesome.
$5.
And just the way
$5 foot long.
And just the way the story.
You can't go wrong.
And then the way the story just built in this match, and just the characters in the match just really worked. Let's get Nick's thoughts though on this match.
this match in general, just like any match that has these three, a bloodbath. It is some of my favorite matches when these three are involved.
Oh, then
And-
I have something to tell you after this call.
But yeah, so again, for me, this one, just again, I love these three. I love anything to do with them. So probably a 5.
Yeah.
Just because I love these three.
And the off the books that we did to set this up, which Nick, you have watched almost every single one of the off the books.
I've
you
watched
have
every single
watched
one of them.
Okay. And I know that you love the Nick Switchblade one because it's one of those ones where you went, holy fuck.
Yeah.
And
Literally, I was sitting there watching it, and I'm just, the whole time I'm watching it, I'm just like, I've just got this smile of like, they actually did this.
Yes.
Yes, and fun fact, that was all done in the front seat of the Jetta that I drive.
Yes.
And Nick loves Nick Switchblade more than I do as a character.
Which is saying something.
Yeah.
And to prove the point, if anybody is watching this, and if anybody is fucking, curious, yes, I do the voice of Nick Switchblade. And yes, I am that fucked up in the head to come up with a lot of the shit that he says.
All his original dialogue.
Yeah.
And it's unscripted.
I really love the theme song you picked for Nick Switchblade. Oh.
Shepherd of Fire.
Yeah.
It's ironic. It's
Yeah.
a theme that's ironic. When you listen to it, when you actually read the lyrics, it's like, that doesn't represent him at all. Unless you're
In
from
his mind, it does.
Yeah. He's the nightmare, but he's the shepherd of fire. He is just this psychotic person that thinks he's saving you.
Yeah.
Hurts you. The more pain I can give you, the more you become like me. This is why I love the character. But let's get on to this let's get on to the next match. One of my favorite matches.
First the promo.
I know, still.
I believe it was the Iron Man match, correct?
Yep.
So the 30-minute
Factorial proportions.
Project Asm, a
Yep.
sensory elimination machine.
a 30-minute Iron Man match.
Anything goes.
And if Project Asm won,
The disciples are in.
Yes. And obviously
Factorial portions.
this storyline.
Love that trailer promo, Brett, by the
Yeah.
way. We should have talked about that before. That trailer promo is hype.
So we have the story of this match was absolutely awesome. Obviously this goes back to when Project Asm debuted in the Cell Block match, screwing over Sean Maverick in the tournament. And Sean Maverick was pissed about this, obviously, because he tossed him a chance to become the first ever WIW World Champion. So he challenged Project Asm to a match. And he lists off all of his opponents that he's ever taken out and says that these are all just mere men that I have respect for. And you may be machine, but I'm going to break you apart and send you to the dumpster or something like to that degree.
Close enough.
I got you.
I will melt you down to slag, and whatever gets left behind is headed to the junkyard.
Yeah, like
not just that. Some of the fucking lines in this promo package alone. And I wish I could have used all of his dialogue that he's ever said for him, because there's so much good shit. There's so much good shit Sean says. But in this particular promo, he says, I don't know what you are, I don't know who you were, and I don't give a fuck. And when to censor the fuck instead of doing the swear beep, you had the music censor it for you, and I'm like,
yeah.
oh my god, it was amazing. And then he just goes on. It just gets better. You interrupted my match. Fought like a coward while the lights were out. You tried to end my career. I would suggest you get better acquainted with my previous opponents. Learn a bit more about what's coming. Curtis, Dre,
Kurosaki, even Michinoku. And you have clips of us respectively losing our shit at some of the highlights from those matches.
Yeah.
Myself especially with Taka versus Sean.
Weren't all of the spotlights of him doing his doing his signature?
Yes, most of it was. He had it was the superplex from the top rope on the Brandon Curtis of the I Quit match. It was
the wheelbarrow ladder launcher against Story Dre.
It was the
12 gauge onto the ladder.
Steps on Kurosaki, and then the burning hammer into the ladder by Sean onto Taka. And then he goes and says, "You think a toy soldier is going to be enough to bring me down? It's this into that tin plate you call a skull. In this fight, I will melt you down the slag. And whatever gets left behind is heading to the junkyard." And I'm like,
click, friggin' boom!
Hey, James, I gotta say this too, like, I thought you edited his voice to make him sound like that. I didn't realize he really sounded like that. Like,
he really talks like that.
Sounds like that. Talks like that.
Yeah.
Living action hero. If he were to ever get in shape, he'd be fucking scary.
Oh my gosh. He'd be a superstar anywhere. Like, not just in wrestling, like anywhere. Like,
pretty much.
Yeah.
He's a freaking, dude, he is insane with his voice. And then he goes and says, after that click, click, boom thing, he says, "I'm giving you one chance to back out of this, because once you and me are face to face in that ring, are terminated." And when he says terminated, "I'll crush you," and it shows him Titan punching Taka with an explosion, just like, holy shit, Taka combusted. And then Asm hits.
Yeah.
The following message is transmitted at the request of the Disciples of Darkness and the Assault Sensory Elimination Machine. And then
complete
Asm
tone
starts
change.
his dialogue. He's like, "How do you match Sean's? You have Sean match it." How unfortunate.
And we have worked on that voice for 4 fucking years since the character.
Yeah, you're not even joking, bro. It gets better. He goes and says, "How unfortunate, Sergeant. You seem to be suffering from a hallucinatory state. Claim such extraordinary power, yet failed to deliver counter." Shows when he hits his head into the electrical box. You are only human. Flesh and blood.
When your phone close up.
They have limits, actually. Shows the weaknesses of Sean Maverick, his back and the eye. And that's his primary targets that he shows in the package. The editing for, like, the numbers, like the Matrix feel and all that shit was nuts.
And I cannot allow anyone to hinder my current objective.
And then here comes Black Shadow,
AKA Nick.
My wrath and the darkness is never alone.
I have my assault sensory elimination machine.
I just can't believe. Yeah, I can't believe. Like, I even said that.
Absolutely fantastic. Sorry to cut you off, Owen. I was sitting next to Nick when we first screened Gold Rush. When his character popped up on screen, he was grinning like the fucking Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
Oh, there, fuck boy.
No, but
he was grinning as much as that dog in his icon.
Yeah. But I even gotta say this too, like, you guys made an android character and made it work. Like, no professional wrestling company would be able to do that. Would make an android, like,
and make him.
No. You can't. No. You can't do it. It's called you book the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
And
I can sum this whole thing up with Asm in 4 words. Eat our shit, RoboCop.
Yeah. Like. Wait, I think that's 5 words.
No, RoboCop is 1 word.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after that, he then goes, "I love this effect. I calculated a 0.85% chance that you will win your current condition." It shows the fucking 0.85%, and then it just shows Nick laughing. Target acquired.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And then it just shows this earthquake effect for Azam as it zooms into him. Regardless, you will suffer the wrath of the machine.
Nick
And
goes
then a
crazy.
fucking cackle of Black Shadow showing Sean and Azam almost standing at the same stance.
Yeah.
And then it shows the versus screen. And then you're like, oh, let's fucking go.
Yeah.
So
He did a really good job too. Like this was a feud that just started, but it seemed like they were feuding for like 3 months. Like
Yeah.
Exactly, right?
yeah.
And like,
So can we get some letter grades?
A+.
Nick?
You already know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
He's in
right.
it.
plus.
You already know what I'm gonna say.
Well, you thought the promo package was good. Spoiler alert, some shit's about to go down.
So Nick, why are you with
Yeah.
the voice specifically? Why are you Chancellor Palpatine if he mixed with the fucking Happy Mask salesman from Majora's Mask?
I just, you know, you're not wrong.
I actually didn't even know that. That's actually something that's actually a voice I've used for stuff for years now.
Yeah.
That's actually just a voice I've used.
Breaking up.
He's breaking up, he's breaking up, he's breaking up, he's breaking up,
Breaking up.
he's gone.
No, it's
Hello?
good.
So they just stopped. So they just stopped breaking it down the match, or decided to wait for him, or
Nick, continue.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, we're good.
All right, there we go.
Too legs, too many legs.
But yeah, so yeah,
That's an A for you.
it's an A+ for me all around.
A.
Yeah.
All right, let's go, Owen. Let's break this shit down. I don't know
Now-
how you can.
I'll say this.
Before we do,
It's-
fun fact, this was actually the first match we ever commentated for Immortal.
There you
Yes.
go.
We knew we had to deliver this correctly, and we said we have to make this the first.
Yeah.
And then
And
we
I'll
delivered.
say this. When I handed out the business codes, this is one of the matches I hype up the most, just because, you know.
I don't blame you.
And one of the people.
One of the best matches on the whole card, because it's a big Haas versus an even fucking bigger Haas.
And the people that watched it, they like this match the best. Like they love this match.
It's so simple. It's such a simple concept of a match. A no holds barred format stipulation.
Yeah. Let's talk about the match. I just really love how you use the Brothers of Destruction entrance pretty much for both Sean Maverick and Azam.
Yep.
What you have, Sean Maverick,
What we give it, it's so different in contrast to though, because it's like it's not them. It's
Sean-
Brothers of Destruction.
Sean isn't
It's-
just Undertaker. Sean is a warmonger. He is an individual that loves combat.
yeah.
And
Um,
as just a heartless fucking machine. So both entrances, yes, we could obviously just do a custom entrance and they walk down. But the lighting helps because Azam's eyes look fucking nuts with the cane lighting.
Yeah.
That's fucking intense.
Dude, the whole you gotta do the entrances because it's like when you see the entrances, they rock it out. And again, I mention this all the time, but it was especially true in Immortal. You had the American flag side by side next to Sean, and above him as he's walking down with the Taker walk.
And we the people.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! What the fuck have we created? That was nuts.
We created a guy that is loved so much by the fan base that I can't even deny it. Even the guys from Disturbed love this character.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like they're like, yeah, this
I
fits.
love it.
For sure. I saw it too
That's fucking superstar in the making, man. Owen, you've said it.
And the music.
Superstar.
The
Yeah.
music, by the way.
Indestructible determination that is incorruptible.
Dude,
From the
let me explain this before we go on the carry mode. The song, if you pay close attention to this entrance, for some goddamn reason, I don't know how the hell it happened, I edited the song in a certain way, and for whatever fucking reason, it somehow worked. It just fucking worked. The minute it says, I am an indestructible, and then he raises his arms right when it says Master of War, and then the lights go white, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, let's fucking go.
It's false. We sat down for like 2 days fucking doing the entrance and then realized it doesn't work. And of course you did that's actually one of the first like early cuts of your
That's
editing.
the first ever song edit I have ever done in my life.
And it was perfect day one. There was no reason to redo it again.
It was amazing. It was fucking great. And then we go into Aslam's. Holy shit.
Wake up, and feed the machine.
This fucking entrance is so
By Red. Feed the Machine by Red is his theme. He has the Kane formatted entrance. He's got the Legion of Doom formatted spikes, and he looks huge. Yet he's shorter than Sean by at least a couple inches.
devastating looking. He comes out, and it like after the whole screen intro, Project ASEM executing T minus 5, 3, 2, 1. The pilot goes
Boom.
off.
And
Here he comes, and Cyberdyne Systems online, and it shows the online deal.
Yeah.
And then he starts walking down, and it just shows this great camera angle, and his eyes look menacing as fucking shit. He goes into the ring, and you can hear it. This is one of the few moments where Nathan, Casey, and I
are
just
dumbstruck.
silent.
Yeah.
Silent for this character.
The only thing we say until well after Joshua Blake finishes his ring announcement, you hear John say, "Oh my God," and you hear me go, "Target in sight," and it's dead silent on commentary from then until Josh Blake finishes announcing.
I think too.
And I just ask, "What is this thing?" And then
Yeah.
Nate's like, "Doesn't matter because he's gonna get his ass kicked." And I love how we made the pyro intimidating. You know what I mean? The Kane pyro looked intimidating. I don't care if he summoned pillars of goddamn flame. There is not a damn thing that the son of a bitch can fucking even do. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Fucking hell!
Dude, we sold that shit like we just had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Like, the dude looks scary as hell.
It also helped for my reaction that I had kind of a induced fear of fire anyway, thanks to Nick Switchblade. So
Had flashbacks. Okay, I said that as a joke. I did not think this was going to become literal.
Yeah.
and that's when Nate knows, oh, I might want to start shutting my mouth.
Yeah.
The minute he's like, no,
Go
he's
on.
going to get annihilated. He's going to get clothesline. He's going to
James, hold on. James, hold on.
Owen, go right ahead because you were going to say something and we keep cutting you off.
Well, I was gonna talk about that too. Like, like it's serious. Like when Nathan Farrar shuts his mouth, like, like.
Yeah, exactly. Like when the guy who talks the
Doesn't
most
happen.
is like,
Yeah.
"Oh, man." And then the minute he comes in, the match starts. The bell rings. The timer starts going.
Can I talk
Can I
about?
just point out something funny I noticed while I was watching it? The fact that in a matter of only a few weeks, Casey Gallagher had 2 run-ins with a disciple fucking with him with fire.
Yeah.
On the same night.
Literally.
On the same, no, not on the same night. Well, technically, yeah. But yeah, so match starts.
Can I talk about the
Trying to hit
match?
him with a big boot. You're mine, he says.
Yeah.
And then Aslam decks him with a right and just cancels his big boot out. And then Nathan just goes, like, after talking all this shit, he's like, never mind!
I'll talk about the match too. Like, that's nothing. That's something we've never seen before. Like Sean Maverick get taken down off his game like that too. Like, it was
And
just.
wasn't with a running strike. He just slugged him.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of this. He just went bam!
The way I can describe Asm is, and I can't believe I'm even using this as an example. Asm is Broly. That is what Sean has to turn into.
That's what happened. That's what happened to Sean when he got knocked out. With
Perfect timing.
Right.
Yeah, he has. That's
Broly. KO.
KO.
That's
KO.
it's kind of like, hey, this is the next power that Sean's gonna have to beat. It's like he's beating Mark Young, he's beating Taka Michinoku, he's beating fucking legends, he's beating people that are faster than him, he's beating the guy that's equivalent in strength as him. But how does he beat somebody that has outsmarted him, knows how to beat everything that he tosses out throughout the course of this entire fucking match, and just doesn't feel anything?
Yeah.
Almost nothing. Almost nothing. He's like, the best way to explain this is the board. When what's his name, Jean-Luc Picard gets taken over by the board. It's like that, where he still has those human elements, but he's mostly machine.
Yeah.
And the only time he
So
feels emotion,
let's get into
piss him off.
Let's get into this fucking match, though.
Yeah.
The fact that I love that as a commentator, I am so with Sean that I'll be honest, as soon as the fucking spear through the barricade, which wasn't even a spear, it was a goddamn spine buster through the barricade happens, that shut me the fuck up quick.
No, that did, but that's not all that did. So I'll build up to that.
Do it. It was crazy. The first moment of the match, just spine busters him through the barricade. 1, 2, 3. That's Shawn Maverick's bad back, right?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there's dialogue in this match. It's the first time we're doing dialogue. After he hits that punch to cancel out the big boot, he says, "Inferior creature." Holy shit! Let's go. Let's fucking go.
But yeah, I'll talk about the match. Yeah, Sean Maverick too. Like even afterwards, responds with like his Titan punch by saying, "I'm not a fucking inferior creature" or something like. That's kind of one of.
I'll tell you what he says.
Yeah.
I will break you. This is during his freaking mountain punch sequence.
Yeah.
And by the way, after that, so after the spear through the barricade, Sean, it looks like he's in dire straits, right? But then Sean gets his wind back and lifts this dude as high as he can in the air, 425 pounds, and slams him into the mat. And he said, after Atlam says, "You will be terminated," he says, "Terminated, try another cliche."
Yeah.
Boom! Slams him into the mat, throws him into the outside. What could Sean be doing here?
He goes and grabs a ladder.
No, that's first. Yeah, that happened. But yeah, I'll even you guys were like in shock too, that like,
He lifted him. Yeah, right.
No. How in shock you were that like Asm was able to put him away like so quickly, like within the first fall, like just by putting him through the barricade like that, because that's not something you would expect to see from Sean Maverick, not to kick out of that. So
I've never seen anybody on the show spine buster somebody through the fucking barricade. Up to that.
And then Sean Maverick does the springboard like clothesline like through the announcer's table.
It's not just a springboard clothesline.
He goes.
Listen, people remember Jonathan Brady?
Yeet.
I remember.
Yeah, I remember him.
Get back on the call, man.
I don't want to put on my camera.
All right, fine.
Fuck you.
What? Right. He then decides, I'm going to one-up this. He has this thing almost standing straight up. He runs up the damn thing. He is fucking 30 feet in the air, drops down with a goddamn clothesline through our goddamn announcer table. My reaction was, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Where the fuck did he pull this shit out of his ass?
Yeah. And he gets the second fall that way too. Like
he gets the first fall on him. It's tied at one apiece. And what I did was the crowd went mental. Holy shit chants, WYW chants, this is awesome chants, dispatch rules chant. I used every fucking chant in the goddamn fucking book to sell the awesomeness of that moment.
Yeah.
if you were seeing that live, what's your first reaction? You ain't gonna be in sync. Fuck that. There are gonna be sections of the crowd chanting shit all over the place. It's crazy, dude. It was the craziest thing I've ever fucking done as Sean Maverick ever. Because that was me playing Sean, and Mike was actually playing as him. So it was nuts. You know?
But continuing, then Sean grabs a ladder and he just hits Adam right in the ribs and then right across the spine, which was obviously awesome. And they continue just to go back and forth with each other. Sean Maverick hits the not the 12 gauge, but what's the name of his signature? I can't think of it off the top.
The Titan Punch?
No.
The wheelbarrow facebuster?
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
He hits it onto the ladder too, and there's even a spot where he hits 3 power bombs on the outside, right onto the broken part of the announcer's tape too. And
he does that a couple times, actually.
Yeah, he does it later on in the match, and he does it all 3 times, like onto the steel steps or a ladder, I think, or maybe.
Talk about the 4 power bombs he also did, where he hit 2 in the ring, 1 on the apron, and then 1 through a ladder, and then he hits it. And not only that, actually no, 1 through a table, and then hits a clubbing blow to the back, and this is what gets the second fall. It does not matter because then Azam gets up and hits the slingshot Samoan drop.
Yeah.
Sending Sean into the broken table pieces, and then he hits
John Gray's Samoan drop.
Yeah, that's John Gray's Samoan drop. Then he hits the choke slam from elevating him into the air and getting another fall on Sean.
And need we remind you, there's also a couple of points in this match. John Gray's Samoan drop isn't the only move he took from other WYW competitors.
Chris Dodd's paycheck.
Yes.
Paycheck.
And you saw him do the Samoan drop off the turnbuckles onto the steps too. Like, Sean Maverick even beat him up with the kendo stick too, and then he had a baseball bat, and then you had obviously too Adam gets another.
Let's talk about the fall specifically when he does the powerbomb to the outside, like you mentioned, and then he hits the Anaconda Vice.
Yeah.
Wrenches on this poor dude, where he taps.
Yeah.
He actually taps out the cyborg.
Yeah.
It was a goddamn struggle.
And I went ballistic.
I even love how you have the grunts that Sean Maverick would do, to struggle, like just showing that too, like.
This felt like a fight.
Yeah.
Dude,
But continue.
It was crazy, dude.
Continuing, then I even love too, like, Azam, like, targets the eye of Sean Maverick, like, religiously in this match. Like,
yeah, that happens. That happens after it. Because this is the third fall for Sean that comes.
Yeah.
Because he gets taken down by Sean again. Like he takes him down with a move. I forget the actual move. I think it might have been the choke slam again. And then he goes to climb to the top rope, and then Sean gets up. I'll crush you! Bam! With the Titan punch. 1, 2, 3.
Was that the anti-air variation?
It was the anti-air Titan punch.
I believe we're calling that particular version the Patriot Missile.
That's the Patriot Missile. Yeah. He KOs him for the third fall for him. So it's 3-2, right? Sean Maverick's up, and that's when he goes for the eye. Continue from there.
Yeah, he just continuously just targets his eye, like, religiously. And then he taps him out with some type of submission move, like a camel clutch with like a.
Yeah, it was a surfboard stretch, and he stretched his arms as hard as he fucking could. Which, by the way, was like this was after. Keep in mind, Sean hit. You know how he does his chain grapples?
Yeah.
It was after he did that.
Yeah.
And most of these were onto a fucking ladder.
Yeah.
Did not matter.
And then
choke slam hit the surfboard stretch, tapped him out in seconds. After
yeah.
Applied the hold.
And then like the match, like basically you don't know who's gonna go over. Basically after like a ton of 12 gauges onto like like a ladder through a table onto a chair onto a sledgehammer.
Actually, I do have to correct you on one thing, Owen. Those were all Titan punches. Sean never hit the 12 gauge in this match.
Never hit the
No.
12 gauge. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Dude, Asm reversed the 12.
A handful.
4 minutes into the match.
Yeah.
He reversed the 12 gauge. Sean then went to Titan punch for the
Yeah.
rest of the fight. Because he couldn't hit the 12 gauge on this big bastard.
And then you finally had the, Sean Maverick get busted open via the wind bell, I believe.
But before he could activate his blood rage, like, mode, essentially, Asm is just, he does the sickest choke slam anyone's ever done.
Yeah.
Look what Ori Dre did earlier in the night. He fucking choke slams this dude back first onto the edge of a fucking table, leaned up against a pair of steel steps.
Yeah.
The table doesn't even give, and you just hear John Caterer.
Yeah. And then
By the way, but oh my god, if I were in real life, I would.
Then you finally have the finish when Sean Maverick hits three power bombs, then one of them onto the stairs. And he's gonna set up for the win. But then
That's the elbow drop onto the skull too. Call back to his match with Taka.
And then what's Nick's character's name?
The disciple.
No. Xavier Nightingale is in there, but he sends out Ori Dre.
Yeah.
And the soon to debut El Diablo.
Yeah.
It's a choke slam onto a pair of steel steps.
And then F5.
Concrete. The package pile driver on concrete, and then they hand him over to El Diablo, and he hits the sickest F5 anyone's ever hit.
Fuck Brock Lesnar's F5. This was fucking a lot better. Like,
he tossed him like he was a fucking pizza.
And Asm finally makes the cover, gets the win with like 1 second to spare. So there's no.
And not just that. Nick then says, "What?
The dream dies."
It's fucking great. It just shows the scary motherfucker's face.
Yeah.
And then 1, 2, 3. And it wasn't just 1 second to spare. Owen.
It was less than that.
It was. I calculated it on the actual iPhone. It was a quarter of a fucking second. He got that goddamn pinfall.
Are you saying that pinfall was It was a fucking
Yes.
0.25 millisecond fucking.
Yes. Yes, I am. It
Bullshit.
was that close, dude.
Bullshit. I don't believe you. That's fucked up.
You don't have to, but I did it. I calculated it. I legit timed this fucking match. It was a millisecond on my iPhone.
This match was awesome. Like, this match was awesome, though. Like, this honestly is 5 stars. This might have been my favorite match of the whole show. Like, this match ruled. Like,
I can't even disagree.
Yeah. What about you, Nick? What were your thoughts on this match?
What do you think it's gonna be?
Thank you, Nick.
Terrible. I hate it. I don't like it. I want it to be better.
Yeah.
0 stars out of 10.
He likes James. He likes the House of Horrors match a lot better than this. You got to do.
Fuck that.
Come to the House of Horrors, babe.
Let me do the chant. Let's reveal the chant. Ready? 5 stars. 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 Oh my god, we're fucking nerds. Anyway.
Then we had when did the Maggie Daddy's like promo? Was it after?
Immediately.
Right after
Yes, it
this.
was right after this match.
Yeah.
So not only did a fucking faction just take out. By the way, in the highlight reel as it's going on, Sean's getting stretched out with an oxygen mask.
Right.
Holy shit! How vulnerable does Sean look?
Yeah.
The way he look. By the way, WCW, that's how you fucking make a mega athlete look vulnerable, not with a goddamn cattle prod.
Yeah.
Dude, not only do you have that happen, a whole fucking Dark Disciples faction just annihilated one of the best stars ever.
And wormed
Then
their
Brett
way into the
Mensch's
company?
mug pops up.
The what?
Then Brett Mensch's mug pops up.
No, can I say something else?
Go ahead.
You actually gave Sean Mavic some obstacles to overcome in a believable way too. Like, you know,
Yeah.
not everyone's gonna really root for this guy. Like, I love it.
It's fucking nuts, dude. And then
Yeah.
you not only do you have that happen, and you hate that faction, then Brett Mention pops up. And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, fuck off. Why is this dude on my television?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I just want to add one thing before we go to the next match. I love being a heel.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, dude. The heel
I
is the
ne-
best fucking part.
I never thought I would. Holy hell, being a heel is fun.
It's fucking amazing, isn't it?
You get to
I
get
gotta- Maybe I
You
should
get to
try
get
it. Maybe I should
yeah,
try it.
maybe. You never know. But let me tell you from experience, you get to get a lot of shit out of your system.
Yeah, it's great.
I don't know, though.
I need to be a heel.
I don't know. Do you think I'd be a good heel though?
With the right gimmick.
Yeah.
Of course, with the right gimmick. What? Okay.
All right.
Shut up.
Now
I'm
let's
trying
talk
to...
about the Maggie Daddies promo. You know, basically they talk about how they're later on in the night. What's his name? Mark Young's gonna win the.
Johnny Star, win or lose tonight, your ass is mine.
Yeah, and
Because he's
so
got a job to finish.
yeah.
Johnny
And he's
Star, win or lose, your ass, I'm gonna fuck it.
There you go.
So with him is Little Andre and Corey Dangerous side by side with him.
Yeah.
And then it goes to the next match.
Gee.
Johnny Star versus James Archangel. And then the promo happens.
There may be no greater enemy than that of a wronged best friend.
Thank you, Matt Striker.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So what exactly did Matt Striker say that?
WrestleMania 26, Edge versus Chris Jericho.
Yeah, this
Didn't watch
match
it.
is hype. Like, this match makes a lot of sense. Like James Archangel, all he was trying to do was just try to defend the honor of Johnny Starr. Doing the match with Brett mentioned, but Johnny Starr didn't see it that way. He saw it as, a way that to, take away, treat him like a kid.
Steal his thunder.
And I even like that thing where you see James Archangel get the phone call from I believe Mark Young saying he's gonna have a submission. Markiplier saying he's gonna have the submission match and saying and you already say I know it's coming, so you don't even you're just kind of
But there's no excitement in his voice. It's more of the fact that he's resigned to this.
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice. And I like that it's a submission match in a way too, because now basically it's a way for the student to face the teacher. I don't know. I feel like this match being a submission match really made the match work because it was a chance to prove they're not ready to give up the spot, but they might have to give up their spot. Where James might have to give up, his spot to Johnny Starr. But Johnny Starr, if he taps out, then he's proven right that James the Archangel really is the teacher. I even loved how they even talk about how if it wasn't for Johnny Starr, WYW wouldn't have even seen its true potential. James the Archangel talks about how he brought Johnny Starr into WYW.
And from what little I know of the actual IRL backstory, the part about Johnny Starr showing the true potential of WIW is 100% true.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reality mixed in with this promo. I even take digs at myself, part where he says that I didn't ask for his pity. I didn't ask for him to say, hey, Johnny Starr can't defend his own battles. I need somebody else to fight him. This is a thing I used to do a lot when I was this is what kept me in trouble a lot of the time, was because I was fighting other people's battles when I shouldn't have been. So it's like,
And I know what
a lot of goddamn reality.
I know exactly what you're referencing to, James. So
Yeah, no, well, it's not just that. It's just
Yeah.
in general. Like, I was doing it a lot, and you know, that, I was able to put my flaws on display in my own character that I actually have in real life, and he was able to put his own flaws into his character that he has in real life, and it told a fucking great story.
yeah,
And then you're like,
Agreed.
it was fucking great, and I was like, and this was a rushed promo, by the way. It was so rushed. It was like at the final hour that I finally got this fucking promo finished, right before I had to go to school. I think John told you this. I literally passed out on my laptop just because I wanted to get that done.
I don't think he told me this actually. So
Well, you should ask him about it because he can tell you. He remembers the story verbatim. But
And this was John Montero?
John Tuddy. He goes with me to school. I love this promo.
yeah,
The promo was so fucking hype. It was great, and you were like, how can you follow a fucking almost done.
go James.
So yeah, so you think what could even follow the Iron Man match that just fucking happened? This was amazing.
Yeah.
And that promo then follows it up to the match. We will talk about the match first. But first, what are your thoughts on the promo, Owen?
I really think now that I know it's like a Rush promo, like it came off like awesome, like and I think because I know kind of like you and Johnny's history, like it just really worked. Like, you know what? I know this is kind of weird, but like in a way, this is kind of like therapy for you guys because like if you guys are really pissed at each other, you can take
therapy for all of us, my friend.
yeah, like you could take it out on each other, like in this, like I'm not saying like think about the stuff like, if you and I ever get into a few games, like we can use on each other because like
yeah, no shit, dude. Like there's so much shit that we could implement. You know what I mean? And that's the beauty of mixing reality and kayfabe and making it work so well. You know.
Think about it like this too, like I mean maybe this is like think about how like too if they did this how many relationships like in wrestling would like I know it's like weird for me to like think about it this way, like no one else thinks about it, but think about like how many relationships in wrestling would like get solved, like maybe like Alexa Bliss and Sasha Banks would actually like each other if they could like get their real life story into this. It's I don't know, it's just maybe I'm overthinking it in a way, but like it's just
it's perfect. It's the best way to possibly do it, unless
like
guys complete unprofessional cunt and don't do it. But,
yeah,
no, I agree with that.
But
you want to blur the line, but not a shit ton, just enough where the fan that's watching goes, okay, there's some backstory here. And I want to kind of know what the full story really is about why this is happening the way it is.
Just to the point where the person watching starts to question, okay, just how real and deep does this thing go?
Yeah. Because we're going to talk about that. The main event will tie into that very nicely, too. Like,
oh, absolutely. In multiple ways. But before we get there, Nick, Owen, I believe you already gave your letter grade?
No, A plus. Like, it was awesome.
Nick?
A plus.
Now let's talk about the match.
That was fast.
So,
dude, you thought that we couldn't get brutal with limited options?
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
By God.
You did it.
We're fucking cunts.
Can I just say, I could sum this match up in one very simple way. Oh, they can't make this brutal. They could make them fighting with spoons brutal. They can make anything brutal.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate test of how sadistic you can be.
Yeah.
This show.
Did Did you just give me a fucking challenge? Sure you want to do that, Nick? You want to give me a fucking challenge?
Next thing we know, Mike is gonna go in a hex editor and make spoons a usable weapon.
I will use the
not just
fetuses
any
of young
spoons.
boys.
Not just any spoon. Owen, hold up yours.
That I'm gonna use that. Which one am I gonna use? That.
Just hits him off the back of the head with a spoon.
Hey, you want to play musical chairs, motherfucker? I will bop you over the head with this. I swear to God.
All right, James, you're
Okay, Owen, face it. That is totally something you would say.
Yeah, I would. So, but I'll break down some other highlights. What I really liked about this match is I saw like new things I've never seen before, like a freaking moonsault, like into like Johnny Starr's like head while his neck was like connected to a steel chair, like you know, like a split.
Fuck
Oh,
your head.
hold on. Before you get to that, you want to talk about how I did a moonsault and then Johnny kicked me in the fucking face with a
Yeah.
kick?
Well, I really like how you guys like before the match started, like you know, you guys basically. I will admit one thing about like it was a good idea, and obviously you're gonna fix this problem, but like sometimes you couldn't hear what you guys were saying, so it you know.
Yeah.
It's a first.
It will definitely be fixed. And by the way, when we release the matches just by themselves, we're gonna put subtitles over what they say,
Yeah.
so you'll be able to see what they said.
Yeah. But yeah, James they basically like say like we're finally doing this, like, you know, last chance to back out and stuff, which was cool. And you know, they have like a nice technical match in the beginning with traded submission moves and stuff, but it's kinda like technical, but they wanna hurt each other too in a way too. Like
It's a struggle every submission, every move they do.
Yeah.
Is
And
purpose.
you know, you have James Archangel do the Russian leg sweep through the table. Which, you know, I obviously like that. The detonation bomb into the chairs twice. Damnation. And like Johnny Starr, like, while James the Archangel's like heads against like the apron, taking a steel chair and hitting him off the head like 3 times.
Hold on,
like,
before you even say that, you gotta remember it was the pump kick into the face, then he hits a twist of fate, then he sends him to the outside of the ring, then he hits the corkscrew comet.
yeah,
He didn't just hit the corkscrew comet on my gut. No. He decides, fuck it. I'm gonna Billy Kidman your ass and hit your head
yeah,
with my goddamn stomach.
yeah,
And you just hear me, like if you listen closely when I up the audio in the match edit, you're gonna hear me just wince, like
Yeah.
I'm hurt. And then he puts me in the apron. Lights out, chair shot. He gets back into the ring, another chair shot. I get up and I'm like, all right, you want to go, motherfucker? Let's go.
I am so glad that this match was not pinfall. Because he probably could have just pinned you right after the first chair shot to the head. Right against the apron. Like, fuck it, pin.
yeah. And you had some nice exchange of submissions, like the Angels wins, which is basically a Koji clutch. I just have to make sure I say that so people don't, because I know this could go confuse it with the other Angels wins. So
Which I believe is a power bomb.
No, it's like a driver.
Yeah.
It's a fucking pedigree, okay?
Yeah.
It's a pedigree driver, basically.
You know, Johnny Starr doing the Canadian crossface, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
Canadian crossface.
Because I want to say that, you know, crippler crossface, because, you know, that's something else. I mean, it's the same thing, but it's a reference to something we don't want to be referencing to. So
No, it's something that we don't want to reference to homicidal murder.
Yeah.
Not to mention a not so great ICP song.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I love the face buster that James Archangel does, like into the surfboard stretch. I really love that submission. I think that's awesome. And you know, Johnny Starr like takes the steel chair and wraps it around James Archangel's leg and hits a springboard splash into the chair. Like I said, it's stuff you don't even know about. You can do with 2K14 again too. Like, there you go.
Yeah, because we're fucking.
Did you say we're fucking crazy? I agree.
Oh, and then Johnny's like, your leg's not enough for me. I'm gonna fucking cause some more head trauma. Does a moonsault with his
After a
knees,
moonsault?
using his knees as a goddamn concerto weapon.
Yes.
My face smashes off the chair as he hits me in the back of the head with his goddamn knees.
And then he did just a regular. Then he did a regular concerto to you too. Like,
one of Nathan's best lines was just like, "Why did you do that, you asshole? Why did you do that, you stupid dick?"
yeah. I even love too, like what James Archangel's just freaking losing and just fucking beating the shit out of this dude. Like, I'm not gonna break that down like move for move because that's just basically the best way to.
We beat the fuck out of each other in this match, bro. It was just like,
Yeah.
it's a match you have to see. To break it down is impossible.
Yeah.
We can break down the ending spot because that's easy, but the rest of it is just.
Well, one
spot though, where I'm having this moment with Johnny, trying to get him to, dude, why are we doing it like this? This is about honor. This shouldn't be a blood feud. And then Johnny just goes, "I'm thinking about me tonight, just like you were thinking about yourself when you took out Brett Mention. Go fuck yourself." And then I said, "All right, we'll do it my way." Then I run at him. He elevates me in the air, catches me in the Canadian claw. Does not tap me out. I will not give up. I'm not going to give up to him. Then he goes and tries to hit the corkscrew comet yet again, and I catch him.
Into the Angel's wings.
Again, into fucking Angel's wings. It looked amazing. And then here's another geek out moment of Nick.
Yeah. Oh, we forgot to mention too. This was all for the
international title.
International title, yeah. This was an international title match to crown the first ever inaugural international champion. What
I forgot.
better way to have the two workhorses beat the fuck out of each other for it?
Yeah.
You know?
I think you got busted open in this match when he hit you with a chair too, I believe, or something like that.
Yep, I did. I did get busted open.
You got speared through a barricade too. I hope you're okay, buddy. I'm surprised you're still alive. Like.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm having back problems. My head's still ringing, man.
Yeah, like. Kristen, you look better.
Everything's fuzzy. Like you look like a
Fuck
potato.
you too.
Like, you look like a potato. Mike, I can't see your icon, but you look green instead of red. And then Casey, I think, are you grape?
Yes, I'm Violet Beauregard.
Are you grape? Are you grape?
This match is also. I even liked even
also?
you couldn't break with the ropes too. Like you had to freaking get out of the submission.
True. Yeah. We made that like kind of like a UFC style. Like we did this thing too. We're beating ourselves up so bad, right? That we go to the outside of the ring and tap each other out on the outside to make sure if we throw them back in the ring, we're going to make sure they tap.
Yeah.
By the time he tapped me out, I was like, I'm not giving up. I'm not doing this. I finally am able to break out of the hold.
Yeah.
We come to the ending spot. I grab the title belt after he concertos me.
And need we remind you before you continue, James? Johnny Starr and James Archangel are both considered sons by John Caterer.
Yeah.
Throughout this entire fight, John Caterer is practically in tears.
I'm almost like I'm in breaking down, and Mike
IRL as well.
Mike was like, "Bro, you gotta stop this acting. It's scary how good you are sometimes." Because I thought you were actually gonna cry. There were a couple moments in the show where I almost cried to sell the feud.
Yeah.
That was one of them.
No, James really could be an actor if he wanted to. Like the freaking Tony Nese troll wouldn't have gotten made if he wasn't such a good actor. Like.
The How to Troll a Birdman. What a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the House of Troll and Birdman?
No, How to Troll a Birdman.
Oh, okay.
Go on his channel and just have a watch. It's amazing. But I grab the title belt. My character grabs the title belt. My wrestling character just starts beating him with the goddamn belt. And then he hits the cradle DDT onto the goddamn title belt. And you just hear me telling him, "Stop it, goddamn it. You two have been friends. You
Yeah.
two are like sons to me. I'm literally about to cry. I'm like so distraught over what I'm seeing with my own eyes. Even Nathan says, "God damn it, guys, enough!
Yeah.
Enough of this!" Like
We were all saying that.
seriously
I
done.
even, you know what I even love about your company? When the crowd chants "fight forever," you don't go along with the crowd. You're like, "No, guys, stop this!" Like, you know.
Yeah, like this is not fun for us. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, and then Johnny starts going off, and it was like, it wasn't just me yelling at Johnny. I was yelling at James. I was yelling at myself. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Why am I such a cunt?
Yeah, pretty much.
Um,
And then Johnny hits the sickest key lock kick, and you could hear that ricochet off the arena. He then hits me with the title belt.
he's
Hits
in the
me-
company now.
Huh?
Ricochet's in the company now.
I wish.
We wish.
Then
You said we
hits
could hear
the-
Ricochet.
Then we hear the side
yeah.
effect. He hits the side effect. He throws me into the post. Hits my head off the post. Sends
I
me
thought
into-
he was going to go for the kick.
Yeah, me too.
He hits the head. He has enough honor in him that he won't go for the kick. He then he hits a combination blow. Right? Then he goes for the Canadian crossface. What he did to me when he caught me in the elevated crossface before was he
You had him in the Angel's wings.
Yeah, I had him in Angel's wings when I caught
To
him.
get out of it, he
bit
bit.
my hand.
Yep.
Right. So then I'm biting him back in the ring. I bite his fingers, and he just
I
screams,
bit his dick.
"Fuck! Get off me!" And then I go onto the apron. I jump off. I springboard, or no, he springboards, and then I got him into the Angel's wings a second time in midair.
And
In
this time,
fucking air.
and this time when he's got the hand position, if you look, he's got his thumb right below Johnny Starr's jaw and his hands on
And
the
I'm
side of Johnny
wrenching.
Starr's head.
I'm wrenching like this.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he gives up. He verbally submits. He can't even tap. He
Yeah.
verbally submits. He's like, I can't do it. And then the ref's like, that's it, ring the bell. And I win the title.
Now, granted, Brian Holden turned completely the wrong way because fuck the AI.
Yeah.
But
But it was still an amazing fucking match and moment.
I even love, you know, even shows like Johnny Starr looking back at you, like kind of like, you know, like a sign of respect in a way at the end.
It was a sign of respect and a sign of dismay because this should have
He
been
was-
a different outcome.
Yeah.
Not
not to mention the fact, even despite all his shortcomings and the fact that he wasn't quite successful, he was this fucking close.
Yeah.
That just reinforces he believed. Probably to fix his phone or whatever. But that just reinforces his belief. Okay, I came this close. I know I can beat this son of a bitch.
And that's what I like about this show. Like everyone that lost, you know.
Who, me? I'm still here.
Huh?
Oh no, he's talking to Nick.
Oh, I'm still here. I was just letting you guys.
Yeah, everyone that lost didn't look like losers. Everyone looked like a winner on this show. Except the people that lost, but so, but everyone, but it's not like you look stupid for losing. You know, everyone came off like a winner on this show. This match is fantastic. 5 stars. Like, how can you not give this match 5 stars? If you don't give this match 5 stars, then you know
You're
I don't know.
retarded.
Yeah. Exactly. Mike pretty much just I was gonna try to say it in a nicer way, but Mike pretty much just threw it out there. So
No, dude, fuck it. Just say it. There's
Dude, he doesn't care.
yeah.
I would say wait for Nick, but I don't know where the heck he went.
Yeah. It's 12:57 too, dude. So
Yeah, true. I just want to make sure, like, I can get the rest of his star ratings via Messenger at least.
yeah. All right. I'm just gonna go on to the next match.
Yeah, you actually next promo package, and then while you're doing that, I'll try to call Nick and shit.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll see you guys in a minute. I'll come back.
Yeah. So next was the finals. This is like the two main things that like Gold Rush and everything have been building to. the finals of the Athena Championship Tournament. Vera Magodin versus Colleen Horizon.
In a Full Metal Mayhem.
Yeah. Which I was surprised you did Full Metal Mayhem because I thought you would have done a different stipulation for the finals, but this still worked just as much.
Admittedly, the reason we went with Full Metal Mayhem was because we just ran out of stipulations we thought would work.
Yeah, so.
Well, I'll be honest. It's like the start of
He's back.
Oh, okay, we got him.
The start of the
Sorry,
Athena tournament.
phone's being annoying.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, while we still got you, star review for the submissions match for the international title.
Star review.
Star rated.
Yeah, star rating. Honestly, that match probably a 5. Like most of the matches after Psycho Asylum just were all 5.
Okay, can I just say that too
Because
to save
Blew
time?
them out. They blew it out of the park.
Yeah.
Alright, and what about the promo packages also?
We haven't gotten we haven't gotten that far yet.
We're in.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Is he staying for the review?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just
Alright.
the background while we were talking about that. My phone was slowly shutting like all the apps down.
Yeah, of course it was. Fair enough.
So Mike was explaining why he went with Full Metal Mayhem match, so let's let Mike do that now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So where I was at was if the Athena tournament started with the Full Metal Mayhem match, it should end with a Full Metal Mayhem match.
Well, the
Yeah.
semifinals started with a
Well, the semifinals did, so it just makes a little bit of sense to have it kind
Yeah,
of.
exactly.
It's an evolutionary process, man.
and the promo helped the Full Metal Mayhem stipulation.
Yeah. What I really loved about this too was like the two women, Colleen and Vera in real life, like sat right next to each other right when this match came on too. Just kind of made it really perfect too.
They
Okay.
watched it. They were both like kind of proud of like how far it came.
And they had every right to be.
Right?
Yeah,
I was-
like
It's a fucking phenomenal match. There's
yeah,
no ifs, ands, or buts with it.
yeah, like
It was-
I was happy. I was worried Colleen too was gonna miss this match, and when I heard she was gonna be here for like because she deserved to see this match, if not anything else. Like, you have the
Yeah, I just had to relog because it wasn't connecting
Don't
fully.
worry about it.
But you have the promo package for this match, and like you could tell that these are two best friends, but like they both really want to win this match because of their backstories. Colleen Horizon, who was made fun of, or actually no, my bad, who wanted to be like everybody else and kind of didn't really know like what her role in life was and what kind of person she wanted to be. But then when she developed the Walker chick personality and everything, that like made her gave her purpose in life and kind of helped her throughout this process.
Bro,
Like,
their stories, their respective stories, is like another incident where it's like
Yeah.
kayfabe and real life blending together,
And-
and it just
and then you got Vera's was bullied as a kid for being made fun of for being too short in 4th grade, which
It still
Why-
is.
yeah,
You know
like,
what?
I don't get why in 4th grade you're being made fun of. I mean, I'm not saying this is a plot hole or anything. I'm just saying in life. Why in 4th grade you're being made fun of because like you don't really hit your
not just how
growth spurt.
short she was. It was like also she said how weak I looked.
Yeah. So she took up like karate because of I believe it said in the video package because her 4th grade teacher recommended she took karate.
Yeah, as an outlet for whatever stress she had due to bullying.
Yeah. And they really wanted to win this match, and they knew like they were gonna have to kick the shit out of each other. But they were gonna celebrate afterwards, regardless of who won. Which I really like a lot.
Which if you're doing a mutual respect storyline is how it should be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And then you have the match itself, and it's just awesome. The technical aspects of it were even brutal before they even started using the weapons. Like,
Before we move on to the match hold on 1 second. One part I want to point out: the music video portion of this promo package after Sean gives his stamp of approval for the Athena division.
Which is huge.
Yeah.
It's like the way you put over a division is to have one of the most popular characters ever in the show.
Yeah.
Give this stamp of approval. Then the music video like really starts kicking in, shows some of the most brutal spots that they've both done.
6 by All That Remains.
You have metal ass music on it.
6 by All That Remains.
Mayhem, bro. And then the shaky cam as it goes, yeah. Especially when the superplex from hell happened. Oh my god.
You mean the world's greatest suplex?
It was fucking.
Because that's what I heard.
The world's greatest suplex.
Yeah.
Bar fucking none.
Yeah.
Fight me.
And now, before we get to the match, letter grades for this.
Like I said, this is also because I know them both in real life, so A plus.
Negative points.
Huh?
Negative. Just put it straight in the negative. F.
What
Because
about
it
you?
fucking sucks.
It's so fucking sucking.
Yeah.
Nick, what about you? What do you got?
Again, if I'm looking at it from like knowing them, then it's 5. If I'm looking at it from if I didn't even know them,
Well, no,
4 point.
It's
Four
not
and a
the
half.
match. Remember, this is promo.
Oh yeah,
It's your letter grades.
letter grades. Okay, yeah.
So, where's the promo for you?
So knowing them, A plus. Not if I didn't know them, A.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
The match though is like I talked about, like before they even start using the weapons, just them just technically wrestling's even brutal in and of itself. Like,
Yeah, they're trying to taunt to the crowd to thank them for coming out. Vera accidentally slaps Colleen in the face in the process.
and if you know Colleen, you do not slap Colleen in the face. Like, you're not gonna get away with that. Like,
No, you don't. And it goes.
Nope.
And just, here we go.
Yeah.
Wanna fight? Let's fight.
yeah.
Yes. Match. The fucking strikes these two women hit were so brutal.
I think this was the most brutal.
Casey just goes, oh shit!
Yeah, I think these were the most brutal strikes of the whole show right here. Like,
Wait, that was me?
no, these were the most brutal strikes the whole show.
I know, but the reaction James said, that was me.
That was you. You were like, oh shit! That's literally what you said after Colleen did a springboard kick. It was so
Yeah.
nuts. And he's like, who would have known the women would have given us a master class in strong style?
Yeah.
That I do remember saying.
Fucking nuts, bro. And then they got the weapons, and then it just got more brutal.
Yeah.
And we're like, and I think this is where in came code red, green, blue. Why do they have to keep changing colors?
Oh my god. Yeah, because some people call it a code red, code green, code blue. So I'm like,
The fuck was that noise?
that's my confused noise.
That was James.exe crashing.
Yes. Jonathan Caterer.exe not working.
Well, Jonathan Caterer was stress eating the whole show, so.
I'm gonna eat this donut. Stop! Put down the fucking donut.
Oh, that was the funniest thing. How did we not talk about that first?
I said that at the beginning.
Before we say anything, I stress eat at Matt and Kyle's match. I legit have a donut in my mouth. Nathan points it out. Maybe you should stop eating that fucking donut. Shut up, stress eating. And then you just hear me mowing on a donut. Oh my god, right on the apron.
Put
Right
the
into
fucking
the
donut.
ropes.
Put the
And then,
fucking donut
and then
down.
Nate just goes, put the fucking donut down. That was genuine. That was legit him telling me to put the fucking donut down. I had a donut in my mouth.
What was the point too? Wasn't it right after this match when you guys were handing each other Pringles and stuff too? Like,
No, that was after Johnny and James because I cried. So he was like, "You want stress food? Here's a Pringle. Here's a Pringle, buddy."
Again, I love the commentary you guys do.
Was that Michael?
Although I
That
think
could be legit too.
although I think it was in this match that one of us I made a crack about.
Oh God!
Wait a minute. Was it
Case,
during this
don't
or
dig
during the
yourself
prediction?
into another hole. Case, don't dig yourself into another fucking hole.
I made a crack about both of us
God.
at this table have more money than you in reference to John Caterer.
Oh no, that's the last match. We'll talk about that.
Oh.
But anyway,
Let me break down some of the highlights. I think I know some. Colleen Horizon doing the power bomb. When like Vila McGoden's like struggling to grab the briefcase with both hands on the ladder. Not the briefcase, the championship title.
Yeah.
And she does it once just regularly on the floor, and then once onto a freaking ladder that was like already opened up, but it wasn't like set up or anything like that. So, you had I believe Colleen Horizon moonsaulted Vila McGoden through the announcers table.
Yeah.
And
There goes our table.
Vila McGoden did the drop kick like off the ladder, which you could say in real life it doesn't make sense. Like, why would you do a drop kick? Because I don't even think it's possible in real life to do a drop kick like that.
Yes, you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now
AJ
direct
Styles.
you toward. No. I will now direct you towards fucking Jeff Hardy.
AJ Styles, the entirety of the X Division.
True, yeah.
Now, granted, they typically don't bounce off the table after having done a drop kick from the top of the ladder, but hey, game physics. What are you gonna do?
I believe one of them got put through a table that was like leaned up against the ropes. I think it was Colleen. We'll just say it was Colleen because why not? So,
We'll just say Colleen because why not?
yeah.
There was a lot of shit that happened.
Yeah.
Art of the Amazon.
Hey, you know what they say? Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Yeah.
Part of the Amazon, with it's like a swinging rock bottom onto the metal ramp as well. The ramp was huge, so this is really full metal ramp, right?
And you had the
tables, you got ladders, you got ramps, you got stairs.
You had the rocket driver. No, that's not it. The rocket driver.
It's okay. I got you. It is. Now was the rocker driver, now known as the sound.
Yeah, the wall of sound. I came up with that kind of on the spot.
Yeah.
The term comes.
Reference.
Yep, Metallica and Pink Floyd.
Ah.
And also.
And.
Not the rockabye bottom.
Yeah. Which that makes more sense now because I was wondering like Colleen's supposed to be this.
I'll kill you.
I was wondering, like, why Colleen Horizon, this metal chick, would have, that as a finisher name. So now
My sound is going to be so heavy that your ass has to go to sleep.
Dude.
We can sell anything.
James.
Calls it the rockabye bottom because she'll put your ass to sleep.
James fucking died in the car.
I heard the rockabye bottom and I'm fucking in tears.
Hey, really quick subtopic. While the Lucha Underground belt is fucking disgusting looking.
Yeah.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, it is. I understand. Although
It
it's
just
supposed
popped
to
up in my
kind of look grimy, I think.
It popped up in my newsfeed. I looked at it for a second. I regret looking at it. It is fucking disgusting
The
looking.
new one or the old one?
Both.
Okay. Well,
actually-
we're not talking about Lucha. We're talking about this.
I hate the
I know, I'm
kid.
just throwing it up there.
We're not talking about Lucha. We're talking about something better than Lucha.
I
Yeah.
like Lucha.
Well, this is better than Lucha, though.
Lucha. It's a way to life.
Lucha.
But yeah, you had
Lucha.
this match was just crazy. I can't even. Just
Again, another match you can't really break down spot for spot unless
Yeah.
you go for the beginning, some of the middle.
So let's just skip to the end.
The end comes when
Pain.
you have a ladder. Yeah, pain. Ladder, ladder, steps, wall of sound, spider German suplex, necking Vera, but then she tries to go for a moonsault and crashes into everything. Lillian, or I should say Vera, sets up the ladder, climbs it up.
Colleen rises to meet her.
She's climbing like she's got a rocket up her ass, and then all of a sudden,
That sounds uncomfortable.
You can hear
Fuck
Vera
you two.
say specifically, "I love you, girl. I'm sorry." Takes her by the head, hits a twist of fate into the fucking ladder, and the apron, knocking Colleen unconscious. Climbs the ladder, grabs the belt, pulls it down.
You took that from Ric Flair, Shawn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
We mistakenly called that twist of fate a thunderstruck because it looked like a thunderstruck to us the way she hit it.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit was so fast.
I think Nathan might have called you out on it though, so there you go.
I think we called.
I said it.
Out on it.
Yeah.
I think honestly, I'll be 100% honest. I was the one that said, "Holy shit! I think she just hit her with a thunderstruck."
Oh yeah.
Because the first time I saw that move, after like not seeing it for like 4 months, it was so.
Thing. It's a cutter.
Yeah.
It is better, but it happened so fucking fast. My brain did not process what happened.
So then, I mean the finish makes sense because really don't have really any of these, both of these women could have won, honestly. Like, I mean, it really would have made sense either way. And Colleen Eliza only won this night because she got to sing the national anthem and stuff. Like, she was already made stuff.
Yeah. Now, that's the beauty of the Athena division. It's full of championship material.
Yeah. And you know what I'm excited about? I'm excited we get to see Joanna Weymouth versus Joy McGowan. I'm pissed I have to wait for 2021 to see that match, but whatever.
Oh, let me tell you something, boy. Those two are gonna throw down.
Yeah, like
at Maximum Mayhem.
Yeah. Man, though, 2021 though, it's a long time to wait for that.
That is a long way away, but
get body pads for Maximum Mayhem.
So yeah, like I said, 5 stars.
Listen, man, let me just ask you a question. Would you rather have rushed content that's shitty or something that looks like it took its time and was developed?
Oh, that took its time. It's developed, but
there
still.
You don't want WWE garbage every week.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I haven't gotten it every week. I haven't watched any WWE really since the show. Like,
good for you, bud.
Rewatch WYW and be like, even if I see this on loop, it's better.
Yeah.
In your case, you've watched the whole channel.
Yeah.
5 stars. This is easily 5 stars for you. Nick, what about you?
5 stars all the way.
Yeah.
And
every match from Psycho Asylum to main event is just 5 stars the whole way.
And speak of the main event.
Yeah.
This is what the past 5 years have been all about.
There we go.
James, we can't hear you.
Hi.
Okay. Stop moving your phone when you talk, because that's what.
Yeah.
That's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So, the main event.
I feel like we should let Casey and Mike talk about the video package, because they're the ones that are, like, in it.
Yes, absolutely. Go for it.
Just set the scene, James. Set the scene.
Dude, you have no idea. So, when I first made this Mark Young, Michael X promo, this was back in 2014. Okay? Years ago, at this point. Years ago. So, there are some clips of Michael X that were from then, right? That's when we talked. That's when we did this dialogue before, but this is when Mark Durrell was in. It got so much better when Casey got his dialogue in. Now, when I saw the beginning pop up in the promo package, I'm like, holy shit, this is actually happening. I'm like,
yeah. We all were.
I was like, and like Colleen's like, is this fucking actually legitimately happening? I'm like,
yeah.
Sean's staring, like, remembering the beginning note of that piano starting in the Two Steps from Hell track. You're seeing Lillian like, she was almost in tears. I'm not even gonna lie. You have Mike and I just kind of staring down this, like, holy shit, we made it.
I'm like paralyzed.
Nick is just like almost choked up.
I am literally like choking up, unable to talk.
Yeah.
You have.
What was I like?
At Nikos when we initially screened it, Victor, they're both watching this like.
Owen, you were pretty much glued to the TV screen like everybody else.
Yeah, like.
We were all silent. We were silent throughout this whole thing, and then.
Mainly because you told us to be quiet. Oh, so.
Well, no, we did, but this was like genuinely like everyone just.
Yeah.
Couldn't talk. They were just like, like I couldn't even say anything. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
At the preview screening, if you remember, I literally like started crying.
Yeah, it was nuts, bro. Like, and then we kept it going, and then it kept going, and it was building. Like, it started from the third Test Match 12 backstage segment. Then it started from the Taipei glass assault in Test Match 13 and the sledgehammer shots. It started with, and then it showed the aftermath of that, where Michael X suffered a broken leg, and then his return in Test Match 20, and then the Gold Rush tournament of how they made it this far. The victory music starting to cue and pop in, and like,
yeah.
And then it showed that stare down, and you hear me say your main event at Immortal, Mark Young versus Michael X, and I'm like, holy shit.
Finally, I have arrived on the only stage big enough to hold me. The flagship program of this backwater company, Immortal.
And then Michael X.
Yeah. Like, let's let Michael and Casey now, like, talk about this video package, because they were kind of like...
This, honestly, if you want my 100% opinion, was the hardest to work on, because Casey and I had a tough time figuring out the direction we wanted to go with it. I will 100% honest. It took us about 3.5 weeks to come up with some stuff, because we go, is that too much? Is this too little? Does this feel a little too weird? Does this not make enough sense? Is that too much dialogue?
Yeah.
And
then Casey asked me a question. Mike,
Hey, would it be okay if I did this?
do I have the right to do the digs on you? Do I have the right to talk a little bit about your actual fucking history that not a lot of people know about? The actual truth behind the creation, a little bit of the character, how it happened.
And I explained to him why I wanted to do this, because, let's be honest, Mark Young is the kind of scumbag that would find out all the info he could on his opponent and use it against them in the worst and most public way possible.
Yes, and as soon as we did it, I told Casey, I don't want to hear a lick of it. He sent me the original dialogue, and I wanted to fucking smash his teeth down his throat.
And I would not have blamed him for it.
I was 4 seconds away. As soon as I had to calm myself down, I was 4 seconds away of putting my gloves on and going fucking ham on his head. But I'm like, no, I gotta save this for when I cut my own little bit on it. And as soon as
calm him down, by the way, is my question.
You did?
I didn't.
He just calmed himself down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. So Mike had no idea.
Yep, and then let's go into case.
That's why I came to him before I actually cut the promo.
Yeah.
And I told him, go deeper. I want you to cut me. I want you to fucking hurt me with this. Honestly.
It was depressed for about like 2 weeks. I'm not even joking.
I was depressed. What the fuck are you talking about? I just didn't talk to Casey for 2 weeks.
That's how.
No, like, yeah, but you were angry and like, holy shit.
Yeah, I was upset because, dude, that shit hurt. But I did it because I care about the show, and I can't believe I let that shit slip out. But still, It's more of the fact that if I'm going up against a heel, I want a despicable fucker who not only cuts somebody deep, but does research just enough to hurt them.
And boy, did you get just that.
Yeah. So, Casey, start us off.
Finally, I have arrived on the only stage big enough to hold me. The flagship program of this backwater company, Immortal.
Like you're up. Line.
And honestly, that opening line sets the tone for the rest of this promo. But that's not the line I want you to say.
Hold on, wait. You gotta say your line too.
I honestly don't remember my lines.
I got you then. Pardon me for your butchered voice, but I gotta do it. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. Welcome to my hometown, you goofy fuck. You're not about to only. What was it? It was
You're about to enter a world of not just
You're
pain.
about to enter a world of not only pain, but of absolute demise and destruction. I was built to beat you down. I am your fucking doomsday.
So, Owen, quick thing. To answer your thing of what's up with the Superman references and what's up with the Doomsday thing, it is honestly, this whole thing has been a reference to the death of Superman.
Think about it.
Yeah.
And slightly less so, but elements of it are still there. Batman versus Superman.
Yes.
You remember the line, "Do you bleed? Come immortal, you will."
Yep.
That's where that comes from.
Yeah, like, are we gonna continue with this or?
Yeah, we're gonna continue with this. And this is the line that that was, according to Mike, 4 seconds away from landing me in the hospital.
I'm surprised you're gonna say it again.
Oh, I'm at the point now where I've heard it enough where I don't care.
Yeah.
Lucky for me.
Yeah.
Right.
And you listen good, Mikey. When I finish ensuring that you are left with no choice but to crawl on your hands and knees back to the junkie whore that spawned your pathetic ass, crying for all you're worth, I'm gonna claim your side bitch for my own.
Pause right here. So the minute this line fucking hit, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, everybody at the screening just had their jaw fucked.
Yeah.
Like literally drop.
Colleen's reaction was the best. Does everybody remember?
Everyone's reaction.
Her reaction was the best because she had. She was like, "There's no way he went this fucking."
Yeah, he did.
Continue.
So, I'm gonna claim your side bitch for my own. I'm gonna show her how a real man does things, and by the time I'm through with her, she'll be lucky if she can even get a job as a 2-bit hooker on Freebie Friday in the red light district.
You're not wrong about the junkie whore comment.
Really,
I'll
James?
give you props.
Wait, I think Mike knows his line.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I know I know that shit.
All right, go.
You know how many times I had to redo that fucking bit because the laugh didn't feel genuine?
Fair enough. Go.
I'll give you credit. You did this one thing called research. I fucking love that whole sequence. It's so much love put into it. So much fucking anger and hatred that is put into that.
Yeah.
That I love how.
You say you should have researched that I'm a 5-time.
Yep, I'm a 5-time world boxing champion and a 10-time MMA world heavyweight champion.
You're not stepping in a ring with someone who'll schlock. Let me tell you something, boy. You can attack my character. You can almost break my legs. You can even end my career. You go after her. Made the biggest mistake of your stupid, pathetic life. You're getting the spirit of fucking vengeance. I'm about to rain a godly firestorm on you. That's the part where the music for 2 Steps from Hell starts dying off, and it kicks in to decipher down.
I come to claim what has been rightfully mine since day one. The Weymouth Youth Wrestling Championship.
I'm here to get my says I had to go 2 out of 3 falls, and then they both say inside in a hell in a cell, and then it goes into a fight like this.
And I'm just singing. I'm just singing at the screening.
Let's be 100% honest.
All of us, I think, were.
Let's be 100% honest. There has never been a Hell in a Cell match this fucking brutal.
No.
We looked at, honestly.
Can I just say about the promo? Even like it goes to show you how well it was done. That I'm sitting here, I'm not even watching it, and I'm literally starting to get teary-eyed, even just hearing the lines and the stuff about the promo.
Now,
It was ridiculous.
the one thing I love is that me and Casey, for about 2 weeks, up to the point of the actual screening, have said the lines, "Hey, Mick Foley, fuck you, Mick Foley."
Hey, Mick Foley, thank you very much, but fuck you.
Yeah.
We love you, Mick. Okay, but fuck you. But we love you. But fuck you. But we love you. But fuck you.
Thank you for giving us the Hell in a Cell. I am now going to top your Hell in a Cell match.
And I will put this biker bitch through his own personal hell. I am hell. Welcome to the 7th circle, you stupid prick. You wanted me at my best. You had me at my worst.
He will crumble before the greatness of Superman, as all do.
And then the music video keeps going. And dude, the music video portion was just...
You've crossed a line that I cannot ignore.
When I go over with it on Casey's channel, I'm gonna go into depth what I was thinking in my head as I'm editing this like a fucking mad scientist.
Dude,
Because there's
your
some hidden
fucking
Easter eggs.
face. Your fucking face, the first time you heard Casey say what he said, was priceless. And the look on my face when you looked to me, and I was pissed the fuck off. You had that moment where you looked at me dead in my eyes and you know that the execution was slowly coming out.
I was like, I might actually kill Casey.
You might just murder this man and steal his car and run over his body 23 times.
The best part of this promo for me is when he talks about it. Mark Young says the apotheosis comes to its natural conclusion. It just goes, better pray to God that you are dead. Music's over when it says dead, and then the crowd starts erupting.
We set the scene. The promo came in and did exactly what it was made to do, and that's hype up this main event match of a 5-year fucking struggle to get to the point of, holy shit, the redemption is finally gonna happen.
Before we move on, Owen, Nick, I know it's a little more than just a formality at this point, but letter grades?
Yeah, this video package was absolutely awesome. Like, it felt personal, and I think Michael talked about it, at the screening and stuff. Like, if you had never watched WYW before, this video package like would have given you everything you needed to know about this main event. You never would have had to watch a WYW match to get the picture. What I especially liked about this is you get to see the different paths they took in the tournament itself. Michael X went out there and dominated people fair and square, while Mark Young took any heelish way he could to get to the WYW title, which makes the characters like so different in this case. Like,
Yes, so different, and yet so similar.
yeah, like they're willing to do whatever it takes to become champion, but like,
and the paths they took are even similar. Look at their opponents throughout the Gold Rush tournament.
Yep, and I did that on purpose, by the way.
Yeah.
Owen, look at the bracket, straight up. Have a technician versus a technician. You have a hybrid fighter versus a hybrid fighter. They fought their own counterparts in the first fucking round alone. Then you had Mark Young fight a guy who's just he's kind of like a hybrid in a self and Jason. Then you had another guy fight a high flyer. Then he fought a high flyer. Mark Young. Like, it's just the story starts writing itself. You know what I mean? It's like you couldn't have wrote this any better if I tried.
Yeah.
It just naturally happened.
Yeah. And if you would have asked me, I never would have predicted like Mark Young would have made it to like the finals. I don't think I think that was the whole beauty of this too. Like
I love the fact that everybody put their money on Sean to fight me or fight James at fucking Immortal, and we just pulled the rug so hard that it flipped it, and you're like, I literally got a match that I didn't even know I wanted.
Yeah.
That's how much I didn't know I wanted this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think the most recent time that happened was when Tyler Bate was the guy that advanced in the first UK championship. No, actually, I got a better one. When Zach Gibbs, remember this, James? When Zach Gibson was in the UK tournament, and he was the one that.
Pete Dunne, yes, that's exactly.
Because remember what we said? Like, this guy's not gonna last long. He's got no logo, no music really, and he fucking made it to the fucking finals. Like, no one would have thought that.
Yep.
So
Mark Young was always designed as the generic heel. That's the best way we could put Mark Young.
Yeah.
As that generic heel, and I love that Casey took the generic fucking heel and put him in such a way where he is no longer a generic heel. He is the fucking heel that you need in your company.
Yeah.
According to James,
wow.
According to James, I did that with my first frigging promo that I cut.
Yeah. No, but think about it like this too. Like, you guys aren't shy about it too. Like, Mark Young's got generic theme music. He's got generic wrestling like moves. He's got generic
wrestling attire.
Yeah, like it's
except
awesome.
for his Immortal outfit, where he went ham on that fucking design.
Because it's for a title. He wants to
dress like a.
Mike did not know that design was coming out by me.
Oh.
Had no fucking clue. I did that whole design for the Immortal outfit for Mark. That was all my creation. That was my baby.
Damn.
And it was like, oh, this looks so fucking cool.
Let's talk about the match.
Wait,
no. Nick has to give his letter grade. I'm
sure
it's unanimous by now, but
5 isn't even enough to cut. Like, 5 isn't even
letter grade. Letter grade.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A+ isn't enough for this. I need to go into like S at this point with this promo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
because this promo literally means like you guys keep saying, this promo, even if you hadn't seen anything else, you watch this and you feel what's been built like. Like, even if you hadn't seen everything prior, just watch the one promo and you're like, this is WIW.
Yeah.
Like, this alone sets the tone.
Yeah.
Very true.
Let's talk about
Before we do, there's a whole nother section that has not been done for any other match in WIW history. The build-up alone between the part between the promo and the actual bell ringing, I feel is worth discussing in and of itself.
Yeah, I was about to discuss that. You see, Mark Young come out. You see Michael X come out, and Michael X has the new mask. I think you just saw him wearing, on video just before, like a couple minutes ago.
Now, before we get to him coming out, you got to talk about Mark. His new attire. He comes out with the new singlet.
Yeah.
He comes out leather jacket, also a lot similar to Michael X.
He's got zippers all over the place.
Yeah, you see his eyes like I'm ready to kick this motherfucker's ass, right?
You know what I even love too? The crowd wanted Michael X, and Mark Young came out first too.
He came out first. They booed the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
You Mark Young chants raining throughout Foxborough, and you just
kneel before me.
And then Nate goes, "Oh, I'm a sheep." And then I'm just like, I'm sick of this ugly mug. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of this bitch. Right? I'm going off. He goes up to the turnbuckle, and this is such a Mark Young thing to say. If I'm an asshole, every last one of you's a ball sack.
Let's just say this too. Mark Young didn't stand a chance in this match. It was basically three Michael X's personalities versus him. We'll just say that.
Oh, bullshit!
Oh,
It was one against 57,474.
Yeah, like.
Oh, it was one against. Here's the thing. The thing about it is, what Owen means by that is you were even against your own character. I was against him. Mike was against him. Nathan was against him.
Yeah.
Jim Cornette was against him. So Mike was against him in different ways.
Yeah.
To be honest, James, to be 100% honest, if this was an actual show that had as popularity as it was, it would be Mark Young versus the entirety of fucking New England at once.
Yeah.
Because you got to keep in mind, he's the heel that compared himself to the god-tier hometown football team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the New England Patriots of wrestling. All I do is win.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
Dude,
yes.
It's
and I didn't even think about this when I said this. In saying that, he insinuated that they did indeed cheat to win several of their Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Reference to Deflategate, dude. That's so.
And Spygate.
That's mega heat in New England, bro. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You remember when Elias did that whole concert and they made fun of not having a basketball team where they just booed him relentlessly? That was like that.
Yeah.
So he's getting booed.
Can you imagine it? You should have had him do a live football saying that.
I think the best part about him unintentionally referencing that, where was this taking place?
Gillette State.
Boston. And then you have Foxborough raining down boos.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, not only did he reference the Deflategate scandal, not only did he do shady shit prior, you gotta remember this is after what he said about his fucking girlfriend.
Yeah.
This is after what he said about how he's gonna turn him into a hooker on the red light district. Just the fact that he referenced that part of New York. Boston hates New York. You say you're gonna fuck somebody's bitch to the point where they turn into a hooker there?
Yeah.
Bro. Just do if I could, I would have done the whole entrance where Andre's coming out and they're throwing trash at him. I wish I could have gotten the trash part. That would have been amazing. He gets hit in the face with a beer bottle. He's like, "You fucking cunt!" Like that's how that could have been, like in real life. This was massive.
And probably would have been.
You know? And then Michael X. He came out on a motorcycle.
I'm home, you bastards.
I'm home, you bastards. Crowd goes, welcome home. Welcome home. He goes, fucking right. fucking drives across. Mark Young's talking more smack. He goes up to the ring. The tail of the tapes. By the way, we brought the tail of the tapes back for the last 3 matches. We probably should have mentioned that, but whatever. This one particularly showed all the stats, obviously, of the competitors. Then, when you thought the build-up was over,
Here comes Bruce Buffer.
bro, I had this idea in 2014 to have him announce this match. I don't think I could have gotten away with it because it would have been so tacky back then. But now, the voice of the Octagon is in there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. He's there. This is your main event of the evening. He's all like Bruce Buffered out. Red suit, bow tie, hair all slicked back, looking like $1 million, announcing the sponsors of the show and shit. Proudly sponsored of the show. And then he goes,
And now, live from the sold-out Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts, USA, it's time! And he got him to do the jump.
Bro,
Yes.
I could not believe I did that. I jumped when I saw it, even though I fucking made it. I don't care. Like, I
Yeah.
geeked out when I saw it. It's like, oh, fucking it's
So, and then the solo was and everything too.
dude, yeah, no shit. And then the tail of the win-loss records. The wins mattered.
Yeah,
The wins matter, motherfucker.
because who's the only
Take notes,
person?
WWE, fuck's sake.
No, James. Who's the only person that Michael X lost to? Mark Young.
Young.
Mark Young. Mark only lost in 2 different matches. That was to Corey Dangerous, his own freaking tag, essentially associate, and in a multi-man Full Metal Mayhem match.
Yeah.
That's the only time he lost. That's the only time. This guy, at the very end of everything, he's never lost to Michael X. Michael X has lost to him.
Yeah.
And it was nuts, bro. This was insane how amazing this was built.
Let's talk about the match now. Like,
The
I love
first
that
minute,
the spear.
spear,
and Michael X just destroys this dude. Like,
dude, the first few minutes of the match, he's just
yeah.
hammering with lefts and rights, all
But you
over
could
the
cut.
place.
But it's like the Brett mentioned James Archangel tournament match where like Michael X's emotions kind of get the better of him in a way where Mark Young's able to kind of capitalize on that with
What the
and-
Daddy Men are able to do so well is
Yeah.
to
Use your emotions against you.
And that's what, is so incredible about, like, how badass of a heel, no pun intended, Mark Young is, because he does not give a fuck.
and what was Michael X? No, sorry. What was Mark Young working on the whole time of this match? The leg of Michael
Yep.
X.
His legs.
Michael X, the back of Michael X.
Yeah.
He's working on all of his weak points.
And what did they call back in this match? The they did the sledgehammer shots again.
Yep.
Yeah, of course they did. And it wasn't just any sledgehammer shots. He was doing it against the cage.
Yeah.
Did it in the ring. Did a concerto with the thing.
Yeah.
Twice.
Twice. But when the concerto hit, Mike said, I had enough of your fucking bullshit.
I love
I
it.
was like, how are you up? Bam! And
Yeah.
then Mike goes off. It's like he had another comeback after his initial comeback.
Yeah.
He's going off on this dude.
Like the flying clothesline, the springboard drop kicks, he hit the executioner bomb like once and it doesn't work, and then he does it into the steps so hard that he fucking broke the steps. Like,
Dude, think about this.
Which I didn't even know was possible until I saw it happen here.
He did
Yeah.
this too. You gotta think of it like this. He did the drop kick into the cell wall.
yeah.
The drop kick into the cell wall. Then he goes up top. He goes to the top, hits a double axe handle. 2 callbacks in that were to Chris Jericho
Yes.
and Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yes.
One of Mike's actual inspirations.
Oh, yeah.
as a kid. Then you have the one and only, the judge's gavel into the execution bomb to break the steps. By the way, this is 2 out of 3 falls. We forget to point out. So Mike is able to get the first fall off.
Yes.
And then Mark Young goes off.
Yeah. Really works up.
And again.
Yeah.
It's just a well-told story, and like from the offset, it's a fight. And just like the Shawn Maverick and as a match, it's a fucking fight.
He's like trying to end the fucking dude's career. Like, bust him open.
Career? He's trying to end his life.
Yeah. You get him into the Dusty finish, which is the Lion Tamer, like 3 times in a row. And eventually, like, Michael X hits when he's finally going off, hitting the execution bombs and stuff, like, eventually, like, it's even to the point, like, where Mark Young's gotta fucking get out of there. And Michael X spears
Michael X decides to help him out.
Yeah, he spears him to the cell. And this is when Mark Young, like, you know...
Hey, Mark! Fuck you!
Yeah, he's out of here, like... And this is when Jim Cornette says that if he leaves, like, he'll forfeit the match, and Michael X, like, jumps off the...
That's not only it, though. You gotta remember, he kicked out of 2 executioner bombs onto the freaking apron.
Yeah.
Execution bombs, I should say, right?
Yeah.
And he hits his head so hard off that thing.
Yeah.
And he still kicked out. And
Yeah.
I think it was on instinct, right? You're thinking, what the fuck? This dude won't stay down.
Well, remember too, James, it's for the first ever chance to be WAW champion. Like, it's fucking motivation right there. Like,
Like, and then he hits 3 moves on concrete.
yeah.
Running away, like, I have to breathe.
And this brings up, and then Michael X jumps off, after the Jim's Connect thing, like, he jumps off the freaking cell and does the clothesline, and Michael X does, like, I don't know how many fucking punches in a row. Like,
the final tally was about 64, both up and down the ramp.
Yeah.
32 up, 32 down.
Yeah, like...
32 up the ramp, hit the southeast center, hit 32 down the ramp, hit the judge's gavel, climbs up the key. Mark Young is able to somehow get up. And by the way, after that moment with after that clothesline, or even before that, the best line ever.
I am your...
Something? Let me tell you something, boy. I signed your contract. I am your God, and you will pray before me. And I'm like, oh my God, that's a fucking money line. Then
and he hits
your dumbass should look up Michael X clotheslines, and then you hear me on commentary and Casey going nuts. I said, nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide, no mercy for the outsider that has cost us a living hell for the past 5 years.
Mark Young being taken on a whirlwind bang-based tour of Gillette Stadium, courtesy of the Devil of Boston. He's gonna kick his ass all the way up and down Route 1. Is Michael X.
And then Mark Young powerbombs him through the freaking cell.
Yeah. Exactly as he said he would do on Off the Books.
By the way, that's why you gotta listen to Off the Books series. It's so well done, and especially Mark Young's, because that's Casey all by himself. We were doing it. I'm not gonna go into the review now, but as he did hint that he was gonna do that, he climbed up the cell with Mike. Mike is like trying to get a breather, and then he doesn't see Mark coming. Hits the crucifix bomb on the freaking metal support beam of the cell. He hits a bunch of moves off the support beams, and then he hits the power bomb. He falls all the way down, hits the sledgehammer gut.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Nate with the call of the night on that. That was a fall, and that was a fall and a half to get that fall.
Yeah. And then, like, it's just basically a back-and-forth match from this point. You have the powerbomb on the steps, the, slingshot into the cell, the spine buster into the cell.
Roll the dice into steps.
Yeah. Like,
roll the dice into the sledgehammer, roll the dice into the sledgehammer again. Oh, and by the way, roll the dice into the sledgehammer.
And
yeah.
The steps, like, he hit that thing 100 times.
And then...
Your blood flows, Michael.
Even
just like the blood of all those other pussies in this arena.
He even kicked out of the execution bomb off of the turnbuckle onto the steps. Like,
you can't forget about this spot. These specific two spots when Mark Young goes and says, "Break like Vera breaks you on a nightly basis." I think that's the worst.
It's like, oh, he done fucked up now.
Yeah.
Again, and hits the yum bomb. Michael X does not give up. Hits the execution bomb. Then he goes to the top rope. Hits the top rope execution. 1, 2, explosive.
Yeah.
Kicks out. And then we're like, what the fuck? He put him down. But he runs away. What a bitch! Climbs up to the top. And then Michael X says, you better have a prayer, asshole. I'm coming for you. Why are you still fighting me?
You and me, Spider-Man.
If you join me, we can rule the wrestling world together. Join me. Join the Maggies.
No, I'll join you in hell.
Oh, hell has a place for cowards.
1, 2, 3, 4. Combination punch by Michael X, and then he goes for the execution bomb. John, we're gonna run. We're gonna run now. And then
see you in hell, punk.
He throws him down with the execution bomb, and it's
bomb go off. You hear both me and John Cater yelling at the same time. John Cater is yelling, "Nate hit the deck," and I'm yelling, "This is for Vera."
Yeah.
Hit the deck. Bam. It is quiet.
For at least 5 seconds. Solid.
Boom. Boom. And then you just hear me say, Mark Young is fucking dead.
That was for Vera, you piece of shit.
He climbs down the cell after Mike says, "You're done, son." Tells Daniel Buchanan, "Count it. 1, 2, 3. Michael X, the first ever Weymouth Youth Wrestling Heavyweight Champion of the world. Buffer announces it. The place erupts.
Yeah.
Climbs the cell. The crowd are elated. They
First, really
cell
quick. Fuck that shit. I would never do that in real life.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't.
Right after a match like that, fuck climbing the cage.
Yeah.
You climb the cage. You have the title around your waist. The cell rises to get Mark Young on a stretcher and out of the arena. And
while Mike's still on it.
Huh?
While Mike's still on the cell.
Yeah, while Mike's still on it, and he's like, "Fucking hit me," says Mark. Shows the highlights of all the falls, the near falls, and then you see the title celebration of Michael X happen on top of the cell. You see the fireworks go off after he raises his arms.
The job is done, and the champ is here.
Yeah, like what we waited for 5.5 years. Like,
it was the perfect ending.
Yeah.
The perfect ending to a 5-year odyssey.
And I think Michael X made the most sense to win because, like, you built him up for so long as this monster that, like, you could not have him win. Like, he was a perfect person to win this tournament. Like, I mean, you could have had a...
I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say the Executioner really is the perfect person to win. It's just, and Owen, if you have no idea what the actual story is, and I honestly think that we've never told this 100% to anybody else, but we might as well just have it here. WIW, at least for the tournament setup, was based upon an actual tournament that we set up 5 years ago.
December 20th, 2013.
Yep. And James and I played all the matches that actually happened in the show. And yes, in IRL, I faced Mark Urell as his character, Mark Young, and beat him in the Hell in the Cell for the WIW World Heavyweight title. And held that title, which isn't going to be the same length, so I promise. If it was transferred from weeks to months, about 2 years.
Okay.
Did 2 weeks into like 6 months, or 2 years into 6 months. because we were doing daily or weekly, doing weekly events where he would defend the belt.
Every week. And he retained it every week.
Wow.
Except for me. I'm the only one that beat him. And that was because he had an off day. You know?
Yeah.
That's because finisher. That's because comeback into signature into finisher is unfucking beatable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That was great.
But yeah, definitely like you in that story. So,
And by the way, Owen, as we said, anything after the tournament has been, as James, Casey, and I have talked about many times, is going to be completely rewritten because there was a lot of bullshit in the original house shows that we said, yeah, we're not doing that nonsense because most of it's fucking trash.
We had fun, but it was trash if you're trying to book an actual show. But with that being said,
letter grades.
No.
Star rating. Sorry.
5 stars. Like this is like the perfect culmination to the tournament and just a great match in itself. Had great storylines in it and just was nuts.
Nick?
I know what the answer is, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's a formality at this point, but we gotta have it.
Just for what this match means, for what this match is on its own. Literally, the song that opened it says it best. There has never been a fight like this. And I honestly have to go higher than 5. I literally have to give it 5.5.
There you go.
And
this show.
Do that because Owen sticks to the 5, but I understand.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't break the scale. Gotta keep the scale fixed because I'm gonna have to tape it up.
Okay, we'll count your vote back.
Okay.
So, but there is one thing I broke the scale on, and that's letter grade, because this show was too good for an A+. This show was an S. Now, obviously, we have to explain what that is because some people might not know what that is. Because I didn't.
If you've ever played a Sonic Adventure style game, you get the idea.
Or a Street Fighter game.
Yeah.
It goes from D
C. Yeah. DCBAS.
And S specifically stands for style. That is a style. It's satisfying. There's A is for awesome, S is for satisfying.
Yes.
Because that whole show, and I can even admit it, even from a non-creator perspective, is satisfying to watch from start to finish.
And it was just almost as long as WrestleMania.
Longer.
No, it was longer than WrestleMania.
And I didn't get bored watching it through once. Like.
Hey, can I just point out? It goes to show how in-depth the story and stuff is when there are less matches than WrestleMania, and yet it's longer.
Yeah.
Yep. Because the longest match on the fucking card is the women's gauntlet.
Yeah.
That is the longest match on the entire card, and it deserves to be.
Yes.
The match was.
It was incredible.
All the matches had a great place on the card.
Yeah.
And that's what I think the whole card is too good to say it sucked. It didn't. Nothing sucked, you know. And that's what I wanted. I didn't want, and you have to understand how much patience that takes to make sure you make I wouldn't even say it's a perfect show, but it's just great, you know?
I would honestly say, James, the only way to really describe Immortal is with the ending line of the entire show. The job is done, and the champ is finally here.
Yeah.
And then we had I'll say it, we had the announcement at the end by you guys that 2000. You're gonna take a break, obviously, because you really need a break. Like, you know,
Got that right.
there was never a day where James, I don't think, wasn't editing the show. Like, he was always working on it. He needed.
We're still working on it. I mean, what?
Like we slowed down now after this.
We have slowed way down.
Yeah.
Mainly, any work we do right now on WIW is going to be mainly booking and
Yeah.
making sure all the proper pieces are in place to start fitting everything together for the first year.
And you guys announced that 2021, there was going to be a weekly show for.
Fuck, wish it was just a weekly show, son.
We have a house show set up as well.
Over on Daily Motion that I'll be running.
No, we skipped Daily Motion, Casey.
I don't know if we said that, but we're going to also have a pay-per-view schedule similar.
So, boys and girls of all ages, I have the WIW fucking book. And I will tell you right now what is the first major pay-per-view that is going to be popping up in WIW.
A little preview, a little treat for all those of you who will be waiting patiently, which is a term I use very loosely.
This little chapter, which is, I can't really give away the city that it's going to be taking place in because it gives away the color scheme and how the stage is going to look and everything else. But I will give you the name of this pay-per-view. Our first pay-per-view after Immortal in kayfabe is Maximum Mayhem.
And I already have the tagline. If you want blood, you got it.
Yeah. And I'll be helping out more now. I'll be helping play some of the matches. I've kind of helped flow some ideas about like what other things will happen. Like you guys will notice one thing. Azareth Smith's character is going to be a little different now by accident because it was me by accident. So like, yeah.
It's gonna be an amazing show. Everybody make sure you tune in.
And to answer anybody who asked the question, well, you said that you're booking the first year. How long does the plan that you have for the show? About 5.
Yeah.
We have a 5-year plan of how the fuck we're going to do everything.
And in terms of the very rough skeleton, strictly the pay-per-view or mega event, if you want to call it that, the amount of mega events that we've booked, counting this one that's just passed, we're up to our 5th Immortal.
Yeah.
So Immortal closing out year 4.
So
or would that be going into year 4?
That would be going into year 4 because we booked. No, it would be okay, James, chill, because I have it here. After the previous Immortal, it would be after the first physical year is 1, then 2. We have 3 Immortals with stages, locations, arenas where they're going to be taking place and everything.
So we're up to our 4th Immortal.
Yeah, our 4th Immortal. By year 3, we have all the stages where they're going to be located, how much the attendance is going to be, what stadium it's going to be, and what state and city it's going to be taking place in.
Shouldn't it be? I think that would be 6.
No, that would not be 6 Immortals because we've only done for 3 years because we still have to come up with the 4th and 5th year.
Right. Yeah, so we're up to our 4th Immortal.
Because remember, James, and not to spoil anything, but let's be honest, it was going to happen at some point. We're thinking of getting a roster size that is almost fucking double what we already have. So that's 45 athletes, almost double that.
Yeah.
And by that point, we've already made the plan out there that, yeah, we're going to do a brand split.
Now, we're not going to announce everything. Just a little taste for you guys.
Yeah, obviously.
Tastes. Here. Tired. All of us here. So we're going to close out by doing plugs. Getting this over.
Yeah, because it's so do I.
What time is it?
207.
Okay, so yeah, let's make this done by 2:15 at the very least. So, Mike, you want to plug anything? I know you have like one social media to plug.
You guys can follow me on Twitter and Instagram. What I have for the plugs on those, I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but let's be honest.
I do know that Twitter is at Hell's Warrior 25.
You guys
Can't-
can probably
Instagram, I
you
think
guys
it's
can
at
find
Michael. Here, I got you.
you guys can just find me. Let's be honest. You'll look around the internet and find me.
I got
Yeah.
you. Michael.
James has got you though.
Michael X 2099 on Instagram.
Okay.
Whatever lucky commenter can know why I picked that year, please let me know.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm not going to say it.
Because it's fucking hilarious. That's why.
Yeah.
And actually, wait first, Nick. You didn't get to give
Yep.
you a letter grade on this show, and then if there's anything you want to plug or promote.
Letter grade for the show, overall, S.
Yeah.
Like, it's the culmination of everything that's been building for the last, 5 years. So, yeah, S.
And then what social medias do you
I don't have anything to plug, so.
There you go.
All right, Casey, your turn. Love you.
You guys can follow me on Twitter at ctroop19. Subscribe to me on YouTube at Luke Lynch, on Twitch at Luke12Lynch, and I think that about covers everything.
Yeah. James, should I go next, or should you go next?
Probably you.
Subscribe to my 3 YouTube channels. This one for this video. This video is probably gonna go up when I get home from school tomorrow because I'm not staying up to edit it. So, yeah.
Don't kill yourself.
Yeah. And I guess I got to get back into doing the WWE reviews again because I've been putting those off for a while. So,
For good reason.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then, but me and James got some stuff planned for this channel because of, after Money in the Bank, I won't be watching much WWE because fuck Saudi Arabia's government. I gotta say that because if I say fuck Saudi Arabia, then I'm not any better than, that country and stuff. So, but yeah, we'll be doing some fantasy booking series. We gonna start some Lucha Underground reviews up, and then we're gonna do MLW if you want. I don't know. We haven't really.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you go.
Major League Wrestling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Tony Schiavone commentates. It's great now. It's great.
And then any other stuff we have planned, we'll let you know. We're gonna do a channel. I think we're gonna do a channel update video, probably
Pretty much, yeah.
just because so we can announce all this stuff. And then Owen the Talking Native for all my non-wrestling videos, and then CM Brothers for a mixture of both. Well, me and my cousin are gonna finish Death Note, that the anime version of it, like the I believe the one that came out in 2006 through 2008 or something like that. So make sure you guys check that out.
So the good version.
Yeah, we just finished episode 25. We just haven't reviewed it yet because we haven't had time. So, all right, now James.
All right. You guys can follow me on youtube.com/JHebertside95. That's JHEBSIDE95. That's my main channel. You can also follow me on Twitter, which is the same handle at JHebertside95. Make sure you also follow not just our YouTube channels. I'm actually going to start off with our Twitter first. Weymouth Youth TC is our Twitter. Weymouth Youth Wrestling is our Instagram. Make sure you also follow Mixer, which is mixer.com/WYWPride. And also, we're going to have we're going to also have it on Twitch. I think it's twitch.com/Weymouth Youth Wrestling or twitch.tv/Weymouth. We're going to stream Immortal once again at some point after the semester for being over. We're on both Mixer and Twitch at the same time, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And then after that, sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel for all the other content that's going to be coming out talking about Immortal. YouTube.com/user/WYWPride. Be having a bunch of promos for Immortal there, so make sure you check that out. And a podcast will be coming in character, so make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be a hell of a ride. We're pretty much done now with Immortal, and we've got a few things left to finish this off with a bang.
Yeah.
And until then, we'll see you later.
We are the underrated. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to our review of Weymouth Youth Wrestling Immortal. The moment's finally here after, a 4-week delay. So, very excited about doing this. I am the person that voice, the Birdman, Owen Finch, and I'm here with...
I'm Xavier Nightingale.
Should
Hold on. Say that again, Nick.
I am the Black Shadow of Xavier Nightingale. That's about all you're gonna get.
Well, okay then. I was expecting you to give some pizzazz.
Should we redo this?
Yeah, but don't redo the call. You could just cut it later in post.
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to our review of Weymouth Youth Wrestling Immortal. I am the person that voiced the Birdman, Owen Finch, and I'm here with...
The Black Shadow, Xavier Nightingale.
You don't have to be in character, by the way, but it's okay. But yeah, these guys voice their characters. I am the president of Weymouth Youth Wrestling. For the record, we're just mediating.
Self-fucking elected president, hope you know. Just saying.
Hey, fuck out of here. Who fucking does most of the editing for this shit? I think I deserve to be the fucking main guy. Anyway.
Yeah. Who does most of the voice for all this shit? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but still. I am James Hebert. I voice act Jonathan Caterer, James Archangel, J-Bones, and Markiplier. And is there one other? No. I think that's it. Okay, no.
I am the Wrestling Encyclopedia Casey Gallagher, and yes, that is my real name, minus the nickname part. I am the voices of Mark Young, the Outsider, the Unknown Brett Mention, and the wild card Ian Lancaster.
Yeet.
I am also the treasurer of Weymouth Youth Wrestling, if you will.
Yes, pretty much, yeah. And Mike, say something.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mike Ma. That is spelled with M-A-H-A-I. And I am the COO of the company. I voice, of course, our good friend Luco Lucky, the Executioner Michael X, and pretty much most of the fucking roster. But
voice act Nick
including
Switchblade, the Outlaw John Gray, Jim Cornette, Nathan Farrar.
So, Nathan Farrar, Jim Cornette, Little Andre, fucking John Gray.
Hold on, Nick. Nick.
Yep.
Something's up with your freaking phone, and it's making a weird buzzing noise and cutting out Mike's audio.
I really like the helicopter. I love the little pizzazz, but I don't need an in-flight fucking message.
I knew this was. Okay, Nick, hold on. I'm gonna just mute you temporarily until we need you again. All right, that way we can make this go really faster. All right, try to fix your problem in the meantime. All right, continue, Mike.
I am the voice, of course, of Taka Michinoku, Jim Cornette, John Gray, Nick Switchblade, Little Andre. Oh God, there's even more. That's just a little taste. Honestly, I want people to try to find the
obviously your next Switchblade. There's too many people that you voice.
In total, probably 9 to 10 characters.
Yeah, there you go.
That's That's a fucking bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As
it is.
we're saying, Mike and I are good. We're Mike, Casey, and I are gonna just kind of mediate the shit. Owen and Nick are gonna mainly do the review. We're just seeing.
This small little thing was brought to you by Chips Ahoy. Yes, Chips Ahoy, Reese's flavored Chips Ahoy. Eat the chips and go ahoy. Oh!
Ahoy!
Ahoy! All right. Now, so we're gonna Nick try to unmute your phone now that we got the introductions out of the way. We'll see if your audio's good. Nick, hello, Nick. Nick, hello, Nick. Nick, that's your cue. Unmute, bro. Unmute your phone. I may have muted you, but now I can't unmute you.
Oh,
There
there
we
you go.
There we go.
Oh no, that's not.
Yeah,
It's not gotten any better. Yo, Nick. Why is it buzzing?
Why are
I thought it's just because I've been having a lot of issues and I've been trying to figure it out. I can't get it right.
Okay, then just take your fucking headphones out and we'll just make do at this point. I'd rather hear ourselves on repeat than fucking hear that buzzing noise. That's fucking annoying.
hold on.
Cut the video feed.
Hold on. I gotta start recording it for a second.
Mm.
Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Alright. I guess we're gonna just wait here. Wait. Oh, and you didn't stop recording it.
This commercial break was brought to you by
Oh.
eating more fucking Chips Ahoy. Reese's. What does Mike say? Welcome to Mike's legit food review. Please don't keep this in.
Yeah, please keep this in on.
Please don't.
Do it. All right,
Juju,
Mike,
I will-
what is that Chips Ahoy cookie taste to you?
Oh!
Was that a gargle I heard at the end?
No, that was me moving my tongue.
Hi, Nick. Hi, Nick. Hear us?
Hello.
Hey. Hear you clearly.
No, I'm probably just chilling here.
What the fuck? Am I hearing myself?
Have a good night.
That was,
Have a good
that was so odd. I heard myself for a second, and it wasn't by anybody's phone.
Skype is having ghost issues.
Okay.
Call of Duty Skype Ghost Edition.
Hey,
So
by
we
the
just
way,
redo.
There have always
You
been
didn't stop
ghosts
recording.
in the machine.
Yeah, I know.
Leave this in at the end as a blooper.
Should I just like? I might just leave this whole thing in because this is gonna be a project and a half to edit. Like,
Why not you start from the beginning?
yeah, I think we will.
Okay.